He's a fighter. When there's no coming back, he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Seconds to sniper rifle.
The new Tracer armor in Halo 5 Guardians features everything you need to survive combat, including a jet-powered expressor machine, a visor with no apparent visibility, and a cooler to keep your bubbly ready for celebration.
Hey there, I'm Andy Bravo Dadinsky, and this is Breaking Down the Map, the only show you need to take you to the top in Halo 5 Guardians. You may have noticed that some of the Halo 5 multiplayer maps have alternate versions. These remixed maps have similar elements, layouts, and configurations to their predecessors, but they have some key differences. Here is the remixed version of Empire. It's called Eden. If Empire had you feeling that the map was divided into sections, then Eden should make you feel like everything is connected. Eden has the same two base structures as Empire, red base and blue. But this time around, the bases connect directly to each other via two catwalks, one on the lower level of the turbine side and one on the higher level alongside security. Be careful when traversing either one, as you're vulnerable to cross-map shooting. Now, when compared to Empire, this space at Turbine has been expanded and the turbine itself has been removed for easy access to the rocket launcher weapon pad. We'll talk about said rocket launcher in a little, I promise. Bottom middle now combines the yard and pit areas, and it's notably an area you will want to avoid unless you've got nowhere else to run. The elevation disadvantage makes you an easy target from above. As promised, it's now time to talk weapons on Eden, and a promise is a promise. Let's cut to gameplay. Eden holds two classic power weapons, the sniper rifle and the rocket launcher. And as an added bonus, the Hydra launcher. The sniper rifle can be found near Blue Nest on the top of the base over here. It's the perfect weapon for Eden due to the extended lines of sight and opposite spawning locations. You could pick up some long distance kills from across the map with a well-placed sniper shot. For more destructive power, head over to where you once found the turbine and grab the trusty rocket launcher. Well, trusty if your opponent gives you enough time to properly aim it at them. Thanks, mister. And for that bonus, the Hydra launcher is located in the center of red base. A great strategy from this spot is to aim the Hydra towards sniper spawn to discourage any enemies attempting to pick it up. Practice different firing options to maximize effectiveness. For you rifle fans, both the BR and the light rifle make an appearance on Eden as well. The battle rifle can be found at each base, one at Blue Yard, another at Red Bend, and a third at Bottom Middle. The light rifle can be found here at Red Nest. Everyone is going to be vying for the rifle, so make your shots count with these bad boys. Weapon options differ slightly with each game type selected, so let's take a look at a popular mode on Eden, Strongholds. While Eden and Empire are significantly different, one piece of advice remains constant. Stick to the higher elevations. Using elevation to your advantage, along with some well-placed rifle shots, will put your team in a position to hold down the map as well as your stronghold points. And in any objective game type, controlling the 2 power-ups on strongholds is a standard tactic. The overshield spawns opposite Red Nest and Red Sneaky, while the active camo spawns on top of this ledge near top catwalk. You know the mantra, time those power-ups. And finally, be aware of the spawning locations. Given the map size, it's good to know where your opponents are spawning relative to your own location. You'll learn this by simple repetition, so keep playing Eden more and more and more and more. And more and more. Eden is one of the faster-paced maps in Halo 5 and requires a nimble mind and even quicker reflexes. Remember to check back to the Halo channel often for more episodes of breaking down the map. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, Sean here with another Halo 5 Forge map feature. We are looking at an AT-AT Walker created by Bear Skapoff, and I really hope I'm saying your name correctly. So the map is technically titled the Battle of Hoth, however it is an aesthetic map, so you can't actually play on it. This is the type of map that you really just admire the forging with, and it is incredible. In addition to the main AT-AT Walker, there is also a crashed one in the distance, which looks great as well. I've been impatiently waiting for something like this to be created on Glacier. The moment I saw the canvas, I immediately thought of this. And this is by far the best AT-AT Walker I have ever seen in a Halo game, which seems funny to say, however AT-AT Walkers are actually pretty common in Forge. Obviously the new Forge has a lot to do with why this is the best one I've seen, but just look at it, it is so impressive. I recommend actually downloading this map and going into custom games. Now I said it wasn't a functioning map, but you can still run around on it. I recommend doing that because it will really give you a sense of scale. The sheer amount of detail that went into this build is mind-blowing. I mean, the legs look great, the body looks great, the head looks great, all of the markings on the side of it, the neck, the little wires, all the small intricacies. The sheer amount of detail on this thing is just so impressive. Seeing this AT-AT Walker really makes me want to play a functioning Hoth-themed map, not necessarily a Battlefront recreation, but a functioning Hoth-themed map with maybe even just regular Slayer. I think that would be really great to see. I'd like to apologize for the length of this showcase. It's kind of just due to the nature of this build. There really is only so much I can say about a map like this besides how great it looks. But I like showcasing aesthetic maps. I like to showcase all genres of Forge. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already so you can get your hands on all of the latest and greatest Halo 5 Forge maps. My name is Sean, I thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 5 plays from the December 20th HWC North American Online Qualifier. Coming in at number 5, it's going to be APG of Team Envious, nearly scores the overkill in a dominating win against Team Crowd Pleasers. Low, that's going to be the second, looks for the triple kill, has it directly in front of him, lines up perfectly. Where's the overkill?
Does he go for the over? Does he go for it?
Oh, he's shaking shots! Oh no, just the assist will have to do. Pistola, why you do this? At number 4 this week, Vetoed of the Cinderella Story Overdrive gets a clutch double kill with a shotty to stop the Team Liquid comeback.
Shotty to the body, gets one, gets the double kill, huge plays, and they get the secure.
That should be game. At number 3, Lethal makes his point for being better than his friendly rival APG by nearly securing an overkill of his own.
Frustrated about that. That's keeping Juicy Fruit out of the game for an extended period of time. Should pretty much be a confirmation on the kill there.
Over, surely.
Potential, no, not yet.
Coming in at number 2, it's APG once again as he clutches up in a 1 versus 2 on Altitude Breakout. And players from Overdrive now can just essentially run at APG. They have
Yeah, no,
completely pinned.
they can run at APG, but he still has the battle rifle in an upward position.
Oh, that's a big kill if he gets it. Still unable to. Nothing going APG's way. Jukes left and right. APG for the two-piece double kill. Gets it. 1 versus 2.
Yep.
No problem. And rounding out our top 5 at number 1 in the tightly contested game of Colosseum CTF, Evil Geniuses came roaring back in the last minute, capped off by Roy's last-second flight cap.
The enemy flag is going to be out too, so the blue and red flag are going to be out on the red side there. A return has come through.
No, wait. Evil Geniuses, they're running the flag.
Yes,
They're
that's
running
right.
to cap the flag.
EG
Oh my God.
comes out with the victory, Ben.
Wow. He just sneaks through, and he's like, oh,
That's it.
well, that's literally it. Pulls out the scatter shot, goes for the challenge. Unbelievable play from Roy, recognizing, of course, that his flag's still yet to be returned. Look at the time, 9 seconds, flag returned. Roy runs it home for the win. A phenomenal play from Evil Geniuses to win that game. That's going to do it for this week's top 5 plays. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/Halo and MLG.tv/Halo for more Halo action.
War extracts a heavy toll from those it touches.
You are hereby conscripted into UNSC Special Project codenamed Orion 2.
Its cost cannot be measured in brass or gold.
You will do exactly what I say!
But for some, that price is higher than others.
How many dead, Deja?
But humanity isn't the enemy.
Command assembled a battle group. What they found was this object. It destroyed the Vostok in Arabia in under a minute.
Humanity is what will save us all.
This is Project Mjolnir.
soldiers are made, not born.
We're the best possible option. Your only option. Blue team is ready.
Shinobi. Who cares if you suck at the game when you look like Shinobi?
Captured by the Covenant military in the aftermath of the events of Installation 04, the Forerunner monitor known as 343 Guilty Spark managed to convince these soldiers of the truth about Halo.
Our prophets are false. Open your eyes, my brothers.
These warriors quickly defected, realizing that the entire history of the Covenant was based on a lie. Unfortunately for the Monitor, his newfound freedom was cut short when a Sangheili strike force killed the defectors and returned him to Covenant leadership. The Covenant would soon use Spark to leverage information about a newly discovered Halo installation, one which they would come to call Delta Halo. Under the command of the Hierarchs, Tartarus intended to activate this Halo ring with the Monitor's assistance.
Please use caution. This reclaimer is delicate.
But upon his arrival at the ring's control room, the brute chieftain was assaulted by a Sangheili assassin known as the Arbiter. This event would lead to the end of Tartarus's life and deliver Guilty Spark into the hands of humanity. When the Prophet of Regret fled from Earth on October 20th, 2552, the UNSC frigate In Amber Clad trailed close behind. Several days later, it would arrive near Delta Halo. On the surface of this new installation, the UNSC and Covenant forces would once again collide, tearing a hole into the heart of the ring's quarantine zone and eventually coming into contact with the devastating parasite known as the Flood. The UNSC presence all but eliminated, Sergeant Avery Johnson and Commander Miranda Keyes fought against the Covenant forces which were attempting to activate the ring, forging an uneasy alliance with the Sangheili warrior known as the Arbiter. When a Covenant civil war ignited across Halo and in their holy city of High Charity, both the humans and the Arbiter recognized that the Flood could not be allowed to escape under any circumstance. It was at that time that the Arbiter would quickly call together a contingent of faithful Sangheili, the newly formed Fleet of Retribution. An accomplished warrior and the catalyst which led to the Covenant Civil War, Thel Vadami faced off against the leader of the Jiralhanae, Tartarus, in Delta Halo's control room. This event would become a defining moment in Covenant history, ultimately leading to the standby activation of all Halo rings. With direction from 343 Guilty Spark, Thel would learn of the Ark, now the only place where the Covenant could activate the Halo array. But the release of the Flood from Delta Halo would put these plans on hold. It was then that the Arbiter met with his ally, Urtas Vadami, a commander who once served within his fleet. Leading the Fleet of Retribution with the assault carrier Shadow of Intent, Urtas and his Sangheili soldiers rendezvoused with the Arbiter and their newfound human allies. Together they formulated a plan for sterilization and quarantine. They, along with any capable Sangheili-controlled ships, would cauterize the surface of Delta Halo through orbital bombardment, destroying anything which attempted to slip away. On November 3rd, 2552, Guilty Spark remained behind with this fleet, coordinating the critical containment efforts while the Arbiter, Keyes, and Johnson raced back to Earth to warn humanity and to locate the Ark. In the days which followed the Covenant's vicious internal struggle, the shipmaster known as Urtas Vadumi would orchestrate a large-scale destruction of Delta Halo's surface and the surgical elimination of any ships which attempted to escape it. After days of this extensive campaign, a single flood-infested cruiser managed to steal through their lines. Their last trajectory was Earth, the human homeworld and the location where both the Arbiter and the humans were headed. The shipmaster, ordering a portion of his fleet to pursue, would soon come to learn that not only did this ship contain the Flood, but it also held clear evidence of the Gravemind. The truth was horrific. The Flood's heightened consciousness controlled High Charity, and it was now headed toward Earth. In his own mind, the Prophet of Truth could not be stopped. While attempting to activate Delta Halo through Tartarus, the Prophet took the Forerunner dreadnought at the center of High Charity and left for Earth. He recognized that the human homeworld held a gateway which would allow passage to the Ark and ultimately full control of the Halo rings. Arriving in the Sol system on November 8th, Truth quickly learned of another human threat which had stowed away on the very ship he had hoped would keep him safe. This situation was further compounded by the fact that this particular threat had already eliminated another Prophet only days earlier. This threat was John 117, the Master Chief.
Sir, finishing this fight.
Concerned for his own safety, Truth and his local forces became preoccupied with finding and eliminating the Spartan on the vast Forerunner keyship. After exerting significant resources and believing the issue to be resolved, Truth ordered that they jump further in-system to Earth, pushing past humanity's already battered defenses. On November 17, 2552, the Spartan known as the Master Chief emerged from the shadows and was eventually forced to escape the dreadnought, falling into the dark and dense jungles of Eastern Africa. There, he would quickly reconvene efforts with Keyes and Johnson, teaming up with the Arbiter and chasing the Prophet to the Ark where Truth, the Covenant, and the Flood Parasite would eventually find their end.
Don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this all looks new and a little frightening. Today we're talking about the Halo 5 Guardians rec system, which is also new, but not frightening. You're probably wondering, just what is a rec system exactly? Well, lucky for you, I'm Chef Pretty Officer Mr. Chief Spartan 117, or Mr. Chief for short. I am the trademark avoiding and copyright tap dancing alternative to a certain other Spartan hero. Let's get started. REC is not an acronym. REC is not a pun. REC is short for requisitions, and it's how players are rewarded in Halo 5 multiplayer. Whether you're making surgical headshots in Arena or dropping into a massive battle in Warzone, you'll be earning REC points. And what do you actually requisition with these wonderful REC points? Think of REC packs like a collection of virtual trading cards. Each pack contains cards or items like assassination animations, stances, weapons, armor, visors, helmets, and vehicles. And if you open up a REC pack and find some cards that you just aren't enthused by, you can convert them to REC points. Outstanding! Halo 5 will generously bestow REC points upon you for achieving almost any level of success or engagement in any aspect of multiplayer. There are 3 types of REC cards. If you feel the burning desire to express yourself, we have cosmetic cards. These are armor, helmets, assassinations, nothing that impacts actual gameplay, but may have some negligible effect on your dating life. Just like the nightmares of reading fan fiction about myself and a certain tentacled creature, these next cards are permanent. We're talking standard loadout weapons, like the assault rifle, battle rifle, pistol, and so on. They're yours for good, just like my nightmares. Lastly, but not leastly, you have single-use cards. These are for your vehicles and power weapons, like this magnificent, perfectly crafted death delivery device.
Wait, won't REC packs with special weapons break the exquisitely refined balance of Arena multiplayer?
Secure your noise hole, soldier! Grown-ups are talking.
Damn it.
Long story short, only cosmetic REC items and boosts can be used in Arena, but everything is fair game in Warzone. In this mode, players compete in an epic 12v12 battle that will fill your heart with a mighty thunderous joy. This is a rec station. You're gonna be seeing a lot of these around Warzone maps. You can redeem your rec cards at rec stations for items like vehicles and weapons. They're like ATMs, but instead of small denomination bills, they dispense power, death, and glory.
So can't someone save up their rec cards, join a Warzone match, and spawn an uber-powerful vehicle?
Your noise hole just doesn't know when to quit. Let me provide you with a visual example to stimulate your senses. As you play a match in Warzone and get kills, capture bases, and take out AI bosses, you'll see your rec level creeping up. With each level increase, you get access to new cards. And when you redeem one of your rec cards, you'll consume some of your rec energy. Be smart and use your rec cards judiciously, because I won't be there to clean your diaper. Rec points are doled out generously as you play, so you won't need to wait long to obtain your new rec pack. But in case you have the patience of a drunken chihuahua, we've also given players the option to purchase rec packs. But you still need to level up and earn the right to use them, same as everyone else. Ow! Fine! I have been politely asked to remind you that you'll find over 1,000 recs at launch, with hundreds more coming in the 8 months following. The good people of Halo Town are committed to keeping a steady stream of unlockable content coming your way. So that's it. We know the rec system is new, and new things can be scary. But we think once you drop in and start earning points, you'll see just how rewarding the rec system really is. Hell, I've been earning rec points since this video began. Just waiting for the right time to use them. So grab your favorite weapons, jump online, and start racking up some rec points. Halo 5 Guardians. Thank you. It's been great.
Xbox One exclusive.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Halo World Championship Tour.
Shot from Walrus there.
This is the time I was talking about, the most pivotal time.
Ramirez hits the headshot on Walrus here.
Buck 20, great movement out of him as he gets aggressive. Looney has to get out of there, and he committed so much with that sniper.
Trying to stay alive here, pick up some kills, and they have done, and they've done them in the right positions as well.
The cinema does do these great children's booster seats.
Yeah,
finally!
What now?
Picking up a nice headshot.
He's going to get that with a body shot there, but it does go down.
Making plays happen, they did, but they just didn't have the teamwork to capitalize.
Already Dignitas are moving his flag.
And it looks like he's going to solidify this cap.
Mose puts the second flag in for Dignitas. Wow! Game 1 goes to Dignitas.
Picking up another kill, getting ready for the overshield, getting the double kill, Septic on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World Championship of Halo. This is live in London, and we have the grand final coming up. 3 days, 27 games, and 16 teams. And we're left with just 2 and 1 more game to go. This is for the championship. This is for everything these players have been working towards all weekend long.
He's going to start this flag run. Interestingly enough, actually not going to start. He's going to go for the quick blainer.
This is going to be a cap 1-0, Epsilon in the lead. That's going to be a return. Can Fusion do it? Fusion, big play for Fusion comes out on top. Can he get the return? Yes, he can. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2-2 in the count. We have a tie. What a matchup that we just witnessed. It is now time for the replay. Nades flying in all over the place. They know that they have to get this one out, but it won't matter because Epsilon will put it on the board.
Team has got him covered. We are at 2-1, folks.
Dignitas is looking to answer back. It's going to be
Hey, welcome to the X Games Aspen Invitational here in Aspen, Colorado. I'm Bravo, and we're coming to you live right in the center of the X Games. Now, over the course of the next few days, we're going to see the top teams from North America and Europe duking it out for X Games Gold. The competition is fierce, and the stakes have never been higher. Now, this is North America's first major live event, so the question we're all asking is who will come out on top?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Halo World Championship Tour X Games Aspen Invitation. I'm Benson, and I'm joined by Walshy at the desk. How you doing, buddy?
Doing very well. We actually got to go snowboarding here in Buttermilk just yesterday.
It was fun.
It was incredible. Got to see all the other X Games events going on. Yes. A lot more time in the snow than riding on the snow.
True. But still, we had fun nevertheless. Of course, though, we are here for some awesome Halo 5 Guardian action. And first thing we have to talk about, the first major offline event in North America.
First major live event, and this isn't much of a surprise to other teams like a CLG or EG. However, Allegiance, they are the #1 seed coming in this event, yet have not won a major live event yet. So we're going to have to see how that plays into their play style, if they're more comfortable playing at home, if they maybe get the tournament jitters. Nated has been in the scene for over 10 years and has yet to win a major live event, and what an event this could be to win.
It's great, right? I mean, if you ask him, I'm sure this is definitely on his bucket list of events he would want to win as his first. Of course, the Halo World Championship definitely going to be up there as well. But, talking about Allegiance, the #1 North American seed coming in, they've been performing so well online. It's just, can they now convert that playstyle onto a LAN event? I mean, what do you think? Can it be done?
Absolutely. This is Native's best chance in his 10-year career to win a tournament.
I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Of course, as well, we should touch on a little bit of the roster changes which have been happening.
Drama.
A lot of drama. Evil Genius is definitely a team that we should be talking about. In the past couple of seasons, they've been so successful, Walshy. Now, making that change, no more Lethal on this squad.
Well, you even need to state it better than that. You need to say Lethal left this squad.
That's true.
So before the first major live event in Halo 5 Guardians, Lethal left his championship squad, the back-to-back HCS Season 1 and Season 2 winners. So that's a bold move, because Lethal could either have made the best choice of his career and help make CLG stronger and walk away with gold medal, walk away with the Halo World Championship, 800,000 plus prize pool. However, he could also look like a huge fool if he left the squad that has never lost a scrim, that has never lost a major live event in any recent history. He could look very bad.
I mean, we were lucky enough to actually watch that matchup in the 5th North American Online Qualifier. CLG did come out on top, so Lethal for now seemed to make the right choice, but of course, it's going to be a little bit different when we see it this weekend, potentially at least. And then talking about EG as well, the new 4th, so much pressure filling in for Lethal Shoes.
Yeah, I was doing a short interview with ESPN, and they gave me my few players to watch. I said Nated for sure, coming to Allegiance, could get his first victory. Lethal, because he's the one that kind of started this whole roster mania scenario. And lastly, I chose Commonly. Now, this is an interesting one, because all these other players, all these other top players in the top echelons of Halo, I can name. I don't know Commonly's first and last name. However, he is on Evil Geniuses, heralded as one of the best esport organizations in the world.
I mean, there's such big pressure on his shoulders. I expect him to do very well, though, this weekend. I don't think it's going to be too much pressure. I mean, when he looks to the left and right inside that booth, he's going to see such veterans of the Halo scene that I think it should settle him down a little bit.
Snipedown said it best. He says, Commonly got the opportunity that I had in 2008. What he's referencing to is when Snipedown got invited to join Straight Ribbon, one of the top squads. Snipedown shined. He just played his absolute best, and they ended up winning the national championship that year.
Pretty impressive, that's for sure. But let's take a look at this weekend's schedule. Of course, tons of Halo 5 action coming at you this weekend. Starting, of course, today, 2 matches per group will be played. Then tomorrow, all the remaining group matches will be played, which means Saturday is where it gets extremely exciting. We have the semifinals, the bronze medal match, and, of course, the gold medal matchup. Sunday, this is where I'm actually super excited, because we have the athlete match, then we have the all-star match, and Walsh, you're involved in that.
Just to be clear, I'm not going to be playing the All-Star match.
Unless you want to try and make some
like 10 years
WrestleMania.
ago, I could have been playing an All-Star match. But I will be coaching along with Elamite, and
a little bit of versus going on there. Who's the better coach?
I think I'll let the results speak for themselves. As we know, I'm not much of a trash talker. I would never say anything controversial before or after a match.
No, of course not. Anyway, let's take a look at today's schedule in a little bit more detail. Kicking things off on the stream, of course, will be Team Allegiance versus Epsilon, the #1 North American seed going up against the #1 UK team. Then following that, of course, CLG versus Penta Sports, Renegades versus Team Liquid at 5:30 p.m., and Evil Geniuses versus Dream Team to close out today's action. Of course, it is worth mentioning this is an accelerated schedule, so as soon as one match is done, the next one will begin. So I'd get your popcorn ready because today is going to be a great day.
Absolutely incredible matches all weekend long. I'm most looking forward to the Renegades versus Team Liquid. I think that is going to be, it's going to be a barn burner. They're going to be gunning for each other. I mean, you look at some of the past that happened over the last month or so, where Ninja got released from Liquid. He joined up this Renegade squad. They had this member, which was Stellar, or they had Comley, who left, and now they had to replace with Stellar. So they just had a lot of team drama, yet they've still been thriving. They've done very successful in the last 2 online qualifiers, and I expect them to come up.
The last time those two met, Renegades actually swept Liquid. So Liquid definitely going to have to try and prove a point today. But we should talk about the tournament format. For some of the newer people out there watching Halo 5 Guardians Competitive for the first time, let's break down exactly how the X Games Invitational is going to work. Of course, we've invited the top 6 North American teams based on points after the 3rd HWC North American Online Qualifier. Then we have our 2 European teams, which were also invited. So we put the 8 teams split into 2 groups of 4. Each team plays all other teams in their group. Top 2 teams from each group advance to a single elimination bracket. Group play, this is the best part. Best of 5, bracket play, best of 7. So much Halo action.
Yes, and also missing out of there is there will be no breakout here at this event.
Good point. Good point.
So do you want to explain how that happened?
Oh, it was interesting. Of course, we all saw the official ruling and all the forum posts from the guys over at 343. But then when it came to the X Games, everyone was a little bit kind of wary of just immediately removing it. So the captains of each team actually had a vote. And of course, as you can tell by now, the official majority vote was no breakout X Games.
Yeah, and that's a tough decision to make because, you know, some of these top squads here are incredible at breakout.
Very
you know,
good at
they've been practicing it for weeks on end coming to this event, but they determined that they would prefer to play an objective game over breakout in these best of 5s or best of 7s.
It's going to be, as you mentioned, it's a little interesting seeing how that affects different teams, but we'll of course have to wait and see. Let's take a look at our teams though, as we have a look at both groups, both A and B, starting of course with Group A. Team Allegiance, we've got Renegades, Liquid, and Epsilon then there. Group B consisting of CLG, Evil Geniuses, Dream Team, and Penta Sports. But let's dissect Group A in a little bit more detail, Walshy. Starting off, of course, with Allegiance, the #1 seed, native to Spectre, L-Town, and Kratos. This squad online doing so much damage.
Yes, this is, there's no easy pool here at this tournament.
This is
you
true.
look at all the rosters here. I mean, when I think back at old tournaments throughout pool play, you think, oh, well, this team has a pretty easy pool. They should make it out guaranteed. I see no guarantees getting out of any of these pools here at X Games in Aspen.
Then, of course, you have Renegades in that group, the #4 North American seed, Ninja, Stella, Victory, and Spartan. Of course, Stella moving away from Optic Halo to join this Renegade squad. Team Liquid joining in there as the 6th seed. Then this is the team I really am keeping my eye on, Epsilon, the team from the UK. You got Buck 20, Buck 57, Jimbo, and Snipe Drone. You were actually out there, Walsh.
Yes,
in the UK. Tell me a little bit about this squad.
I was out in London 2 weeks ago at the Gfinity, the Halo World Championship qualifier, and originally, I just started to think, I was like, oh, the only reason Epsilon is so good is they just have, you know, better teamwork and better strategy than their other European counterparts. However, after watching them play their European counterparts, no, that's not the case. They are not only better with their teamwork and with their communication and their strategy, they are ridiculously talented individually. I've never seen so many incredible no-scopes and perfect kills from players such as Jimbo and Snipe Drone.
That makes it very exciting. Now, obviously, the question a lot of people are going to be asking, though, is there a massive difference between the UK playstyle of Halo 5 and the North American playstyle?
I believe the UK playstyle has emulated the North American playstyle quite a bit. So you're going to see small differences, but for the most part, it's just going to be very similar flag routes and similar ways to hold down setups on strongholds.
Of course, that will be the first game of the day, the #1 North American seed going up against the #1 UK seed. But before we get there, let's dissect Group B in a little bit more detail. Of course, this one consisting of Counterlogic Gaming, Evil Geniuses in there as well, Dream Team, and Penta Sports. Of course, we talked a little bit about CLG making that roster change. No Ogre 2 here at X Games. Crazy not to have him here, but Lethal taking that spot.
Yes, that is one of the craziest moves. I mean, we're going to see if it pays off, and I think this is going to be the best chance to see, because I would argue that whatever squad wins here at X Games is favored to win at the Halo World Championship Finals.
It's a bold statement, but I would have to agree. You know, getting this live tournament experience is going to be so valuable for them. And then, of course, Evil Geniuses. Speaking about experience, I mean, this is a team stacked of it. And then you look at Commonly, who, as you said earlier on, has been given this fantastic chance now.
It's the opportunity of a lifetime. You think about any competitive Halo player trying to grind up through the ranks, to get a shot at joining a squad such as like Evil Geniuses or a CLG, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because we've seen how well Evil Geniuses have done in the past. And if EG was to place super low, like let's say they take 5th or 6th place, which is very uncommon for a squad like Evil Geniuses, who else do you have to blame? Right. I mean, you're not going to blame
all the fingers are going to be pointing at one person, right?
Yes. So on the flip side of that, though, this is the opportunity that he would love to have, because he gets a chance to shine.
Right.
We could see Commonly rise to the very top and help EG and be that X factor to help them win X Games Aspen.
I am keeping my eye on Dream Team, though, from Group B, because I think they could be a team who maybe come out and just make it a little bit of an upset.
You know that CLG and EG are most focused on each other. They've been studying each other's starting strategies and different ways to break setups. You know they aren't studying Dream Team.
Right.
They are not. They are focused on each other. So that could play a huge factor, as you said, because Dream Team could catch one of these squads off guard.
Now let's take a look at what our teams are going to be competing for. Of course, we're here at the X Games, so there's one thing on every player's mind. X Games Gold, Walshy. I know you're kind of salty just a little bit that you never had the chance to compete at X Games and play for that gold medal. But, I mean, what a chance it is for these guys.
Oh, absolutely. The prize money is just a little icing on the cake. I would gladly give up one of my larger prize pools that I've won in the past to walk away with X Games gold medal.
Of course, and then second place will walk away with silver, and third place bronze medal. And as you said, there is a little bit of cash on the line as well. 15,000 for first place, 10,000 for second place, and 5,000 for third place. But the bigger prize pool, which is on everyone's mind, of course, is the HWC prize pool, and it's only getting bigger, Walshy. It's stacked right now at $2 million. And as we said, it's only getting bigger thanks to crowdfunding.
Yes, so for those unfamiliar with the crowdfunding, is when you buy rec packs, like myself, part of that purchase goes straight towards the world prize pool. So I've, I
probably bought a lot of rec packs.
Yeah, 16th place can say thank you, Walshy, for building up the prize pool.
I'm excited to see exactly how big that prize pool gets, because it's growing every single day. But as we mentioned, lots of North American teams here, 6 to be precise. We should take a quick look at exactly how those North American teams got here. In the first North American Online qualifier for the Halo World Championship, 314 teams battled it out for the initial batch of HWC Pro points and a $1,000 first place prize. Team Overdrive, the Cinderella story of the tournament, led by King Nick, upset fan favorite Team Liquid 2-0 for a top 4 placement. Overdrive would then fall to Team Envious, who would go on to face Evil Geniuses in the grand finals. The boys in blue were no match for their counterparts and fell 0-3 to EG, continuing Evil Geniuses' dominance from HCS Seasons 1 and 2.
But he has to just, there you go, juggle that one forward. This could very well be GG.
Oh, so close.
And look right there, you have Roy, who's going to be in a position to make it happen, as well as Lunchbox, and that will do it, folks. Game over. EG goes up 3-0, not only in this game, but 3-0 in the series.
EG just showing us why they are the dominant force. Congratulations to them. Evil Geniuses seem to be unstoppable going into the second online qualifier. However, we'd find out that wasn't the case, as EG and other top teams were given a run for their money. Team Leftovers, led by Halo veterans Cloud and Victory X, wanted revenge on EG after previously falling to them early on. In their semi-final matchup, things seemed to be going EG's way after an incredible Strongholds comeback. However, Team Leftovers was not shaken, as the series would go the distance to a deciding Game 5. Empire Slayer came down to the wire, but Leftovers would ultimately come out on top, shocking everyone. The position, he is able to pick up points. It's a one-kill game. He falls 49-48. Next kill will win, and they are able to get it as well. Leftovers defeat Evil Geniuses in today's semi-final. What an incredible game! On the other side of the bracket, Allegiance met up with CLG, and after a crazy Game 4 and altitude breakout, Allegiance took the series 3-1, pulling off yet another major upset. Going into an unexpected grand finals, it was now a battle of the underdogs. Allegiance would go up 1-0 after a nail-biting end to Game 1 on Truth CTF, and would continue to steamroll leftovers in the next 2 games. After a convincing 3-0 victory, Naded and crew proved they are a force to be reckoned with. Throws out the grenade, that's not going to be enough to pick up the kill, and he will get tagged from the right-hand side, top camo. Unfortunate positioning from him, and that's going to force a 2 versus 1. Commonly was in the 1 versus 3. This could be a huge clutch from him, but it is not going to come out. And Allegiance, as Walshy called, will pick up the 3-0 in today's grand final, walk away with 5,000 points each, and of course, $1,000 for their efforts. In the third North American Halo World Championship Online Qualifier, teams continued to battle for a trip to the North American Regional Finals. For the second week in a row, Evil Geniuses were upset before the grand final, this time falling to Winter Fox in the round of 16. EG did not have an answer to Winter Fox's ruthless aggression as Ryan Uben Arcanum led the way with smart teamwork and team shooting. Winter Fox would end up falling in the next round, however, to Team Liquid, who met up with CLG in the semi-finals. Both teams were trying to reach their first grand final. CLG went up 2-0 quickly in the series, but Liquid wouldn't go away quietly. Thanks to a ridiculous 1v3 by Ninja, Liquid were able to take Gambol Breakout 5-2, trying to pull off a reverse sweep. Now, this is just going to come down to whose shot is better. Snakebite with a couple of shots on. Get a shaky. He's going to get tagged up. Gets the D-scope. And just like that, the kill comes in. However, CLG would close out the series 3-1 with a 100-45 win on Empire Strongholds. They would await the winner of Elevate, the surprise team of the tournament, and last week's victor, Allegiance. Elevate had set home leftovers and Envy to get to the semi-finals, but Allegiance, led by Naded, were too much for the Red Rebellion. Allegiance would sweep the series 3-0 and book their ticket to their second consecutive grand final. With CLG trying to take home their first qualifier and Allegiance trying to repeat as champions, it was sure to be a slugfest. 2 online qualifiers later on this month. Naded kind of trapped in a corner there, somehow does escape with his life. They just need 1 kill. It's finally going to come in. I believe it was the sword as well. 50-41. A fantastic performance again from Naded. 19 kills, 10 assists. The final kicked off on the Rig Strongholds, with Allegiance setting the tone early with a 100-61 victory. Shifting to Eden Slayer for Game 2, this one would go all the way to time, as CLG edged out the win 47-46, tying up the series at 1 apiece. Snakebite and company would take Coliseum CTF 3-1 as well, putting CLG 1 win away from 5,000 HWC Pro points and $1,000. On Altitude Breakout, both teams would trade rounds back and forth, going the distance to round 10. Tied 4-4, CLG would clutch up and be crowned champions for the third North American HWC Online Qualifier. He needs to be quick, but we saw earlier on CLG choke a moment just like this. Shots go down on Frosty. He's forced to give up that flag momentarily and focus on the kill. Kratos running out of time. The flag is being pulled. He's going to have to go for a couple of Kobe nades, but it doesn't matter. The flag is going to be running, and CLG will be your tournament champions. Congratulations to them picking up the third North American Online Qualifier. With only 2 qualifiers left to secure a spot at the NA Regionals, desperation mode began to set in going into qualifier number 4. On the top half of the bracket, Ninja would get his shot at revenge in the quarterfinals versus Team Liquid and cash in. Renegades would defeat Liquid in a convincing 2-0, advancing to face off against Allegiance in the semis. They tried to conquer the number 1 overall seed, even forcing a deciding Game 5. However, Naded and company were too much to handle for the new squad, and Allegiance would advance to their 3rd straight grand finals. Speaking of new squads, Envy would meet up with Evil Geniuses, who would face the same fate as Team Liquid, losing 0-2 and exiting qualifier number 4 in the quarterfinals. Full out, grenades coming flying through. He knows they're in there, doesn't matter. Someone else picks up that final kill, 50-32. EG would go on to defeat CLG in the semis after a nail-biting ending to Game 4 Fathom CTF. It's so Frosty, the man we've been following for the past couple of qualifiers. Can he do it? 5 seconds, time is ticking. Can he get the flag to the winner? No, he falls. The flag is right in the base. It's not going to go in. I can't believe it. CLG so close to capping it, but Evil Geniuses deny right at the last second. With both teams trying to secure their second qualifier win, the series was tightly contested and did not disappoint. EG took games 1 and 3, while Allegiance took games 2 and 4. With everything hanging in the balance, Plaza Slayer would decide who would walk away 5,000 HWC Pro points healthier and $1,000 richer. EG maintained a decent lead for most of the map, but as the kills started to near 50, Allegiance made their decisive push for the game, knotting things up at 49-49.
Will surely be coming in. It is coming in. Evil Geniuses. They're going to go for the hard challenge. It's a tie game. 49-49. It literally couldn't be closer. And Allegiance take it. 50-49. EG maybe a little too aggressive through Hotel. They will pay the price as Allegiance get lucky with some grenades.
By the end of the 5th North American Online qualifier, 15 teams would clinch their spot at the regional finals. Multiple rosters would undergo team changes, sparked by Lethal leaving EG and replacing Ogre 2 on Counter Logic Gaming. Without asking for a better storyline, EG and CLG would clash in the semi-finals. CLG would jump out to a quick 2-0 lead in the series after convincing wins on Plaza Strongholds and Eden Slayer. Refusing to go down quietly to the man who betrayed them, EG would take Coliseum CTF and Altitude Breakout to force a Game 5 between the two rivals. With the possibility of being reverse swept, CLG would knuckle down on the Rig Slayer, proving for now that Lethal made the right choice.
Kill away from victory in the semi-final and confirming that second seed, and Royal 2 turns the corner with the BR. He is going to connect with the kill, and the win goes to CLG. Congratulations to them.
On the other half of the bracket, reigning champions Allegiance met up with Team Liquid. After finally making it back to the semi-finals for the first time since qualifier number 3, Allegiance would crush any hope of them making it any further, and took the series 3-0, marking it 4 straight grand final appearances for the number 1 seed.
Allegiance flag, he is doing such a good job aggressively. Meanwhile, that flag is being pulled, and that will be the win. Fantastic plays from Allegiance to turn that around in the closing minutes.
In a rematch of the finals from qualifier number 3, CLG tried to replicate their performance against a much stronger, much more composed Team Allegiance. The two juggernauts would trade the first 2 maps, leaving the series knotted up at 1-1 going into Eden Strongholds. CLG seemed to have things all wrapped up after a 100-79 win in Game 3. However, Naded and company would take Game 4 Gamble Breakout 5-2, setting up a Coliseum Slayer to decide it all. CLG would ultimately take out Allegiance 50-39, winning their second qualifier out of 5 and their first with new addition Lethal. This new squad looks extremely deadly, showing dominance and resilience. Be sure to tune in to the 2016 Winter X Games to see how these top teams perform on LAN for the first time in Halo 5 Guardians, as the road to the 2016 Halo World Championship continues.
Of course, Walshy, we've seen so much action coming in from our North American teams. Of course, that's the 5th qualifier. We still have the last chance qualifier left for a team to clinch that 16th spot for the Halo World Championship. But in terms of all the teams we've seen, Allegiance, clear. Number 1 seed. They look so good. But the last qualifier, CLG, as we saw, did manage to just pit them to the post.
Yeah, regardless, Allegiance is the story to go with out of that recap. 4 of the last 5 qualifiers, they were in the finals. That's very convincing. The fact that you wouldn't want to say barely lost to CLG, but the whole point is they put up a fight, and it's going to be a barn burner here.
That's for sure. We should take a look, of course, at the caster predictions, as casters sat down, made our predictions, and speaking about Allegiance being that number 1 seed, it's surprising because only Bravo actually has them walking away with X Games Gold, and if you take close attention to the seeds, he may have actually just followed all the seeds. I'm not pointing fingers, Bravo, but you should be a little bit more
did Bravo even turn in a prediction? Did you just say, like,
whatever the seeds are, we'll just go with that. Looking at myself and you, we both have an Evil Geniuses CLG final. Elamite he chose for Team Liquid in that grand final, no surprises there. But he has CLG winning, I have CLG winning. You have Evil Geniuses. What's your thought process there?
My thought process is that Evil Geniuses have won the last 2 HCS season final events, and they've proven themselves as the dominant team at the majority of the live events. So until proven otherwise, even though this is Halo 5 and we haven't had a major live event yet, I still feel like EG has to lose a live event before I can rank them below first.
Of course, and then you have Allegiance placing 3rd, so they will be walking away with that bronze medal, hopefully, if you're correct. Because it is pretty competitive between us casters in town. We want to make sure that we do get our predictions spot on. 5th through 8th, though, is pretty much identical with everyone. So we're expecting to see, obviously, Evil Genius and CLG cruise through that group. Of course, they are in the same group, though, so we will get to see that matchup that everyone wants to see. And I can't wait for that matchup, man. Just the sheer trash talk I'm expecting to hear is just going to be great. It really is. But in terms of the matchup we're going to see first on stream, of course, it's going to be the #1 North American seed, Allegiance, going against the #1 UK seed, Epsilon. And in terms of how this is going to play out, Walshy, is it really going to be Allegiance asserting their dominance in this series?
I have to say yes. I wouldn't be surprised if Epsilon is able to take a game off Allegiance.
Okay.
But at the same time, if I'm a betting man, I would say this is going to be an Allegiance 3-0 victory.
Wow, that's certain. That they're going to dominate that badly?
I mean, it's hard to argue that the North American talent pool is just a bit larger because we've had the Halo scene for so much longer.
Of course.
My first Halo tournament was in 2002. 14 years ago.
That's
kind of ridiculous to think about.
Yeah, that's a really long time ago. But yeah, you are right, of course. Looking at it, though, I'm hoping Epsilon can try and steal, make the series a little interesting, because they have traveled all the way to X Games from the United Kingdom, so hopefully we get to see them put up a little bit of a fight at that. But let's take a look at the series layout. Gives a little bit more information on how this could potentially pan out. I know we're going to be starting things off. Of course, we should mention no breakout as well.
No breakout.
Starting things off, Truth CTF, then Eden Slayer, Empire Strongholds, Coliseum CTF, and the Rig Slayer. Now, talking about the fact there is no breakout, which one of these sides do you think it could affect potentially more?
Oddly, I feel like it affects both of these squads equally. Allegiance is a very strong breakout squad. Elamite pointed out to me the other day, I believe it was the second North American online qualifier, where the semifinals and the finals, Allegiance didn't win a single objective game, meaning in those 2 best-of-5s, they won 2 Team Slayer games and a breakout game in order to win those series.
Right.
So that's, it goes to show that Allegiance is a very good squad breakout. However, at the same time, Epsilon is so strong. I believe when I was talking to one of the Bucks, they said they had not lost a single breakout game in any of their online qualifiers.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So the fact that we're not going to see that makes those objective game types even more interesting now. So we'll have to obviously keep our eyes out for. But you said Swift 3-0. Now looking at the maps and game types, do you still agree with that prediction?
Yes. I mean, Truth CTF, you have to give towards Allegiance. I mean, of course, arena-style, symmetrical map like Truth, every player is familiar with.
Right.
It's been since Halo's inception, since you played Wizard in Halo CE and Midship in Halo 2 and so on and so forth. So every Halo player is going to be very familiar with these style of maps. However, I just have seen how strong Allegiance is at this game type, and I expect this first game to, maybe they'll give up 1 cap, but I expect to be probably a 3-1 cap.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to stay tuned for that one. That was going to be starting up very, very shortly. But massive shout out to you, Walshy. You did some pretty awesome work, some keys to victory for both these two teams. Starting off with Allegiance. So you managed to, or you wrote out rather, don't underestimate any team. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get hype. Bring Nated his first LAN victory. Talk me through these victories.
Yeah, I'd love to elaborate. Don't underestimate any team. And this is the perfect match to demonstrate that because, of course, Allegiance is focused on the CLGs or EGs that they have to play later in brackets, assuming they make it out of pool play. However, the Epsilons and Dream Teams, those are the squads that can catch them off guard. So this is, coming in as the #1 seed, you can't underestimate any of these squads. They're all here for a reason. The top 8 teams here at Aspen X Games. Second one is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Allegiance has won the majority of downline layers. They're coming as the #1 seed, so obviously their strategy and their teamwork is working. Don't change it. Play their exact same playstyle that they've been playing at all these online layers. And lastly, Nated has not won a major live event in his 10 years of competing. Get Nated hyped. He is one of the strongest players when he is on fire. At the same time, he can be detrimental if he is not calling out and not in the zone. So get Nated hyped.
That's definitely going to be key. Let's take a look at Epsilon's key to victory, starting off, of course, with a pair of twins that a lot of people will know, the Buck twins. And you came up with the worst pun for this. Sorry, Walsh, I have to say.
I like
the Buckingham Guards.
The Buckingham Palace Guards.
It's the Royal Guards. We discussed this before.
Either way.
I'm not going to go into detail, but the Buckingham Guards, objective efficiency, and the drone zone. Walsh, talk me through these points.
So the Buck twins are the 2 ideal teammates you would like to be you'd like to have in your squad. They do all the dirty work. They do not care about the stat screen. Yeah, They're very selfless. I was talking to Buck57. He said, I would rather win the game and go -20 rather than lose the game and go +50. And that's the exact mindset you need in a team player. The best quote I can think of is from the wrestling coach Jay Robinson, where he said, "Great teams are made possible by unselfish and disciplined individuals who are more concerned about team results rather than personal ones." And that's what you get out of the Buck twins. Secondly, objective efficiency. They're all great players on Epsilon. However, when you try to compare them toe-to-toe as far as shooting skill with someone like CLG or like Nated, I don't think they can hold up. So they are going to have to make the most of the kills that they get. They can't go kill for kill and not get more caps.
Right,
so they have to expect to be able to go negative in objective games and still somehow win those. Lastly, the drone zone. Give him some breathing room. That's what the Bucks are there for. Let him go off the sniper.
And of course, you guys at home can vote on who you think is going to win this matchup, as you can throughout all the matches this weekend. It's very simple. Just tweet out the hashtag, I believe it's on your screen right now, perfect timing, hashtag HaloWC, and the hashtag of the team you think is going to win, hashtag Allegiance, hashtag Epsilon, and it's pretty convincing, 79% going with the #1 North American seed right now.
Can't be surprised at that result.
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. You said it's going to be a 3-0. As much as I would love to see, my UK pals come out and do it for England, I just don't think it's going to happen. I'm sorry. I think it's going to be a 3-0 Allegiance. They look so good. #1 North American seed, as we said. We've seen them just do some fantastic things online. And I think when we talk about this matchup, this is so important for both these two teams. They're here at X Games. They're both going to be extremely nervous, Walshy. So this is a good match, especially for Allegiance, just to kind of settle down a little bit, try and relieve a couple of those nerves.
Yes, and we're going to jump on board with the man we highlighted earlier, Nated, who I would argue is the team captain of Allegiance, who's taken down by Nated right away, jumping on with Suspector.
Of course, heading over to CTF as our #1 game. And this one, I think, could potentially be over relatively quickly, Walsh. I don't know what it is. I just think Allegiance could come out. I just got that feeling. I think Allegiance is going to come out hot, trying to show everyone exactly what they're made of.
But when we're going slay for slay right now, it looks like Epsilon's gained the better of Allegiance. And not only that, I feel like they're in the better position. You look at someone like Snipe Drone right now, who's over at the Carbine Bubble. He is blocking those essential spawns. Just as I say that, looks like Allegiance is pulling their first flag.
Yeah, I don't think they managed to go too far, as interesting. We'll stay in this map, of course. There's Snipe Drone, and as you mentioned, such a fantastic play. Just give him some breathing room. But here, the flag is finally being pulled in. It's going to be Nated. Managed to get it out the base, not too far. Now needs some teammates just to try and figure out they can try and pull that flag once again. It looks as if it will be picked up. Some nice covering from L-Town, and he will need to win this 1v1.
Epsilon is not giving up this flag, though. At first, I thought this was a guaranteed flag for Allegiance, just because they have three members down of Epsilon. They take
Jimbo, what shot that is, but flag does go in. So Allegiance, #1 North American seed, 1-0 up already. And now the question is, are they potentially going to go for a second? Are they going to try and relay? No, it doesn't look like it. Jimbo, though, from Epsilon, he wants to try and go for a counter gap.
Yes, and that is exactly the play you need to do right now. And Jimbo doing a great job, at least trading damage, hopefully stopping that recov, but I think it was too little, too late. We are jumping on with Buck 20, who is still on the flank.
Yeah, some fantastic positioning, able to put a lot of shots down. Spots the enemy flag carrier, but needs to turn around. It will be Suspector behind him. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. Suspector manages to shut him down, and now, question is, where is that flag?
I don't see it anywhere. I believe it's been recovered.
Yep.
So looks like we're back on even ground, but is this surprising to you at the start? I mean, it looks like Epsilon is holding their own, especially when it comes to individual fights.
Right. And they're doing a good job, as you mentioned at the very beginning of the game, in terms of slaying. All going a little bit even. They got a little bit unfortunate with that first flag. Not able to get that recover, despite some fantastic shots coming out from Epsilon as they pushed heavy for it. Of course, Camo is up, and Jimbo will have that. That's going to be at 9:46, so we'll see that up in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, great timing by both these squads. For those unfamiliar with the Camo power-up, it gives you 45 seconds of invisibility, and it comes up 2 minutes after it's picked up. So we'll try to look back around the 7:45 mark and see who can acquire that.
57 goes down over to Buck 20, his twin brother. Looking to just try and stay alive, wait for that shield to regen. Needs a little bit of support from his team here. As in fact, he actually may just push straight towards the flag, put a little bit of pressure on Allegiance. Will have to win one gunfight. Decides, nope, doesn't want to challenge it just yet. Wait for that shield to fully regen once again.
Allegiance just seems to have the perfect separation of players, knowing exactly where they should have players at. Because right now, they have one on defense, and that cross-map fire from Nated. Let's jump on board with Suspector, who has run the flag over towards Pink 1. This seems to be the favored route for Allegiance. I've seen a lot of teams seemingly like to favor Carbine, though, because what ends up happening when you run a Carbine side is you block the bubble spawn, which is the closest flag route.
That's going to be 2-0 now in this game for Team Allegiance. The second flag cap coming in from Suspector. Ran that one very, very well. Now the question is, can Allegiance set up for that third and final flag? Of course, CTF first of three flags will win.
Now, the most impressive part to me so far is it just seems like Allegiance just takes it step by step. They aren't like relying on just some random flank in order to get a flagpole. Instead, they are just slowly taking over Pink Tower, slowly seeking someone in the base. And at the same time, they also are somehow holding their own. You notice so many times where we've seen L-Town sitting up in their window, waiting for a member of Epsilon to try to sneak by, and he gets help from Pink to take him down.
Kratos going big defensively, able to shut down Buck 20. Recognizes the second player will be challenging. Managed to put some shots in, and Suspector will clean up Buck 57. And immediately, as soon as they get those defensive kills, what do you see, Walsh? Allegiance start pushing forward, getting that map control.
Like I said, once again, they push towards Pink Tower. They seem to favor that side. They like to just push in as a team. And same when they push out of their base, you saw how they just took their time, cleared out all the members of Epsilon, and got out.
Kratos immediately starts to backtrack after that initial wave of aggression. Was shut down by Epsilon. The flag has been pulled. It's going to be Snipe Drone who has it. Now can he try and
two members down from Bucks, both get a kill. We're going to have to see. Native's trying to pull the counter cap. Not sure if he is going the correct way, though. Yes, he is. Native's taking it towards Carbine side. So this was a great play by Native, but I don't know if it'll be enough, because what Native did was he said, I'm going to get a distraction.
It's going to be returned. It is. And there we go. Epsilon get their first flag of the game, reducing that deficit now just down to 1. But of course, they need to be careful, because if Allegiance do cap one more, that's game 1 over.
Just so many great plays there. Native with the great counter pull, trying to run towards Carbine side to be a distraction, but Epsilon not falling for that trick. They send the perfect amount of members towards Carbine side, get the kill, get the recov, and get their first cap.
Yeah, they were so quick to react to that as Snipe Drone now being forced to play a little defensive, has that shot on Native, makes for the headshot, needs to be cautious here though, because he is pretty weak, and that's exactly what I expected. Suspector comes in, cleans up to Buck 57 now for the trade though, and no Buck 57 on the screen now, he will fall. L-Town managed to clean that up, and you're starting to see Allegiance once again while she get a little bit more aggressive.
They just take their time. It seems like Epsilon just is a bit too much stuck in the base. I like this flank by Jimbo. Jimbo realizing that Allegiance has Pink Tower constantly. So what he did, he went towards Carbine, pushed towards top center and tried to get a good flank, was eventually taken down though.
That may have just bought his teammates enough time though to reposition themselves and play for that return.
I don't like this play by Buck 20. I feel like he should have pushed through Carbine side and got to the opponent's base. I mean, he did get one kill, but in the end, taken down. He could have had that counter pull.
The flag, of course, is still alive. We'll see if Buck 57, in fact, counter pull now coming in. Can Buck 57 try and support this? Has a teammate below. He is going to be pretty weak. Suspector cleans him up, but 20 was able to pick up the kill on Native. Now over to L-Town, who has the Epsilon flag. Waited to see if his teammate can try and recover that flag. Doesn't look like anyone is in a position to do so just yet. Epsilon hanging on, but right now, Allegiance outslaying.
Yeah, and it looks like Epsilon needs to play some heavy defense right now, get a few kills, and get back to almost even ground, because right now, Allegiance has not only a flag back at their base, but they're also up a member. So when you're in a situation of stalemate, what happens is if you're even in numbers, you want to just see what kind of picks you can get and then go from there. However, if you're down numbers, you play 100% defense. You don't get greedy and try to send some flanker out to get some miraculous kill/recovery.
It's going to be Jimbo who has that flag for Epsilon right now. As L-Town more than happy just to play defensive. And speaking of Jimbo, needs to win that, gets double kill. Fantastic play. That's just going to hold off the Allegiance push. And now we may actually see Epsilon start to get a little bit of map control here and potentially put this flag in.
That's exactly what Epsilon needed to do. They played pure defense, realizing they were down numbers. However, they got 2 kills and immediately pushed across the map.
They're pretty much deja vu from the opposite side now. A little bit of a stalemate. Of course, still plenty of time to play. 4 minutes, 54 seconds left. And as it stands, it is Allegiance who are starting that little bit of a push. As you suspect to pick up Snipe Drone. And Jimbo getting a little bit worried. Has Buck 57 one-shot bottom blue. And Jimbo really needs to be careful here. Actually decides to drop that flag. They need to slay out.
That was a great play to drop that flag for a split second. When you are spotted with the flag, you have an icon directly over your head. So what Jimbo does, and that was a big mistake, actually lifting up that second time.
I think the flag did drop back down, and there is still Buck 57 there, but he's going to fall. That's going to be Kratos, and you see in the player webcam, he's not happy with that at all, and everyone from Epsilon is falling. Will the flag be returned? I believe it will. There it is, and the flag cap goes in as well. So Allegiance, #1 North American seed, come out and take map #1. You called it. You said it was going to be a 3-1. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, but that score definitely showed that Epsilon has some life. I'd love to see what the stats are here from this past game and see who was, outslaying, because I feel like Epsilon was pretty heavily outslayed, yet they did a decent job with objective efficiency.
Yeah, very, very good job there. But as you rightfully called, you said you expected it to be a 3-1. That's exactly what it was. What can Epsilon maybe do a little bit differently now? Now that we've seen them, both play one map, what can they do maybe differently?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like I feel like Epsilon's a bit too much on the defensive. So that one time I highlighted Buck 20's play where Buck spawned up in the bubble, and instead of pushing towards the opposing base where two of his teammates went and get a counter pull, instead he went towards his, he went back towards his flag, and it just feels counterintuitive because even if he runs into a member of Allegiance or even if he gets the flag stop, he doesn't have the support of the rest of his team. So Buck, they just all need to be on the same page and say, guess what? We're going to run a counter flag. We're going to cover our flag, and then when we get the opportunity, all push across the map together and go for recovery.
So would you say that was maybe a communication breakdown, or was that maybe just a misplay on the whole team's part?
I believe that was a misplay in that exact situation by Buck 20, trying to go for a flag stop, and I don't know their exact strategy. So the whole point being is if that was their plan and saying, guess what, we already have two people at the Allegiance base, we have the flag pole, see if you can go get that recovery. But I feel like against a squad like Allegiance, you see how much they group together, that they always run the flag together and have it covered. It's not a one-person job to get that flag recovery against Allegiance.
Yeah, you're going to need to send multiple players. I mean, same can be said with Epsilon, though. You saw how many Allegiance players had to keep on flooding the Epsilon base before they were finally able to get that return. And there you can see everyone watching your vote right now. Allegiance 79%, Epsilon 21%. Still, you guys can vote on Twitter using hashtag HaloWC, and of course either hashtag Allegiance or hashtag Epsilon. But coming up next, we are going to Slayer Eden. Walshy. Now, in terms of what we just witnessed, it seemed relatively even at the beginning in terms of slays. In terms of kills, it was neck and neck between Allegiance and Epsilon. Then it kind of felt as if Allegiance pulled ahead a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, by no means did I think that Allegiance were completely out individually skilling Epsilon. It wasn't like, oh, they're clearly winning all their 1v1s and that's why Allegiance won. It was quite the opposite. I felt like Allegiance just stuck together much better. They executed raids over on the opposing base and clear out all the members and ran the flag together towards pink, where it just seemed like Epsilon were kind of on their own a bit and maybe playing a little too defensive and letting Allegiance set the pace.
So heading into Eden, what are you expecting to see?
Eden, obviously, Sniper is going to be the biggest factor. Generally, when I look at the two major power weapons on here, which are Sniper and Rockets, Sniper is the best weapon in any sort of stalemate situation because you can just get those picks across the map. You can basically have a commanding lead with all crossfire across the map. However, Rockets, when things are chaotic, they're great because you can just
fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. So I would like to see whatever team get the Sniper, try to slow it down. Whatever team has Rockets, try to speed up and get that Rockets to acquire the Sniper.
Now,
the whole point with Rockets is your whole goal is not just to get those kills, but to eventually get that second power weapon.
Right, that's exactly it. You talked about Sniper and being a fantastic sniper. It has Sniper in his name, so it's kind of... The clue is in the name, right? Like, you expect to see him do some wonderful things with the sniper rifle. And for Epsilon, I think, is it really as simple as try and get the sniper rifle in Sniper's hands and then set up and play around him? Is it that simple?
So what happens is once Epsilon has Sniper, they just have to slow down the game. One mistake that a lot of even top teams make is when one of their players has Sniper, they try to force too much action.
Right.
When in fact, you just need to let, time's on your side. Just relax. Let your Sniper get those picks.
Get in the groove of things.
Exactly.
I've seen some fantastic snipes coming in from Kratos as well throughout the online qualifiers. So I expect to see Allegiance kind of play very fast tempo, I feel. Try and maybe force Epsilon on the back foot from the very, very beginning.
Allegiance did a great job that last match of controlling the pace of the game.
Yes.
They were always pushing and aggressive when they had numbers. They were always slowing it down, waiting for the teammates to spawn when they were down in numbers. So they just did a great job, whereas I felt like Epsilon were kind of always just, it just felt like they were a step behind. They were already like, they're proactive. Exactly. They were just sitting back, waiting for Allegiance to push in, and the times that they did push out, they didn't push together.
Okay, well, let's learn a little bit more about our #1 North American seed, Allegiance. Here's a look at their player profile. The X Factor Naded, as you said, desperate for that first live event win. It's crazy to me that he hasn't been able to do so when you see how good he truly is. Pledge Allegiance, completely new roster, the Halo 5 Guardians, and they've come out and they've done wonders, Walsh.
They're incredible. If you asked before the first NA online qualifier, like who's going to win, who's going to end up as the #1 seed going into X Games or the Halo World Championship, I don't think anyone would have predicted Allegiance. You know that they have a lot of great players, but you would not have predicted them #1 above CLG or EG.
Yeah, you look at some of the teams they've been able to beat out in those online qualifiers, and it's not as if they've had blessed brackets or they've had lucky runs.
No, they've beaten all the top teams.
The best teams in the game, so you really do have to give Allegiance a lot of props. But again, back to Eden Slayer, in terms of the way we're expecting to see them play, is it just going to be keep playing at their tempo and try and force Epsilon reactive? I mean, even better question for you, Wash, is how do you counter that? If you're one of the Epsilon players and you know Allegiance are going to come out playing fast-paced, What's the mindset? How do you control the game?
Well, it's not exactly that Allegiance is going to come out playing fast-paced. You almost just have to treat it as a game of numbers. Guess what? If you get a double kill in that situation, make sure you're all pushing, trying to press that advantage even further and get those spawn kills on the other two members, and just try to keep that spawn cycle always in your favor.
Well, game 2 will be loading up. As we said, it's going to be Slayer on Eden. And the weapons to look out for, of course, sniper rifle and rockets. Kick things off. Who do you want to watch first?
I want to go with the man who has Snipe in his name, and that's Snipe Drone. Look at that. Right off the bat, he threw a grenade, blew up those explosive barrels, and looks like he's kind of baiting it because he realizes that there's going to be a couple of members of Allegiance watching that sniper. However, this is a risky play to try to go for this now because he knows Allegiance has rockets.
That was some good shots, but not actually able to pick up that kill. Did manage to get the sniper in hand, and now we'll see exactly what he can try and do. Goes to the front, Slam Man does connect with the kill on Suspector immediately, though, spinning around. Such good knowledge of sports.
Incredible play by Snipe Drone there because he realized there was a member over at Blue Base with rockets, and he just said, guess what? I have to push out of here. I cannot wait around.
And that was the spawn I thought he was waiting for. As it was Native who spawned directly behind him and managed to clear that kill, and that will give complete power weapon control now to Allegiance. You see, L-Town has rockets, and I believe Native is the one with sniper rifle, has an SMG in his back pocket as well.
Yes, and we're going to have to see what Allegiance does to slow this down, because as soon as they slow it down and let Nade get picks, this lead could get out of control.
Just Native playing it slow, waiting for those picks. We've seen him in the online qualifiers do wonderful things with the sniper rifle, so he's definitely capable of getting some picks. In terms of the score, 8-3 in favor of Allegiance. Pretty much what we were talking about before the game started was what we expected to see as well.
And look at exactly what Nade's doing. He's creating so much distance between himself and Epsilon members. He realized that they spawned over at Blue and decided to push all the way over towards Red Base and try to get those picks at Blue Plat.
Being very, very cautious. Teammates pulling everything out. Spotted someone that immediately looks at that motion tracker, and there will be two players directly behind him, but I'm not exactly sure where they went. I think his teammate actually cleaned one of them up, and now Native recognizing, hey, I have the sniper rifle, I need to get close to my teammates.
Yep, use each weapon to its advantage. So what Native's doing is saying, guess what, I have the best long-range weapon in the game. I'm going to keep running away until I'm as far away as possible from Epsilon.
And
that keeps, it's going to rotate depending on where Epsilon's at. Now, Native has an interesting combo. The sniper shotgun combo. Now, I think this combo works better on different maps. Like, Native knows better than me, I'm sure, but it's one of the situations that Native is the most important man alive. I wouldn't be surprised to see him drop the shotgun if he gets closer to one of his teammates.
I just sneak behind Buck 20 there and pick up another kill. Extends that lead 12-7 now. Slayer first to 50, and there's the pick we expected to see on Native, ironically on Snipe Drone. Play from Epsilon that we highlighted as being a fantastic player when he gets that sniper rifle in his hands, and Native just peeking around that corner, spots the second, cleans up Buck 57.
Yes, and he's doing a great job of being aware of where a threat could be. So what he did, he realized there was someone weak over at Red Band, and he also knows that somebody has rockets by Turbine. I believe that member is Jimbo. He is not going to challenge that right away. So what Native did was got that first pick over at the fan, backed up, and looked to see if Jimbo would make a mistake and peek his head out.
See Native with that fantastic line of sight. Just waiting to see if anyone from Epsilon will get a little too giddy there, and Snipe Drone for the second time, not expecting Native to clean him out with that sniper rifle. The lead now at 6 kills.
Yeah, you have to give some credit to Epsilon, though, because during this entire time, Allegiance, for the most part, has had sniper control. And somehow, Epsilon's able to get control of rockets and keep this to a 5/6 kill game. However, that could start to get more out of control because not only does Nade have sniper, but his teammate L-Town has the second sniper.
They've managed to control both sniper rifles, and this now really is where you can see that lead start to spiral out of control. Epsilon did a fantastic job of just playing the game at the correct pace, I feel. They weren't too aggressive. They weren't being picked out by that sniper too much. But now you've given Team Allegiance 2 sniper rifles. This is not going to be an easy task.
Now, it's more so credit towards Allegiance because you notice what Native did is he rotated 3 different times. He rotated from rocket spawn over to red base to tower to blue plat. Whole point being is Epsilon kept trying to get closer to Native, and Native just was one step ahead of him.
Yeah, and you saw him pick up that shotgun for the close quarter engagement that he was expecting. He managed to get a pick with that as well. So in terms of just power weapon control, L-Town, hello, cheeky little no-scope there on Buck 20. But in terms of that power weapon control, it just has been all Allegiance. So this is something we've seen them do time and time again throughout those online qualifiers as L-Town spots one more bottom bridge. Don't think he's going to be able to clean that up. Snipe Drone was able to get the pick on Native. L-Town's trying to put on a show for X Games right now.
Yes, he says, I don't like to zoom in for my snipe kills. I'm just going to go for some flashy plays, see if I can get on the ESPN top 10 highlights this weekend.
Gonna play this one a little wiser. Doesn't try and back away. Has the BR as his secondary as well. It's worth mentioning Suspector has rocket control too. So
just look at these rotations. Yes, they're doing a great job controlling the weapons, but more so is these rotations. The reason that Allegiance is ahead by so much is because they've constantly rotated with Sniper. They never felt obligated just to stay in one spot and hold their ground. They realized, guess what? As soon as we start to lose this area, push out immediately, clear a lane, and we'll take over red base.
2 shots left in this sniper rifle for L-Town. Of course, does have that BR in the back pocket if he needs to use it, like we just saw him do. But 23-10, lead now at 10 kills. Just going to call that out to his teammate. Spots the second. Suspector still with rockets. Do bear that in mind. And again, you expect to see that rotation come through once again when those power weapons are spawning.
Yeah, the problem here for Epsilon right now is they've kind of committed to too slow of a pace of game when they don't have the power weapons. Yes, of course they attempted to try to find where the sniper was at, where Nated was at, but it just took them a little too long. Now you see multiple power weapons in the hands of Allegiance at the same time. And 30 seconds from now, not only a sniper coming up, but also rockets.
And this is where I feel Epsilon are going to need to try and make that decision, which one to go for. And it seems Book 57 being very, very sneaky and ram rockets up in 18 seconds. There will be Kratos bottom rockets, and Book 57, some shaky shots. It is pretty windy in Aspen, so do bear that in mind. Book 20 was able to trade that kill. Looks as if they've lost complete rocket control unless Sniper can go big for the squad. Suspector just melees Jimbo there, though, and it is basically all going to be down to Sniper, and he does get his hands on rockets. Can he find the line of sight now to shut down Sniper, but not able to do so quick enough?
I was surprised about that play by Sniper. He realized that he had rockets in his hands. He saw the icon on Sniper. He could have just fired that random rocket. Yeah. I don't think that would have been that bad of a play because you can always expect somebody to stand on top of power weapons, sometimes immediately. So yeah. I'm surprised they didn't go for that because now you're seeing the third sniper rifle in the hands of none other than Brett Nated Leonard.
See if he's going to be able to be just as lethal as he was when he had it in his hands the first time. That lead again starting to get a little bit bigger. 31-17. Spots someone rotating over towards Blue Base. Going to call that out to Kratos. Kratos now going to challenge. He eats a grenade straight in the face. And Book 57 did shut down Kratos here. And that's going to be terrible because Sniper is going to be completely pinned. It's going to be down to Nated to try and make an elaborate play. Goes for the no-scope. Pops the shield but can't pick the kill up. And Jimbo will walk away with the sniper rifle.
Yes, for the first time we are seeing the sniper in the hands of Allegiance. I'm jumping on a sniper drone for a second until Jimbo gets set up. Yep, jumping on with Jimbo, who now is at Blue Base. The only problem is he only has 2 bullets. It was just too little too late. I mean, new sniper will be up in about 2 minutes, but look at how much ammo Nated went through in that short period of time.
Jimbo being pretty efficient with it though. 1 shot, 1 kill so far. Pulls out a BR. Will be Suspector. Bottom rockets cleans him up for the double kill. And as he said, just 1 bullet left in that sniper rifle now. We'll see if he can pick up that final kill with it and try and reduce that deficit. As it stands, it's 34-25 game in favor of the North Americans, Team Allegiance.
It just seems like Epsilon is not focused on the correct location. A great ground pound by Jimbo, taking down Suspector.
Cheeky, like it. Managed to walk away with that melee kill, and there we go. We see a little bit of extra ammo.
I have poor eyesight. I thought that was a 0. Instead, he had actually 8 bullets in the chamber. Because I was a little surprised, yeah, because I just assumed, I was like, wow, that was only 40 seconds with Sniper. He somehow used 12 bullets? Nope, not quite the case.
Well, sniper rifle in Jimbo's hands. Goes for the no-scope, pops the shield, not going to pick up the kill. Rockets are now up, and everyone from Epsilon starting to fall. And we will see Kratos just walk up the rockets, get control of that. Of course, we'll call out sniper rifle down to his teammate, but eats a grenade to the face, and Jimbo very, very quick at picking up that kill. And you can see now a little bit of a comeback in the works. Now just down to a 7-kill deficit.
Yes, and this is a surprising score given how many power weapons that Allegiance has controlled. Only a 6-kill game, and I think we've only seen 2 sniper kills from Epsilon.
Jimbo is really starting to heat up now. You see him in the kill feed quite a lot, picking up a lot of kills. 6-kill deficit. Of course, Allegiance now just need 10 more kills before this is going to be over. Suspector firing the grenade out, landing at Book 57's feet. This is a big win for Book 20 if he's able to get it. Not going to happen. L-Town cleans that up. And that lead, once again, starting to creep forward for Team Allegiance.
If you had to ask me what was going wrong this entire game, it truly is power weapon control. Great plays by Jimbo, especially in this close range combat situations. But whole point being is we've seen I would say 75% of the power weapons in the hands of Allegiance throughout this game.
But the most important one could be the one we just saw come up right now, Sniper Rifle. The big fight is going to go for this, and if Epsilon are able to get their hands on it, they may be able to reduce that deficit. Jimbo, with someone directly in front of him, he shuts down Naded, immediately traded, though Kratos was there for the support. And the question, where is that Sniper Rifle? We have suspected with rockets, and I believe it's Kratos who has that Sniper Rifle in hand.
Yeah, that's rough. Not only did they lose Sniper, but somehow they lost their last rocket, and that went back to bite them as Suspector takes down Sniper with the rocket kill.
Let's see if Epsilon can hold on. You see, immediately the game pace just changed so drastically. Epsilon recognizing, hey, Allegiance only need 5 kills. They have both power weapons. We could be in some trouble here. They need to play as a team and try and pinch out this rocket player in the form of Kratos. Kratos, though, just firing so many free shots. No one from Epsilon able to locate exactly where he is. And at 47-38, I think you have to say this is GG.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough to come back from this deficit. It's almost insurmountable because this team like Allegiance, they're able to slow down the game so much and at least go trade kills. Like, even if all 4 members of Allegiance take it down, they're going to take down one of them. And just like that, 50-38 in favor of Allegiance.
Definitely saw a bit of life, though, coming out from Epsilon. They made a fantastic comeback. They reduced the deficit down to 5 at one point, but just weren't able to get that last power weapon cycle of control. If they had, maybe this could have been a different scoreline at the end of this game.
Well, I mean, you asked me before this game, you say, guess what? Allegiance versus Epsilon on Eden Team Slayer, and Allegiance has 5 of the 6 sniper rifles, or 4 of the 5 sniper rifles. What do you think the score is going to be? I would say that's stake central. Like, they're going to beat them 50-30 or less.
Yeah.
However, 50-38, that's a respectable score given how many power ups they had. But at this point, Epsilon isn't going for respectable. They're going for the win.
Of course. They're here to walk away, or try and walk away with X Games gold. That's why everyone is here. But there is a look at that scoreboard. You see at the end, Suspector with 16 kills, Altown 16 as well. Naded with 9, had 7 deaths.
That's a surprising amount of slays given how many snipers Nade had early on. It just goes to show the presence of Sniper on the map and what it can do, not just as far as getting picks and stuff. It's more so cutting off angles where people cannot cross map and flank the ways that they'd really like to. And so Nade is just being that constant threat across the map.
On the other side, Jimbo, of course, with 16, Snipe Drone with 10, but we did see a little bit of life there from Epsilon. I'm impressed with what we saw. Heading now next to a Strongholds Empire, because the series is over. Best of 5 worth mentioning. But Strongholds Empire, is this now where maybe we see that teamwork from Team Allegiance just be too much for Epsilon to handle?
I mean, it's seemed that way this entire series so far, so I don't see that changing in Game 3. However, one point I want to highlight is Empire Strongholds, that bottom middle pit is ground pound central. And after seeing that play that I believe Jimbo pulled off on Suspector, we could see some absolutely incredible plays in pit that could go in Jimbo's favor, but at the same time, a ground pound or 2 isn't going to be the difference in beating Allegiance's teamwork.
Definitely will help. Maybe give him a little bit of confidence. You know when Jimbo hit that, he was like, yo, you just got wrecked, bro. Like, that's going on ESPN top 10 plays for sure. But, of course, heading into Strongholds Empire, it's going to be very tough, I feel, for Epsilon. We both kind of said it would be a 3-0 so far. Everything going, or looking like that could be the ultimate case. What do Epsilon need to do, though, Walsh, if they are going to take down the Strongholds Empire? Is it all as simple as they need to have a good breakout? They need to get, control early? What is it going to be?
Well, the 2 things we saw so far, so game number 1, just not sticking together, not pushing together as much. Game number 2, power-up control. So let's put those 2 together. Epsilon is going to be needing to focus on the correct areas all together at the same time, and they're going to be needing to get control of the overshield and scatter shot.
Shield definitely going to be key, and as you mentioned, scatter shot as well, going to be very, very important in terms of controlling. As of right now, though, I feel like Allegiance, just that power weapon control we saw in Game 2 was just so strong. You never felt as if they weren't in the right position to control any of the power weapons.
Yeah, every game here, it hasn't been a blowout, but at the same time, it's never been like Allegiance had a chance of losing. It's always just sort of been like, all right, Allegiance not absolutely destroying them, but they're still up by 10 kills.
They definitely seem to have control.
Yes, they have control of the game
aspect.
almost at all time.
Even map 1 was the same.
I don't think they've been down in the game yet. Allegiance had the first cap during the Truth CTF. Allegiance went up to a 7-2 kill lead at Eden Team Slayer. Now, maybe they need to get that right start. Get that first overshield and get control of pit.
Expect to see so many grenades thrown out towards pit, though, that's for sure. Map loading up now. Empire Strongholds could be where we see the #1 North American seed solidify a 3-0 victory in their first X Games matchup. And we're going to be on board with Suspector straight off the bat. doesn't actually go straight for that OS. And OS is still actually up before actually being picked up, and it's like you knew Suspector was going to get it. It was very impressive.
I predicted it, but
nice.
no, that's a really tough one. They are all focused on Suspector, and at least Epsilon is focused on area together, almost giving Suspector the triple kill and control of Pit.
Yep, more importantly, does walk away with Pit, and Strongholds, you need 2 Strongholds to earn some points. However, someone from Epsilon has been pretty sneaky here. He rotated all the way around. You will see Suspector finally lose OS, but outshoots Jimbo. That's going to hurt.
Yes, those are the sort of fights. Like I said, even if Epsilon is outclassed slightly in 1v1 battles, you still need to win the battles that you are ahead in. So that's something that you cannot have happen if you want to walk away with X Games gold medal.
That early aggression that we wanted to see from Epsilon doesn't look like it's going to be the case, as that is going to be a triple cap inbound for Team Allegiance. Red base will be taken away from them, and Bug 57 is on Pit as well here, so maybe that aggression could actually cost Allegiance if they are to lose 2 Strongholds here, but Pit was instantly reset, so you're going to see Bug 57 have to work again to try and put some points down on this Pit. 50% now, about to be 75%, but jumps off it again. Needs to be careful, no one resets it, and immediately you just see Allegiance, that was Kratos, just immediately just jumps on and resets.
Snipe drone with the double kill, and look at this. It looks like Epsilon is finally focused on the same area together. I think that was Jimbo who got the double kill and is now trying to get Pit. So keep in mind that they're not only just getting Pit, they almost have a trip cap.
Right, it was a fantastic distraction on Pit. You saw someone actually wrap around all the way to Red base, get that cap. So they do have that advantage for now. Buck 20 picks up 1, picks up 2. The double kill for Melees. And is he thinking about potentially jumping on Pit? Maybe a little too early now.
Yeah, and that might be just him being a little overzealous, getting a little greedy, saying, I got the double kill. Maybe I can try to get this triple and get control of Pit. You need to take it inch by inch. You cannot just hope that you're pulling off a ridiculous play to get control of Pit. It needs to be a team effort, just like this from that double kill by Jimbo.
Yeah, he managed to get control of that scatter shot and immediately just jumped straight into Pit. Had a teammate there as well for support. And you're going to start to see Epsilon now reduce that deficit 25 to 14. And immediately it seems as if Jimbo wants to actually just push up.
And this is a great play, though. Epsilon are doing a strategy together. They're pushing towards blue base, getting this cap, and they got control of the power-ups. The 2 main things we said that they need to do before this match.
Exactly that. Still a 2-to-1 advantage, as you see Jimbo redirect his attention to those new spawns for Allegiance. No OS left. Just playing this one so smart, recognizing there could be a push from Kratos over to blue base. Fantastic grenade. And for now, Epsilon doing a fantastic job of reducing the deficit.
Yes, Epsilon is actually in the driver's seat for the first time in this series. Only 5 seconds down and have complete control of the map.
Jimbo really is starting to heat up in this series. Game 2, he played fantastic, and it seems like he's continuing that momentum across into this Game 3. Kratos going to get shot from behind. Player is in Pit. Jimbo has to go big for the squad. Looked as if he was going to try and go for a ground pound, but Allegiance doing what they do best, flooding a stronghold and getting control of it immediately right back.
Just took it so fast. Generally, when you have bottom center Pit, you don't have to worry about someone jumping in immediately, because most players at this top level realize it's almost a death trap. However, Alliance took advantage of that misunderstanding and jumped 3 people in the Pit immediately and just capped it before Jimbo was even a factor.
Suspector with the double kill, looking as if he was trying to find that triple, but just as Epsilon do all that hard work, Walsh bring themselves within touching distance of that score, and Allegiance with the 2-to-1 stronghold advantage start building up that lead once again. Fantastic shots from Suspector with the SMG. Expects to see someone else on that Pit side. Native will trade that kill though, and for now Pit stays in Allegiance control.
It just seems like when Allegiance has control of Pit, it is so much tougher to get. Allegiance oddly focuses more on Turbine, where you see a lot of teams, like when we saw Jimbo and Epsilon had control of Pit, they were more focused on Tower.
Yeah.
And now you see Allegiance more so focused on outside. So this is an interesting difference in strategies, maybe like that North American versus European strategy that you were talking about.
Yeah, the scatter shot in the hands of Buck 57 needs to try and put it to some use. Only able to pick up the assist. Epsilon were able to get control of Pit though. So 2-to-1 stronghold advantage. Exactly what you were talking about. You see Epsilon now try and set up towards top tower as opposed to the Turbine side.
Yeah, I guess I find that odd because I feel like, personally, I feel like tower is the stronger position, especially if you have a close range weapon like Scatter Shot, because you have so many options to either run from bomb tower and go kill out. Just as I say, that looks like Epsilon working together, taking down 3 members of Allegiance. Now, can he take down the 4th? No. We're going to jump on with buck 57 from Epsilon.
Buck 20, it shut down L-Town. That would have been the triple cap there for Epsilon, and you would know that deficit would be reduced massively. Sadly, it wasn't to be. Allegiance keep one stronghold in their advantage, but it is still a favor for the Europeans right now with that 2-1 advantage. They're chipping away at that Allegiance lead once again. Snipe Drone with the assault rifle turns around, gets some damage down before falling. Jimbo able to clean up that kill, and Jimbo doing a fantastic job of just defending Pit right now. Looks for the new combo, shuts down L-Town anyway. Fantastic shots coming in from Jimbo.
Not just shutting down L-Town, but out-BRing him and going on a killing spree. Bucks at 57, maybe taking a little bit too much damage right there with melee. But yes, as you said, tie game. Who's going to get control of this next Overshield? I don't have the exact time of it, but as we said before, Overshield gives you that extra layer of protection, and it comes up 2 minutes after it's been grabbed, and spawns in Pit.
You'd have to look at Epsilon to try and get control of this area. Of course, they do have Pit control. Jimbo outshoots L-Town. L-Town trying to go for maybe a little bit of too much of a stylish play there with the ground pound. Maybe could have just tried to go for the easier kill, but Pit being contested by Allegiance. This game is now in favor of Epsilon. They have that 2-1 advantage, 60-52 the scoreline. It's first to 100 points here in Strongholds on board now with Suspector.
Like I said before, I've not seen this last OS grab, but it's got to be coming up immediately. Most of these teams grab it, you know, I would say 10-15 seconds after the first initial spawn. So the first, or this last OS should be up probably sometime around like the 5:30 to 5:40 mark. All these teams biting down there, going for it, and who got control of it? I believe it was Suspector.
Suspector just got a double kill melee, got OS control, found another kill as well, gets Pit Stronghold. That right there, best play of the series.
That could be exactly what Allegiance needs, not only to get control of Pit, but to actually tie this game. They were down 15 seconds, and they're slowly closing that gap.
Jimbo able to pick up that kill on Suspector, so there will be no more OS to worry about. However, Allegiance were pretty efficient with OS. They were able to get back control of Pit. Now the deficit down to 9 points. Epsilon desperately trying to fight back for that Pit control. It's a big gunfight. Suspector with the SMG shuts down Buck 57. Buck 20 was there for the pick. Now you see Epsilon start to flood Pit. Will they get the capture? Yes, they will. But immediately Kratos picks up a double. It could go straight back to Allegiance, Walsh.
And it seems like Kratos almost got a little too greedy. He realized that 3 members of his team just got killed, and he tried to go for the cap. You got to think that might have been a mistake on Kratos. So not sure if that'll come back to haunt them, but Epsilon doing all the keys that we said at the beginning of this match. They have scatter shot more often than Allegiance. They have overshields just about equal amount, which is better than, you know, losing 4 out of 5 power weapons.
Buck 20 will fall over at red base, but I believe for now they have managed to. There we go. Finally, Allegiance able to get some control of it, but that trip cap was there for a little bit of time. It's given them a comfortable lead, over 20 points now, the biggest we've seen so far in this game 3. Blue base being captured. Sniper Drone, fantastic rotation. Expected L-Town to be there, but they need to make sure they don't lose Pit, but they will lose Pit control. Sniper Drone able to pick up 1 for the double kill, couldn't find the second. Now it falls to Buck 20.
That's 3 members down for Allegiance. We're going to see if Buck 20 can slip here in Pit and maybe get this cap, but now must have had 1 member of Allegiance spawn up and help obviously finish that off. But I thought that was going to be the pivotal moment where they could have got Pit control, because right now, Epsilon only 12 seconds away from winning this match. Pit control is really tough to get back. So tough.
Do you feel Epsilon now should maybe rotate across opposite? Oh my, Jimbo. Jimbo is playing so well in this series with the double. Looks for one more. Finds the triple kill. Can he find the overkill? Don't think he's going to be able to do so. But more importantly, will get Pit control. That is huge for Epsilon. In fact, no! He jumped off. It does go back. Thank God. I thought for a minute there that could have been reset, but it's a 2-1 advantage. Epsilon now just 10 seconds away, or 10 points away.
Yes, and look at this. Spectre doing a great job. 3 members down for Epsilon. So right now, if Naden and crew are going to come back in this match, now is the moment. They need to control Pit and get control of one side bases. And instead, they say, guess what? We're going to get all 3.
If they pick up this kill on red base, Epsilon could be in some serious trouble. Naden going to go for that challenge, puts a couple of shots down, does escape with his life. That is huge. Staying alive here is absolutely massive. And immediately, could act as a little bit of a distraction here for the team as he heads back towards red base to go for the cap. This is a huge gunfight. Buck 20's going to get outshot. That red base is being capped, but so is Pit. I don't think anyone from Allegiance is there to stop it. In fact, they are. They dive on, and they get the reset. Meanwhile, red base is being taken. Look at the score as well. Well, she's a tied game, 92-92. A trip cap for Allegiance. That could be it for Epsilon.
Back-to-back trip caps. And it looks like Epsilon's trying to stop this bleeding, but they're all losing 1v1s. It's just over.
Game. Fantastic closing seconds right there for Allegiance. Played it pretty much perfectly, Walsh.
Epsilon played that so well, too. Yeah, you got to give the credit to Allegiance at the end there. Just did not make any mistakes. They got the crucial kills they needed, got triple caps back-to-back, and for the final, I would say, like 30 seconds of the game, it seems like Allegiance actually were focusing on the correct areas together. Whereas when we saw early on, it seemed like members of Allegiance were just kind of pushing around wherever they felt like and trying to kind of solo cap hills.
Right, that's definitely going to be the difference there. But you saw, as you mentioned, I don't necessarily say Allegiance struggling in strongholds there, because you got to give props to Epsilon.
Yes.
But when you see Allegiance go up against, a team like Evil Geniuses or a team like CLG, I think they may have some problems, Walsh.
Yeah, and I was actually taking a quick look at the stats, and I believe Epsilon may have actually went even in slays or slightly outslayed. I was quick doing the math, and
so far I've trusted your math. I've trusted it. So
actually, it looked like absolute even in slays.
Even in slays.
Even in slays. And what was one of our keys to victory for Epsilon in the beginning? Objective efficiency. If they're going even in slays or slightly negative in slays against some of these top squads, they have to be objective efficient enough to close out those games.
That was an extremely, extremely close game 3. 100 points to just 92. It looked so close as if Epsilon were going to be able to take it, but sadly not able to do so. And there, of course, you see the sportsmanlike ship from both of our teams, the handshakes going in. But Allegiance kicking off their X Games campaign very, very well. The #1 seed coming into the tournament with a 3-0 victory. That's going to give them a lot of confidence. And maybe calm down a little bit of those nerves as well. And Walshy, here is that scoreboard. Oh, just as we change.
Just as we change.
Give me a different
I'll pull up a different one. I can do that. Actually,
you have the ability.
Here we go. Let me try this
one. The power of Walshy.
Boom.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen. We should have a scoreboard right now.
All right, but yeah, pulled up the last scoreboard. But I think all these players are unplugging the controllers and stuff and moving on to get this next match going, because we just want to see more Halo played.
Absolutely, of course. But as we were saying, Allegiance kicking off that X Games campaign very, very well. Epsilon now with 2 more games to play in that group, starting off 0-1 record. How do they recover from that now?
I mean, they're going against the #1 seed, and they put up a fight. Of course, nobody is ever going to be satisfied with a loss. You can always take away something, and you should be able to take away from that the different mistakes you made. But the same point being is they lost the #1 seed, and they almost took Game 3. They had a really good showing in Game 2, despite not having power weapons. They even pulled a great counter cap in Game 1. There were a lot of amazing plays from Epsilon, but the whole point was Allegiance just made fewer mistakes. They stuck together. They had more team fight opportunities, and truly outplayed Epsilon.
Well, that's going to do it from myself and Walshy for now, and I believe we actually can send it down to Bravo, who has an interview for us.
All right, thanks, guys. Down here with Nated Brett, you guys are coming off a big series there. 3-0 sweep. Tell me, how's the team feeling?
Team's feeling good. It was, this was our first match, so we're kind of getting warm. Definitely going to be a tougher challenge tomorrow, playing Liquid and Renegade. So we're probably going to talk strats tonight, and get ready.
One of the things I noticed after that game 2, when you guys won 50-38 on that Slayer match, I noticed Fury teammates had smiles on your face, but I could tell that you weren't thrilled with that result. And I felt like that you knew your team could do better in that Slayer, despite a 12-kill victory, right? Which is a decent lead in the Slayer. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really blow them out in the games, really, but, we got the job done. Maybe we'll definitely got to step it up for tomorrow. We can't be coming out, playing any type of lackadaisical, Halo or anything like that, relaxed Halo. We got to come out firing, intense, especially against teams like Liquid and Renegade. So.
And speaking of, tell me, I believe this is the first time you're coming to a major LAN event with the first seed. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. I believe so.
Is this the team that's going to do it? Is this the roster that's going to win the event?
I hope so, man. That would be an amazing dream come true, win a gold medal at the X Games playing Halo. Who would have thought,
Yeah, absolutely. And walk me through one last thing. I think everyone watching that last game 3, you guys were down by maybe about 10 to 15 right at the end of the game, as Epsilon seemed to have control of 2/3 of the map at almost every point. You guys instead then triple capped twice in a row. You win a crazy battle against a Storm Rifle player in red, come back with the ground pound. What's going on at that point? Because, it looked like it could have been over. I wasn't sure if I was going to be talking to you this soon.
It was. It really came down to the overshields, honestly. They got a couple overshields in the middle of the game, and that got them pit control, which, and once I get that, now we got to deal with an overshield guy. But I was luckily able to burn the last overshield, which was able to give us enough wiggle room to, trip cap and get the job done.
Awesome, man. Congrats to you. Congrats to your team on the win. Best of luck tomorrow. We'll be back. More matches in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 5 plays from the second North American Halo World Championship Online Qualifier. Starting off at number 5, Kratos gets a nasty Hydra Launcher kill on Altitude Breakout to win the round versus CLG.
Oh, it looked like he was going to do the exact play that I said. I thought he was going straight towards top center. Instead, he brings his Hydra towards top middle, so I guess, in essence, he did the same thing.
There it is, gets the kill.
Wow, great Hydra kill by Kratos.
Coming in at number 4, Ninja shows off his skills with a fuel rod cannon.
Of EG and securing the overshield, and not realizing someone behind him gets a nice double kill and a killing spree.
EG 1-0 up. This is the best of 3. Ninja being sneaky just like that. Liquid now have the lead. Ninja turns. Can he somehow find the second melee? OS was just still up, I believe, that last tick.
Get out of, like, in when I used to play Halo 1 Classic, we called it a get out of nade free card.
At number 3, EG make a remarkable 52-point comeback against Team Leftovers on Plaza Stronghold.
84-38.
Back in the hand of Roy, gets the melee on Spartan, sees Cloud as well. The assist comes in, and Evil Genius is starting to get in the rhythm. They have that perfect setup once again, Walshy. But the question, can they hold this now for the rest of the game? Just really continuing that pressure. They're now down just 10 points in what is a phenomenal comeback, but bottom middle is being taken now by Team Leftovers. A big challenge comes in from Lethal. He's able to pick up one. Can he find the second? Put some shots down, but that cap will be being carried. It's going to be Cloud on there, and after all the hard work Evil Genius has done, it's going to come down to a big 1v1. Lunchbox able to pick up the kill on Cloud. Spartan jumps on it though. Bottom middle has been reset as well by Evil Geniuses. I cannot believe it. They keep the 2-1. Flag lead, that is unbelievable play right there from EG Walsh.
And it looks like Cloud, you know, he tried to go for bomb snare at the end here, stepped out trying to be safe, but it's too little too late. Just like that, they were up 90-38 and end up losing the game with 72 unanswered seconds.
At number 2, Allegiance score a last-second flag in the Grand Finals versus Team Leftovers thanks to clutch kills from Nade and Eltown. Basically in, the grenades come in, he falls! Oh my goodness, the flag is right there! It's going to be catapult, both flags down! Both flag carries in a huge gunfight! Somehow the red flag is there, both flags down once again! Can Suspect to get there in time? His teammate is there, they're going to get the return! 20 seconds left, surely this goes in! It does, and that is a victory for Allegiance. And your number 1 play this week, it's EG's own Lethal, scoring a ridiculous Plaza overkill with the sniper rifle. Check this one out.
They prioritize the most important and threatening players on the opposing team.
Lethal just got a triple kill. Could be on for the overkill. Gets the overkill. That's going to do it for this week's top 5 plays. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/Halo and MLG.tv/Halo for more Halo action.
What's up YouTube, my name is Earl the Hot Tamale and I'm here on the Epidemic here to show you guys an awesome map feature. Today we are looking at Drive-Thru by Pandas for Life. This is an aesthetic map featuring a McDonald's, a gas station, and a car repair shop. I've never worked at McDonald's and I often actually try to avoid having to eat there, so I don't know if for sure this is a perfect recreation. However, the outside architecture and the color scheme is spot on to any Mickey D's that I have seen in my life. Here in the interior you can see the staple red chairs that are in every McDonald's, and it does look very, very good. Unfortunately, most McDonald's don't have a Spartan standing at the front serving you, or else I might go more often, but that's just the case. There's the drive-thru, and then here in the back you can see a cooking area as well as a break room. What's really cool though is I don't actually need to tell you what you're looking at, because with all this new Forge options, you really can see exactly what this person wanted to make. It's not like a Halo Reach map where you kind of like, oh, okay, I guess that's a McDonald's. No, this is literally what it looks like. This is pretty spot on. Which is really, really cool that we're finally at that point where you can really tell. And here's a gas station for another example. I really like what he had on the gas pumps, the actual nozzle there. You can see it wrapped up right next to the gas station. And then going into the little mini market here, there's nothing on the shelves or anything. But I mean, like, I've been playing enough Grand Theft Auto to really tell that, wow, you know, this is spot on. You have the whole, like, refrigerator here and whatnot, and there's the cash register. It's very, very cool that people are able to make this. I'm a little disappointed that there is no game type that comes with this. It's just an aesthetic map. I really think it would be fun if we had Infection, but you could also even make this like a one flat.
welcome back to the Halo World Championship Tour X Games Aspen Invitational. I'm Bravo in the booth now, joined by Elamite. Kyle, it's so great to be here with you. Over the weekend, we've been, as we've been preparing for this event, exchanging some classic stories about events past, right? The legendary moments that have happened in the storied franchise, and the history books are going to be written here this weekend as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm so excited for this next match as well. We have CLG, which had, as you were talking about earlier, had that crazy team change here with the acquisition of Lethal. And I've had the opportunity to watch a lot of Penta here recently, and these players are extremely skilled. Now, they are going up against CLG like we were discussing, but, it's anybody's game here at this point with Halo 5 being such a new game.
It is. I mean, if we look at that last series, right, there were definitely moments of greatness that came from Epsilon. I mean, it looked like they were going to take the Strongholds match. They brought that Slayer back within about 6 towards the end of the match as well. So Epsilon proving that they know exactly what they need to do. However, they weren't able to pull it off throughout the entire match. You have to wonder if that's going to be the same case here, right, on Strongholds on the rig for these two teams, CLG and Penta. But I mean, the story, right, we want to see what is Lethal going to do with this CLG squad.
Absolutely here. And he made that decision with the best intentions of what he needs to do in order to win. With X Games coming up here, that entire squad has nothing but gold medal in mind.
Oh, absolutely, and that's something that you and I were talking about as well. I think a lot of fans might be confused as to why these players leave top teams, right? Why would you leave a team that you had won 5 events in a row with at the in Halo 2 Anniversary, right? Why on earth would this roster split up? They were so dominant in that game, and I believe they had 3rd seed when he left the squad. So, but I think once you get that taste of victory, right? You know it yourself as a former champion. I mean, once you win with a squad, you no longer settle for a team that can get 3rd, right? You know that you need to get the exact roster that's going to win, and unless you have that, you're going to go find it.
Absolutely. Once you get first place or have a taste of victory, it's first, as Ricky Bobby would say, it's either first or last at that point here. Anybody, I'm sure, any other athlete in any other sport that's come home with a gold medal at X Games, anything less is going to be settling.
That's absolutely the case. Yeah, I mean, we could not be more excited to be here this weekend, having a lot of our longtime friends and now even new up-and-comers as well competing here for X Games Gold. I heard you and Walsh talking about it, that you would trade a lot of different prizes to have an X Games Gold on your wall, right? So it's a pretty outstanding honor. We're so thrilled to be teamed up with ESPN here, and I believe Lethal might have those troll sunglasses on even in the booth.
I absolutely do see that as well here, and I wouldn't expect anything less out of Lethal. Speaking about the games and prize money and going out, like you winning national championships, free-for-all or 4v4, there's always great opportunities, great things that have happened. In my past, we've had the opportunity of doing like Make-A-Wish foundations and things, which are some highlights of what I believe are my biggest accomplishments. And I would, besides that, maybe I would trade all of it for the next games event.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be sweet to see players coming out of here with some hardware for Winter X. I mean, we are only feet away from the mountain. The snowboarders and snowmobiles literally riding right past us here. The half pipe, the supercross, everything is just a few feet away. So those same athletes that are taking home X Games Gold will, of course, join the podiums with our top team here. But really, in the light of the recent team changes, it is anyone's tournament here. And I think this is one of those events where there is not a clear favorite, right? I mean, there's Allegiance comes in with the 1st seed. CLG looks strong off of the couple win last week. However, we have an event here where really the top 4 could take any order.
Absolutely. We've seen different teams win some of the events, and we've had a week to prepare and try to change up things that might have gone wrong, perfect things that they've been doing well, and that's all on the line here now this weekend.
That's right. So taking a look at these game types here for our Group B, best of 5. Going to start off with Strongholds on the rig. Next, move over to Plaza Slayer. Truth CTF is going to be game number 3. Eden Strongholds number 4. And if we need to, we'll go to Regret Slayer for game 5. So looking at this series, I mean, if you play these first 3 game types quick, you should be in a good position, of course, to take the series. That is CLG. However, Plaza Slayer, not always a game type you can play really fast, especially in contrast to the other 2.
Absolutely. One thing I'm interested to see is some of the North American or the top North American teams have great setups, especially on Plaza.
Right.
We've seen in some of these Team Slayer games, the other teams just get completely blown out of the water, where we have, 25, 30 kill victories, over the other team. So definitely something I'm interested to see whether or not the European team here is going to be able to come over and use some of their strategies and how Plaza Slayer especially is going to play out.
Right, and I have to say, I've seen a few of these players play, especially Blizz and Anima. We've seen Trickster as well.
whenever we're at a Gamescom event, we see these 4 German players generally competing to be in that elite group whenever we head over to Europe. So don't take these German players lightly. You might not have seen a lot of their gameplay. However, they have been competing consistently really for the past few years. Every time we head over to Europe, we do see them on the stage. So, but excited to kick off Strongholds on the rig. Of course, 2 bases you want to hold generally on Strongholds on the rig, of course, basement and nest. You want to lock that down, force the other team to get in the BR base. We'll have to see if CLG can get that set up quick. If they're feeling confident, I think they're going to try those triple caps as well. However, with a map like the rig, I think you get into dangerous waters when you triple cap on this map.
Oh, absolutely. We saw some of that out of the last series here where there was a triple cap and all of a sudden a reverse triple cap for the other team. Right. So when you push out, you mess up some of these spawns or you can't predict the spawns, and it gives the other team an opportunity to capitalize on that.
I think it's also quite incredible to think that the way that you can push out and get those bases back so quickly, and we'll have to see if that's going to happen in this game of Strongholds on the rig. But let's talk a little bit more about this CLG roster. Lethal, of course, is the big new addition that everyone's talking about, but we also have a star-studded lineup too. Royal 2, Snakebite, and Frosty rounding out that roster. But let's walk through the keys to victory here as you see Lethal sunglasses on inside.
Absolutely. We have some of the keys to victory for Counter Logic Gaming being slow down the game.
Yep.
Kind of highlighted on that in regards to the Plaza Slayer game coming up, where they're able to slow it down, pick up kills, and never have to actually trade kills in order to do so.
The next one, of course, Frosty in Aspen. We're here, I'm not sure of the exact elevation, but we are on top of a mountain playing Halo here at the X Games, and Frosty is going to need to shine here if he wants to get his team into the later stages of this bracket. And lastly, that key is slay all day, right? They need to lean on their slaying ability. Don't force the objective. Don't force things you don't need to. Make sure that you're continuously controlling the map, and they will prosper, and I think they're well aware of that.
Absolutely. These are 4 of the strongest Slayers in the game right now. You have Royal 2, Lethal, Frosty, and some of these combinations of these players and some of the stats we've seen are going to be pretty amazing, I think, coming up here.
Yeah, and one thing I have to say, if we look at the CLG roster, the up-and-comer here, of course, is going to be Frosty, right? And it's really interesting to see throughout the franchise, and Elamite, you can appreciate this as well. We see these players who are really successful in previous games, right? Frosty in Halo 2 Anniversary, really good player. That's generally a sign you can pick out which players are going to shine in the next title. You know he's putting in the hours with the CLG team, so I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do here.
Absolutely. And we do want to go ahead and take a look at some of the keys to victory here coming up for Penta Esports as well, and see what they need to do in order to put together a good battle here against CLG.
Yeah, and one thing about this Penta squad, of course, Kyle, is that they have an unknown playstyle. Most of us here watching at home, and us casters in the booth too, we have not gotten to see a lot of Penta gameplay except for recently for you, Elamite. I think ultimately they need to play their game. We were talking about this with Walshy. Whatever they're doing online in Europe, right, in their qualifiers is working. It's got them this far. It's earned them a top spot. They need to play that game. They're not going to be able to come to North America, travel across the world to compete against North American rosters, and then go ahead and actually change the way that they play.
Absolutely. And I've talked to some of these players here. They've actually wanted to come over and compete, try and join a North American team. So just kind of reflects on how confident these players are in their own individual ability. Now, going up against CLG, like we discussed, how confident you can be against a team like that, I'm not exactly sure here, but I definitely want to see a great performance out of them.
That's right. And the last one for them is going to be keep them guessing. Because they do have these unknowns and their unpredictability, they need to play quick. They need to make so the enemy team doesn't exactly know what to expect in every situation. These North American teams, they scrim against each other. They watch a lot of their gameplay. They watch streams, especially when you look at how much is being done by coaches now and watching stream gameplay. But if Penta can actually move quick and be a little bit unpredictable, right? Maybe take unconventional routes, play strongholds in a little bit of a different fashion with your rotations. A lot of different things they can do to try to put points on the board and catch their opponents off guard.
Right, and CLG being a great team, but they might not be experienced with the play styles here of Penta, so they might not know what to expect coming out. And it's pretty easy to get a quick double or triple cap on like a Strongholds game and hold that, throughout the whole game. So it's really interesting to see how well they're going to be able to defend those, and they definitely are going to want to get a great opening strat here going.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, one thing I'm particularly interested to see, of course, this is the first time that we're going to see these guys at a live event here, this new CLG roster. I think it's safe to say Lethal proved that he may have made the right decision with his result in the last online qualifier. I think anyone who's doubting his decision is kind of saying, well, maybe this was a good choice for him and the squad. Let's see. I can't remember the predictions. Who do you have winning this event?
I have CLG winning this event, actually. I thought it was a great team decision for him. I think CLG has improved. I also think that EG has actually kind of improved as well. So Commonly is another great player, and with Lethal coming out here, I definitely expect to see some great performances from CLG and ultimately taking home the gold medal.
Yeah, certainly. As you see on screen right there, CLG getting their vote there. It looks like 88% over the Penta Esports squad. So CLG certainly the heavy favorite here, not only to win this match, but possibly to win the tournament as well. And, looking at that last match, we saw some great stuff from Allegiance. We also saw some great moments from the Epsilon roster as well. The one thing I love that I'm never getting tired of, Kyle, is seeing different ways that people use the abilities in different battles, right? We had that one ground pound from Jimbo on that reversal, kind of jumps, thrusts, jukes, and hits the ground pound in time, which, is a pretty spectacular feat. And I think equally as interesting are plays when you see the perfectly timed thrusts, whether you're sniping, whether you're getting out of a doorway with a scatter shot around the stronghold points. These players continue to amaze me and show me more and more how they are much better than I at this game.
Absolutely, I can agree with you on that one there. Although, don't discourage yourself, Andy. I know you have a lot of potential there as well. Going forward here, with the CLG, I wonder, how much they were watching this last series and looking at what Allegiance was doing. Right. We were talking about and highlighting on some of those sniper rotations that they had in that previous game. That's something that I really haven't seen in a lot of the other events coming up to this one. Yeah,
right. I think each team here knows what is on the line, and I bet that any team that's in the building is going to be watching those matches, right? Because you never know who you're going to end up playing coming out of the group stages. But like we talked about in the pregame show, there's so much more on the line than bragging rights or the cash. Right, it's all about that X Games gold, and years from now, that's the one thing that you'll still remember and will still be hanging on your wall. So it's only one of these squads that is going to be able to pull it off. So it looks like the teams are getting into the lobby now, and we'll be able to get Game 1 strongholds on the rig kicked off in just a bit. Some key points, as you see the poll, I guess, as we put this poll up, Kyle, it appears that people are slowly voting in favor of the Germans.
It must be Europe starting to wake up, maybe hop online and start watching.
I think they're going to bed right now.
Is it? I think they're going to bed, actually.
Europe is more and more asleep. However, the vote is trending that way.
But then at the very same time, these are gamers that we're talking about here. This is when
could be a late
starts.
night grind.
It's a late night grind, absolutely.
Waking up their friends to get onto Twitter and vote. Remember, you can go ahead and tweet at Halo with the hashtag HaloWC to cast your vote. Just make sure you include hashtag CLG or hashtag Penta to enter this live vote. You see here, CLG still, of course, holding the majority of the votes, but it seems that there is a force that has awakened for Penta as they went from 9% to 25% of the vote.
That is pretty amazing. It's definitely changed up a lot right now. I think a lot of the fans here are excited to see what Penta can hold, and I think one player I'm looking forward to see here is Anima as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think seeing the way that these guys play, the play style they bring, you have to wonder, are they going to play similarly to Epsilon? I think we saw some moments of greatness there from Epsilon too. I think Jimbo had some great plays with the scatter shot, if you saw those, right? Just timing his thrust perfectly to get those kills, and then also navigating around that bottom pit stronghold. The one thing I noticed was on both sides, I felt like there were some kills that really weren't being finished, especially on the Epsilon side. When we saw Native with the sniper, oftentimes we would see a player like Snipe Drone with his back to Native with the rockets, right? And that's indicative of really a lack of communication. You need to make sure your teammates know exactly where the opponents are, but mainly where the biggest threat is, right? A threat is. You need to know exactly if Native has a sniper, you better make sure every one of your teammates knows about it.
Absolutely. So there's two things. You have great things out of Allegiance in order to position Native to do that, and then also a little bit maybe of nerves here for Epsilon in that last series and letting him get away with doing some of those things.
That's right. Now taking a look at the match lineup here, it's going to be CLG versus Penta. Game number 2 is going to be Plaza Slayer. Game 3, Truth CTF. So an interesting mix of game types, but I'm particularly looking forward to seeing this first Game 1 on the rig. One of my favorite maps. I think there's a lot of interesting things you could do with routes, with sight lines, right? It's a little bit more, especially with the catwalks, you have some elements there of things like lockout that you might see. So looking forward to seeing what happens here, and specifically the way that CLG plays this game type, because we know we're going to see CLG, if we're betting on it throughout the weekend, they're going to make it past this group stage. I want to see how they play each of these game types and how that might change as they face more North American squads.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great point as well, that the game is actually going to evolve over the weekend here in itself with all of these teams. We have 2 teams playing at a time, and now we've got 6 other teams watching those 2 teams play, seeing what they do well, seeing what works, and then ultimately learning how to counter that as well.
Right, that's right. And like we said earlier, I mean, there's a lot of other new rosters because, I mean, Lethal's chain reaction of his departure from that team. If we talk about some of the new rosters, you know, for example, with Ninja landing on a new roster, right? I think Allegiance being one of the only teams that had consistency throughout all those changes. But yeah, especially Evil Geniuses. You talked a little bit about it earlier. I cannot wait to see Commonly play later today.
Absolutely. This is a perfect time for him to showcase exactly what he is capable of. Throughout some of these online qualifiers here, we've seen some of the things he's been able to do. He plays on a really high sensitivity, gives him a lot more options in both fights as well as escaping from battles and things. And he's definitely got a big point to prove this weekend.
Yes, indeed. And Royal 2 on your screen there. He's got a smile on his face. Multiple tournament wins for him as well throughout Halo 2 Anniversary. A player that we really started to see in Halo Reach on your screen. Like you see there, he's been a pro since Halo Reach. Highest Halo World Championship placing so far was first place in that third North American online qualifier. But if you've been watching Halo Reach, Halo 4, Halo 2 Anniversary, and now Halo 5, you know that Royal 2 is a force to be reckoned with. But of course, now we're seeing him without the likes of Ogre 2 next to him.
Absolutely, and yeah, if anyone that's been watching for that kind of time frame here has known Ogre 2 has been with Royal 2 and Snakebite for quite some time, and they've actually had a lot of success together, similar to like that EG change we saw, CLG with that Lethal acquisition, expecting big things from them.
Yeah, yes indeed, and it's interesting to see CLG's previous roster, right? If we look at Snakebite, Royal 2, Heinz, Ogre 2, and Halo 2 Anniversary, we always looked at that roster as two veteran players and two, at the time, two players who were relatively newer blood in comparison to players like Ogre 2 and Heinz. However, now looking at the roster, Royal 2 and Snakebite having Lethal as you know the winningest member of the team, and then now looking at Frosty, who is an up-and-comer. So now it's going to be interesting to see how that new dynamic plays for them. But Kyle, game number 1 is going to be strongholds on the rig. You can see the map on your screen here. Lots of corners, nooks and crannies, staircases, and catwalks for teams to navigate around and try to control this map. Absolutely.
These players are going to need to be staying alive here. I am really interested to see what exactly starts off, which team actually picks up those first 2 caps.
Yeah, kicking off things here with Snakebite. So Camo, of course, will fall as they try to go straight across to the drill platform and see if they can get to the other side of the map.
Absolutely here, and we've got Snakebite pushing into the white hall, putting some great shots down, isn't able to pick up the kill, ultimately forced back, waiting for his shields to recharge here, and it's actually the German team here that is picking up and starts off with those double caps.
That's right, they grabbed that right there, that basement, as well as it looked like a BR base, but it looks like they do have Nest, and they go right away with total control, so 3 strongholds out the gate. As you said, it looked like the German squad was able to get the early lead. Look at that perfect use of thrust there from Snakebite. He's also going to grab the scatter shot, but right away they didn't panic, right? There's a lot of composure in that, Kyle. I mean, you can't talk enough about, even if you don't get the first kills that you need to off the breaks, they bounce right back, right? And now they have points on the board.
Right, and what we saw at Apenta is they immediately went for those hills basically to get the caps, and what we saw from CLG actually was going for some of the power weapons, where we saw Frosty picking up the railgun and actually creating opportunities now for a triple cap.
That's right, we have to talk about, I mean, Snakebite staying alive off that break, right? He just stayed alive, put down shots. Look at this now, a double kill from Frosty as well as he put some grenades into tower, but holding it down and showing some really good signs of slaying here, which is exactly what they need to do on this game type. Once you get a little bit of control, feel out your opponents.
Right, the worst thing that can happen is the other team can cap two strongholds, and then the team can push in and trap you on your spawns. And that's what we just saw out of Frosty there. He picked up those 2 kills in bunker.
Right, nice little stabilized jump there to jump back up to the top middle. As you see, they are laying down some control. And this is the control that we talked about, Kyle. This is exactly what you want to do. Let's go ahead and switch now over to Royal 2 here. But this is what you want to do. You want to trap the opponents at the BR base. Look at this in tower, and the grenades are going to fly in, and he might be able to get multiple kills here from Royal 2. Look at that use of the SMG. And as predicted, Kyle, they are dominating.
Right, and controlling Rail 2 or Tower 2 here is something you definitely want to see, but what you don't want to have happen is for 3 of your teammates to be in Rail 2 with you, and they all end up ultimately dying there and pushing in, and now we're actually looking at Penta. Looks like maybe some opposite map spawns, trying to make a push, but now you have Railgun still in the hands of Lethal.
That's right, so he's jumping on board with Blizz off of this respawn. Looks like losing basement, however, he's able to push back, get that kill on Lethal as well. So now he's going to try to hang out here with this double kill. And like you said, a little bit of signs of life from Penta, but they're going to have to absolutely keep it up. But I think enough is enough. Let's go ahead on board now with Lethal, the newest member of CLG, of course, causing a series of team changes just before this X Games event that will lock in the final rosters for not only this X Games tournament, but also the regional finals and the World Championships.
Absolutely. We definitely saw roster mania here just recently, and what we saw from Penta Sports here so far in this game is they have been able to get some kills. They have been able to gather some control, but you look at their control was the first 2 hills they gathered 3 seconds, the next time they gathered 8 seconds or 9 seconds, and now they're at a total of 12 here.
Yeah, I like what I saw right there from Lethal, trying to hit that ground pound to stabilize for a second and then grab that ledge. As you see, players are getting really crafty with their ability to stay on the map. If you don't have a thrust available, of course, you want to be able to tee up that ground pound to buy you a few extra seconds. Same thing with stabilize. You can go ahead and use that to get to different parts of the map, but Lethal connecting with a grenade as well as picking up a kill that might have been a betrayal there. As you see, he gets that carbine kill, but look at this now, just total domination here as they're going to continue to rack up the board, and they're going to keep him trapped at BR base.
Snakebite pushing on, over to Nest, getting the reset on that hill. Some great plays. You see Penta just falling short each time as they're trying to gather this control here. They were pushing for basement when they almost had Nest and ended up failing and not being able to capture either one.
That's right. Let's go ahead and show some love to the Germans now. On board with Anima, who is here trying to push across out of that dreaded BR base. There's a lot of different things you can do here when you do spawn BR base. You know, Kyle, in seeing what some of the other teams do, I've seen a few teams that if you spawn BR base, you go straight to Nest, right? You don't even think about capturing BR base, but instead, as we go over to Trickster, excuse me, when you control that, if you spawn BR base, instead sprint straight to Nest. Don't let the enemy team trap you and try to break out of the spawn that way.
Right. One thing they need to be making sure they're doing is whatever they're doing, they're just doing it together. You know, whether or not you're pushing barrels where we see Blizz going right now, or just all pushing through the White Halls trying to get control of that Nest hill, they need to be doing it as a full 4-team squad.
There were some great shots there from Blizz. He's able to take out Royal 2, who did have the railgun, but score is 12-79. Keep in mind, these players are only playing to 100 points, so CLG getting dangerously close to closing this game out as we go back over. Let's see, as we go back over, now to Frosty.
Right, and we saw some great shots out of Snakebite just previously here, where he was sitting at Carbine, holding them off, keeping control. Now, we did see Penta just pick up that basement hill, so this is a great opportunity for them. They do have BR base and basement. Now, it's not very common that you can actually hold these 2 hills, and as we see several members of CLG in the base here, quickly capturing.
That's right, but I have to say, you know what I'm seeing from Penta there? They're attacking from the outside, right? They're not attacking from Nest side when you attack basement, because as soon as you start attacking basement from Nest, that's when you're going to get caught in that crossfire. So signs of some good discipline there, once again, as they push back. But Royal 2 is aware of that push along this back rail, so instead, he's going to go ahead and clean up those kills as they flank around. Now they're up 90-17.
Right, and what we've seen here is every time Penta is able to gather any kind of control and hold those hills, they aren't able to pick up any more than 3 to 10 seconds at a time.
And then now look at this, Royal 2 also laying down great shots. He's going to get cleaned up, but not to worry as we go. Let's see, back over to Trickster, stay with him off the spawn. They are now up, let's see, 90-24. So Penta putting some points on the board. What they need to do now is try to lock down that control, but of course 2 members dead, not going to be easy.
Right, and we only have 7 seconds left in this game here right now as far as hill time controlled. I don't see Penta being able to gather any kind of control or get a big enough push together to actually gather this.
That's right, so now it's 96-97. That's going to be it, as they will not lose this last point, I don't believe, and that is going to be the game there. CLG is going to be able to close this out now, 100 points to 24, so CLG, a little bit of a warm-up match for them. Same thing that Nate had said, right? Looking at these first round 1 matches in group play as a little bit more of a warm-up as they're playing against teams that really haven't made a name for themselves yet compared to North American teams. But we'll take a look at the stats in just a moment. CLG does win game 1 though, 100-24.
Right, and you saw, like we were talking about before, just small sections of time that they're able to accumulate there. They weren't able to hold enough control. You see just too much slaying power from CLG, too much teamwork coming out. If you can take a look at some of the assists, or even just looking at the damage dealt here currently on the screen right now, you see 3 members of CLG above 2,000, and you only see 1 member of Penta above 1,500.
Right, taking a look at that. We'll see if we can get a switch back over to the kills in just a moment. But, I mean, incredible stuff there from CLG, and I think they knew if they just played their game nice and slow that they were going to have no problem closing it out, and that's exactly what they did. Despite the fact they lose those 2 early strongholds, they know how to play that long game, right? You don't panic, and that's going to be the sign of a veteran team.
Right, and Penta, even though they lost the first game, pretty handedly, they're definitely not out of this here yet. This is something we expected to see out of CLG, coming out dominating a Stronghold's game type. Right. But Slayer Plaza can be completely different here. We can see any team come out, go ahead and take that.
That's right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Historically, Kyle, the Slayer, right, that game in the series, Game 2, such a pivotal game because it's often the game that will surprise a team the most. If you're not on top of your game, there's no objective driving the time. There's no pressure that's being put on Penta. So, they can kind of play their own game. They can try to outsmart CLG, see if they can catch them off guard, but it's not going to be easy.
Right. I mean, it's not unusual to see 3 to 5 minute Slayers on this game. So it's not like you have to come out and hold and play a solid 15 or even going into overtime, sometimes a 30-minute game. You can come out, and as long as you play really well, really quick off the start, you can win in a 4-minute game.
Right. I think there's also a lot of unpredictability that comes with Slayer, right? If you look at the different spawns, if you look at the timing, the flanks, teams can pull off some surprising things in this game type, and they don't have to worry about, like you said, the longer game, whereas in something like a Capture the Flag or a Strongholds on the Rig, there's going to be key moments and pivotal turning points in the game that these veteran teams are experienced at. In Slayer, with the exception of power weapon drops, right, all that's off the table. You can get unconventional setups. One player gets a triple kill here or there, anything can happen. So we'll have to see if Penta has what it takes to put some points on the board, maybe even take Game 2 from CLG.
Right, and as we're talking about how short some of these games can be, that also reflects how many weapons are going to be respawning here in this game type. So we could see 1 sniper, we could see 2 or 3 snipers, and that's going to play definitely in the hand of Penta here, as you definitely want to keep the snipers out of the hands of CLG with Royal 2 and Lethal both on the team. They're known as 2 of the best snipers in this game.
Right, yeah, we've seen Royal 2 do some insane stuff. I mean, probably the most notable was his sniping and I believe it was the semifinals of the Season 1 finals where he's hitting headshots and hits the last headshot within 1 second. If there's one guy who can hit those clutch headshots and put up the kills, it's Royal 2. And if you're Penta, like you said, you do not want to let them get that weapon. So CLG, of course, going to be eyeing up both that as well as all the weapons on the map to try to get control. But Slayer Plaza is loading in right now. Here's a look at the map if you haven't seen it yet. There's going to be an overshield located top middle. Of course, that sniper in the far right corner there over at snipe level 2. And now you're looking at the plaza area, which leads into Flowers and Cafe and also has fast access to bottom middle.
Right, and you're definitely going to see both teams right off the start of this game running for that overshield off the spot.
Yeah, right now we're starting things off here with Frosty, who's going at the sniper rifle, but I'm also keeping an eye on the overshield, like you said, so go ahead, we'll keep an eye on Frosty, but that overshield, I do believe, has been grabbed. We'll take a look at where that exactly ended up. I don't think it was a burn, but it actually might have been a burn as I look across all 4 screens, so that overshield is burned by, it looks like, Soul of Penta.
Right, and definitely kind of a slow start to this game. Normally you'll see a few more extra kills to start. You do have the sniper in the hands of Frosty, and that was someone we didn't even touch base on in regards to the slaying and sniping power on this team.
And it looks like Penta was trying to push in there with the assault rifle, but lots of help coming from Frosty's teammates, so he's going to be able to stay alive. But look at this, taking a look at the scoreline now, 6-3. So of course Penta putting a few kills on the board, but right now is where they need to be really diligent, right? You cannot let Frosty start to rack up kills and run away with a lead this early.
Right, and now you see him on top dip right now with the sniper here. Not a position you normally see, but like we saw from Allegiance here earlier in the day, it doesn't really matter where you snipe from. You can just constantly be rotating around to your teammates and consistently catching the other team off guard.
Right, especially on a Slayer, right? Because you don't have the pressure of the team maybe pushing your objective all the time. Instead, using that fast route up back to top middle. And look at this, look how tight CLG is, right? They're pushing around with the team. That's what you have to do on a lot of these maps. You need to be able to focus around, collapse on the enemy, and trap them in their spawn.
Right, and even more so on Slayer as opposed to a Capture the Flag or a Strongholds game, is you can take all 4 members and just run and hide bottom center here right now, and it's not going to affect the outcome of the game.
You know, something else I got to point out is we haven't really even seen Frosty get to use the sniper rifle yet because his team is pushing so fast around the map, and he's supporting and he's ready to shoot, but it looks like his team is racking up kills. Finally, he will fall, so we'll go over to the other side with Soul on Penta. He has the sniper rifle in hand, but Kyle, I have to say, this is exactly what Penta did not want to happen, as now it is 6-14, but they are definitely staying in this match as we go over to Blizz.
Absolutely, and you know, we did see Frosty fall there. I did like a lot of what he was doing. He constantly was pulling out his secondary weapon and using that to assist his teammates, as opposed to taking the risk for trying to hit that sniper shot and actually pick up the kill. So lots of great plays out of Frosty. He did die bottom center and lose that, but what we're seeing from Snakebite here right now is some fantastic pistol shots.
Oh, I mean, yeah, when you're getting AR'd, it is not easy to close out those kills, especially against a top player like you just saw, but it looks like he's going to try to sneak in here. He will fall, however, score is 17-8. The sniper rifle will also fall, and it looks like that is now back in the hands of Royal 2.
And now we have an 18-8 lead in favor of CLG. Sniper still in the hands of Royal 2, and like we talked about before, one of the best snipers in the game.
Right.
Completely confident in his 1v1 up close range battle when he has the longest weapon in the game.
That's right, and especially right there, he had that little bit of overshield buff too, so that's going to give him even a little bit more confidence to hit that, and now hitting headshots as well. That new sniper is dropping, it looks like very soon. It looks like 7 seconds on that drop. Opts not to pick up the Hydra, but instead pushes right back over to Sniper. It's now 22-10, so Kyle, I mean, that is a significant advantage in a Slayer, despite the fact it only looks like 13 kills. I mean, they really have control and momentum right now.
Right, and notice what Royal 2 just did right here. He was out of ammo in the sniper, and let's just comment that was a great headshot as well, but he was actually out of ammo in the sniper with the new sniper spawning. What he did was, instead of running and grabbing the new ammo, he actually dropped his weapon, picked up the new sniper, prevented any kind of reload time. Right. Actually probably helped him hit that shot.
That's exactly what you need to do. Every little detail is so important to these players as they want to advance through this, but Royal 2, sniper rifle in hand once again as he's trying to hit these shots across the map.
And we're definitely seeing, you know, what we pointed out in some of the keys to victory here. CLG is actually slowing down the pace of the game here to what they want to play. They are wanting to pick up kills without sacrificing any deaths, and that's why we're seeing such a big lead being thrown.
Looks like Hydra shots being fired across. One thing that's interesting, we haven't seen Royal 2 or anyone go up to Snipe 3 just yet, which typically you'll see a player pop up there to get some angles, but instead he's been confident kind of rotating around Snipe 2, which is difficult to nade unless you have the angle. So he feels good up here. His team is up 30-12.
Right, and he basically has almost half of the map locked down on his own, which creates way more opportunities for the rest of CLG to push around and fight.
Right, I love this angle too, because take a look as he's looking down there. Look at that ramp. That's exactly what I was talking about. As Blizz comes around that corner, you have to show your face. He can jump and stabilize and only see the headshot. If he needs to bail out of the way, he can do so, just like that right there, being able to stay alive. So very textbook sniping play here from Royal 2.
Right, and we are looking at a 33-13 lead with a one-game series lead already for CLG. They've got to be feeling confident here.
Oh, yes, indeed. Staying on board here. But I have to say, once again, score is racking up more and more and more now, 36-14. But off screen, his team is doing so much of the work. So let's go ahead and switch over to Lethal, because he and his teammates are rotating around this map. Royal 2 honestly hasn't had that many angles with the sniper, right?
Right, and he hasn't had much pressure on him. He hasn't had to worry about watching his own back. You see the rest of his team is really the ones that are actually allowing him to play that way.
Right, and as he's now going to push in, as they're going to try to make something happen from Flowers to Plaza as they try to go around to Loop. Looks like his team is about to jump up on the awning as well, so they might be able to make something happen here and collapse. But 38-14 is the score. And look at Royal 2 still over in the back near Sniper Spawn, still trying to find angles. But instead, it's just going to be Snakebite and Lethal who push in to clean up these kills now, 40-15. I mean, we were just looking at the score, and I believe it was a 13-kill difference, but that has changed quite a bit.
Absolutely. Now, we do have Sniper in the hands of Penta, but trying to overcome a deficit like this is something you rarely see, you know, in the esports scene. We are having, you know, somewhat of a comeback here, making the score look a little bit more respectable. But, you know, CLG, they're definitely confident that they have this game won.
That's right. I saw some great stuff from Snakebite just now as he was pushing in, landing some excellent pistol kills. They now have the 44-21 lead. We'll go over back to Lethal, see how he's going to close this match out with his teammates.
And we see him finding Sniper on the ground there. Now, he only has one shot left. But, Bravo, what do you think? Is he going to hit that shot?
You know, I think he will not. He fires that shot a bit early, but of course the player's now getting ready on top mid, landing some great shots there from Lethal. Now sitting on this side, of course, is going to give him a great opportunity to drop down and help if he needs to, or jump up and grab control of top mid once again, right? So now 49-22, only one kill left.
Right, and we're not looking at seeing Penta break the halfway point here.
Right.
Completely dominating performance here out of CLG. It's what we expect from them. It's what we have seen in some of these online qualifiers, and it's what they expect out of themselves making that change here so recently.
Certainly, and they have to be feeling good about the change coming off that last win in the online qualifier, and you know, now coming into this event and these matches and proving that they are dominating really on all fronts. I have to say, it felt like for a lot of that, I mean, it even looked like Royal 2, I mean, hit a bunch of kills there, but it almost looked like CLG was just circling the map as Royal 2 would pick off maybe one headshot every 45 seconds, and then CLG would just clean up all the other kills all around the map, whether it was from flowers all the way over right to the other side on Luke.
Right. And as far as the deaths that we see out of CLG here, we're ranging from 4 deaths to 7 deaths.
Right.
Where out of Penta, you see from 9 deaths to 16 deaths. So you just see they were alive so much longer on the map, able to put so much more damage down, assist their teammates more, and then, of course, the fantastic sniping that we saw out of Royal 2 throughout that game.
Yeah, on point. It was so disciplined, too, right? There's a lot of times where Royal 2 could have instead taken a different route. He could have pushed across top mid. He could have snuck around the map. A lot of things that he could have done there to just even speed the game up, right? And they probably still would have won just fine, but super disciplined. Instead, he stays around snipe spawn. He stays around snipe 2 and lays down the headshots and watches the angles that he needs to watch.
Right. This team's trying to make a statement right now. They are coming into this event with every expectation in themselves that they're going to come out with a victory. It's basically, why they created this team is they were trying to eliminate EG as competition and improve themselves as a team at the same time. So whether or not EG is going to be able to come out and be better with Commonly than what we saw here with Lethal, I think is ultimately going to fall down onto some of the twins on that team.
Yeah, I think so too. Truth CTF is going to be our next game. These players are about to load in. Truth Capture the Flag, a pretty legendary game type if we take a look at its history, right? I mean, your symmetrical 2-base Capture the Flag map inspired by Halo 2's midship also borrows different things from, of course, Heretic naturally, and also even Halo Reach's Zealot, a lot of the curves and angles that you see. So this is pretty much 2 flags, one flag in each base. Whichever team is going to be able to bring that flag back will bring that flag back 3 times, of course, will close out the match. If you watch Truth CTF, there's a lot of similarities to CTF of old, right? The flag run options you have and everything are quite similar to how Midship played.
Absolutely here. We have the pink side, we have the car side. Now with this game, what you'll see, which may vary a little bit from Plaza here, is there's going to be a lot more action going on. There's not a lot of places you can hide. You have the bubble spawns, controlling pink 2 is always great as well, but there's always going to be shots being fired. There's always going to be nades being thrown here. You can't sit down and just stop the pace of the game unless you run into those situations where you each have each other's flags in each other's bases, and you actually need to focus on returning your flag.
And another is very different also, I think, from Strongholds and Slayer, for those of you who might be new to watching Halo 5, because Capture the Flag requires constant resets, right? You're setting up to grab the flag, and if all the pieces of the puzzle aren't in place, you reset for a moment. You maintain map control, and you try it again. Capture the Flag, very different as we look at it as a linear game type compared to the past 2. It's all about knowing when to go, when to not go. When do you help keep a player alive? When do you instead go ahead and change the flag run option? You have to know when to bail on a flag route, right? I mean, there's a lot of decision-making that goes into Truth, and that's when you see the veteran teams lay down the perfect strategies.
Now, one other thing to highlight there is it's not a long flag route to cap it. So you could actually see really quick games, or you can see some Truth Capture the Flags being stretched out for the full 12 and even going into overtime, 15-minute or more games.
Yes, indeed. Let's go ahead and kick things off now with Lethal, the new member of CLG. He's going to go ahead and push out up Red Street, try to make something happen, and also, of course, lock down Camo for his team as we take a look if anyone is bold enough to make that play. And I think that's actually going to go yes to Lethal. He's going to grab that first Camo of the game and try to make something happen. So here's an example, Kyle, we can talk about where a team needs to slow it down a bit, right? They've already lost a member. So right now, Lethal just needs to get the kills, control this side of the map, and maintain Camo so that on the next push, they can use that to their advantage.
Right. You saw they had numbers there. You saw Anima pushing out from Penta, but Lethal was actually hiding pink 1 with Camo. You saw CLG was having the top map positioning, more control there. And what you want to see out of Penta is actually trying to hide it rather than pushing out and dying when someone has Camo.
And both flags are now out, but Lethal using this Camo very wisely. He's able to pick up that first kill and start the flag run. Of course, Deadly Storm Rifle in hand is going to take out Soul, who had the sword.
Right, and one thing you do want to point out as well is that when you have Camo and you're running around, you do not show up on radar. Some great kills, picking up a quick double and getting a flag return from Lethal. You just saw how important that first Camo was in this game.
Right, he played patient with it, right? There's no need to push in, no need to do anything right away. Instead, he waited for help, not able to pick up that kill. Well, let's go ahead and jump on board. Looks like with Frosty, as their team is able to cap, and he just picked up a double kill as well. Looks like CLG goes up 1-0.
Right, now you see CLG all focusing on car side. They want to be blocking the bubble, get a few kills, pull the flag, and then run it car side. Once that flag is pulled, then you'll see the rest of CLG trying to lock off or cut off pink side rotations into their own base.
Right. I gotta say, back to that Camo play, I mean, what a great example of how to use the camo, and not necessarily in a flashy or obvious way, right? Instead, he hung around the base. He got a triple essentially on that flag return. His team was able to score. So really, when you have the camo, you need to fill whatever role. Whatever your team needs help in, you need to be ready to go. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a crazy triple kill or what we just saw, but you just need to fill in exactly what your team needs you to do.
Right. Whether or not you're just being a distraction for your team, whether or not you're going to be the flag runner, you definitely just want to make sure you stay alive.
And here's Snakebite about to bring in this flag. Looks like does not have any resistance back home. Going to tee up the ground pound to avoid being seen by sightlines and getting shot or naded. He brings in, that was a stealth capture. Did you see that? That means he was not shot once on the way home, and he gets a camo to boot.
So talking about those rotations, the camo spawns 2 minutes from when it was previously picked up. You saw CLG in that 2-minute time frame pick up a cap with the first camo, get a pull and run or in the between those times actually run the next flag and cap that and grab the new camo.
All right, here we go. That flag is about to return. It looks like yes. I believe the flag is back at home for Penta. For a moment there, Elamite, it looked like this could be a very, very quick 3-0, but just as quickly as we identify that, Penta is able to get top mid control, much in thanks to Trickster and what he's been doing here as they will stay alive in this game. Great carbine shots from him there, by the way.
Right, definitely some great shots, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to take out Snakebite. And Snakebite, being one shields there, actually picks up a double kill as well. So quick, CLG and Snakebite being weak there, picking up those kills while his teammates are running the flag. Looks for a quick 3-0.
Just as fast, you saw it. Penta actually had that top mid control. By the time we even switch on the next point of view, CLG ready to run that next flag once again. And that is just proof that I think CLG knows exactly what they need to do to set up that point, right? And they know exactly which sightlines they need to block. So that's not to say that they played every single situation there perfectly, but they knew exactly what to prioritize there in that game. So big stuff there from CLG. A very, very quick 3-0 from them. 10 kills from Snakebite, 10 kills from Lethal. We'll go ahead and pull up the stats in just a moment. But Frosty picking up 6 kills. Royal 2 only picking up 1 kill and 10 assists.
That is pretty incredible, considering Royal 2 is going to be the Slayer on the team. You don't normally see assists, out of maybe some of the other players, like out of his Snakebite. With this quick 3-0 happening, this was a 3-minute, 17-second game. We talked about how quickly the Plaza Slayer game can play out, where between 3 and 5 minutes. Some flag games or Stronghold games, you can see them go out and play out a full 12-minute game, or you can see a quick 3-0 like we have here, both in the game and the series, in another 3-minute game.
That's right there. I believe we only had the flag stats there up at the end of the game, so we'll go ahead and make sure to talk to the back to make sure they get those kills, deaths, and assists on the scoreboard as well for you guys to see at home. But once again, CLG just proving that they are able to quickly move through their first round. The scoreboard tells the story here. 124 in Strongholds, 50-22 in Plaza Slayer, and a very quick 3-0 on Truth Capture the Flag. Penta barely having any control throughout that game. CLG, of course, will go ahead and move on to their second match, which will be tomorrow. And our next match that's going to be coming up, Kyle, is going to be Renegades versus Team Liquid.
And that's definitely going to be a match I'm really excited for, as well as I also do some coaching with Liquid and work with them. It's my brother's team as well, and if anybody knows Ace, so he's definitely an extremely skilled player, and he's been able to do really well so far with Halo 5, in regards to the X Games and everything that we have going on with some of these online qualifiers. Definitely really excited to see that match. One thing I also kind of wanted to point out is, we have seen both European teams play so far, and they went against the top 2 seeds North American teams.
Which is not easy.
Right, and the games, I thought the games were actually closer with the Allegiance series they were with this one. CLG definitely looks more dominating than Allegiance right now.
Right, yeah. I think also have to note, of course, that Epsilon might be a much stronger team than Penta as well, as Epsilon did have not just moments in their series, but there were serious examples of them controlling the game for minutes at a time. So that was good work by them, of course. I was going to say, before we go over Team Liquid and Ace, could Halo 5 be Ace's best Halo yet? You've seen him play every Halo so far.
Well, it's hard to say if it could be his best Halo yet, because he's also the global champion for Halo 4.
Right, I was worried about that. Yeah, that might haunt him in terms of that being his biggest accomplishment. But if Team Liquid was to do some damage at the World Championships, I think that $2 million prize pool might take precedence in the history books.
If you come out with X Games and the World Championships, then definitely that's going to take precedence.
That's true. If any teams or players are able to do that here this year, that would be, a year to remember for them indeed as we embark and continue on this Halo esports journey. But it sounds like we have an interview ready on the floor.
Thank you, Brav. I am down here with Snakebite, who just played against Panapak, and I want to get your first opinion on what do you think about Penna and the German teams?
They're definitely a really good team. We actually played against them on the warm-up station, and you could tell their shots are really good. The series, really, I just think we were playing really solid Halo, and that's why none of the games were extremely close, but you could tell they definitely are a good team.
So I assume you saw the match earlier with Allegiance and Epsilon, and obviously since you played against Penna, what do you think about the foreign quality? Because in years past, it was North America always at the top. But now we're starting to see these other squads emerge. Do you think at some point in the next year or so we could see possibly a European team take first?
I definitely think the European scene in general is definitely getting better. Over the years, you could tell they've kind of gotten better and better placings. This year in general, Halo 5 is definitely a different style, so it could just be their game. I think it'll kind of depend if they can win or not. Just depends if they show up to LAN events.
Now the big question is Lethal, the acquisition of Lethal from Evil Geniuses. What prompted that move, and what does Lethal bring to the CLG squad?
Basically, the reason for the move is just about winning. With him on the team, we just feel like we could be a much more dominant team than we could have with Ogre 2 on the team. We definitely were considered one of the best teams with Tom, but now that we kind of took Lethal from EG and brought him to our team, we just feel like we could dominate more. And I think he just brings more slaying power and maybe a little bit more knowledge to Halo 5 in general.
Okay. Lastly, what squad are you most worried about here? Because everyone always expects like that CLG, EG rivalry, but at the same time, neither of you are the number one seed here. Allegiance is the number one spot. The easy cop-out answer is to say we're not overlooking anybody, but if you had to expect who you're going to play in the finals of this event, if you made it there, who would it be?
I think we'll play EG in the finals, but if I had to pick one other team that I'm most interested in watching, it'd be Renegades, because they've just been really good online, and just see if it transitions over, for sure.
What is it about Renegades that makes them so good?
Halo 5 is still a relatively new game, so people have different play styles. They play extremely fast, and when we first played them, it was just something we weren't used to. And I think that they play probably the fastest. They're probably the fastest team out of anyone right now.
Very interesting. Thank you for your time, Snakebite. Good luck the rest of the event, and we're going to throw to a quick commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 5 plays from the 3rd North American Halo World Championship Online Qualifier. Kicking things off at number 5, it's Winterfox's Ryanoob getting a clutch double kill with the flag, denying Optic a shot at overtime.
Optic Stellar is going to be one of them. Pit flag gets picked up from Ryanoob. He finds 2 as well. Beautiful play from Ryanoob. Both Optic players decided to just try and jump on the flag and see if they could get the return.
Coming in at number 4, Snakebite goes off with the railgun as CLG tries to book themselves a trip into the grand finals.
They don't care if their flag's out. They're focusing on getting a cap. They're going to kill you. They're going to wait to return it. They're going to focus on running your flag first. So not anything Hysteria could do there, but this isn't a team that's going to make a mistake and just double dive on a flag to get a return.
Snakebite is just destroying Liquid by himself.
At number 3, with his first top 5 appearance of the qualifiers, it's Unlegit, showing he's too legit with the sniper rifle.
They are down 10 kills though, so it is a bit of a deficit that they're trying to mount. Turns around Unlegit for the no-scope! Hello! That's going to be a double kill.
At number 2, Ninja shows you how to use the DMR on Gamble and clutches a 1 versus 3 versus CLG.
2 for his efforts. For say 1 versus 2. Ninja though with a double kill, looking for the triple kill, not able to get it. And unfortunately for him, Snakebite was able to steal camo, has pistol with DMRs now. This is just going to come down to whose shot is better. Snakebite with a couple of shots on, get a shaky, he's going to get tagged up, gets the D-scope, and just like that, the kill comes in.
And your top play from the 3rd NA HWC qualifier, it's Snakebite again, dominating the competition with an overkill on Coliseum.
With that sniper rifle, not able to get the kill. Recognized he was basically going to die and just trying to fire out some no-scopes, trying to go for some cheeky little kills. Is that going to be an overkill? Oh, Snakebite overkill with Rocket.
That's going to do it for this week's top 5 plays. Stay tuned to twitch.tv and mlg.tv/Halo for more Halo 5 action.
1 exclusive.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas from Forge Labs. Sean here. I whipped together a super simple Christmas theme map here on the Glacier canvas.
And welcome back to the X Games Aspen Invitational here. We're live at the X Games, checking out some of the top teams in the world playing Halo 5 Guardians. Bravo back in the booth, joined by Benson. Ben,
hey, bud.
So good to have you here with us.
It is. It's great.
I have to say, I have loved your coverage, MLG's coverage of the North American Online Qualifier so far. Now we're here at the first major live event.
Right.
We're going to see what these team rosters can do.
Exactly, and we're here at X Games Aspen as well. It couldn't be much better. Winter X Games. We went snowboarding yesterday as well.
It was fantastic.
You're pretty good. I'm nowhere near.
I thought you were great.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
thought you were
it.
great.
When I was going a little too fast and I was just screaming. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. But of course, we should say massive shout out to one of the sponsors really here at the X Games, the Microsoft Xbox Elite controller. It is absolutely awesome. Everyone is using it in the open play area. We actually have a great video to show you guys at home as well. So that, of course, was a look at the Xbox Elite wireless controller. We have one with us here. Absolutely awesome controller. It has, obviously, the 4 paddles at the very back. Makes gaming very easy. You have 6 adjustable thumbsticks as well, so you can choose whatever length you want.
Do you have one?
Do now.
You should get one. They're a fantastic piece of engineering. I happen to have a good relationship with the guys back
so you can get me one
at
for free.
Xbox.
Is that what you're trying to say?
We could work on some.
Thanks,
we
bro.
could definitely work on some.
You're the best. But it is genuinely an awesome controller. As I said, everyone in the open play has been using them, and we've had nothing but positive feedback from them.
Yeah, no, I love mine as well. It feels so solid in your hands. I mean, it's a fantastic piece of hardware, and yeah, definitely pick one up if you haven't already.
But moving on, of course, we are here for one reason mainly, and that's the Halo 5 Guardians action. We've had 2 games so far. What have been your thoughts?
You know, I think we saw North American teams come out on top. That's exactly what we expected. Yep. I think Epsilon put up more of a fight than Penta. I think their Epsilon roster could do a little bit of damage in their later group matches tomorrow. For them to get out of group play would be very difficult, looking at all these rosters. We saw Penta there fall. I'm not sure if we can expect more from them this weekend, if they'll be able to take down any other teams with matches there. Of course, they're in another group with 3 North American squads as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for the Europeans. But moving on, the next game. We dubbed it as probably the game of the night, really.
I think so.
It's going to be a very, very good one. We have Team Liquid going up against Renegades. And, of course, we'll start by talking a little bit about Team Liquid here. You spoke to Elamai at the end of that last game, saying, especially about his brother Ace, Halo World Champion.
Yep.
This team looks very, very good.
They do. It's a dangerous roster. We haven't seen Heinz and APG play together in a very long time. They're back together. Ace and Unlegit rounding out that roster. We've seen Ace do incredible stuff throughout the Halo franchise. Heinz always so consistent, really, since his work that he did in Halo 3. APG, of course, really making a name for herself. Breach and later, however, still on top, as well as Unlegit, the biggest newcomer to this team. And I'm excited to see what he's able to do. Unlegit, a player that really made a name for himself into Halo 4-ish, into Halo 2 Anniversary. So that is your Team Liquid roster. But you see on the left side of your screen, that is Team Renegades here. 4 players with something to prove. It's Victory X, Stellar, Spartan, and Ninja. So Victory X, the most veteran player on the far left of that screen, leading this roster. Ninja, of course, coming online later. And Victory X, of course, doing a lot of work during Halo 2.
Yep.
Ninja making a name for himself throughout Halo Reach, and Spartan and Stellar are the newer additions, of course, Stellar being the newest, if you will.
Yeah.
But we have an interesting mix here. We've got a few more veterans if we look at kind of years competing on the Team Liquid side. However, this series could go either way.
So in terms of your brief prediction, if you will, how do you see this series playing out? Is it Team Liquid potentially stronger than Renegades right now, or is it anybody's game?
You know, I really think it is anyone's game. If I had to bet, I'm going to go with Team Liquid. I think they look good. I think Renegades, if they get all of their kind of communication and teamwork worked out in this series, they can take a bunch of games. But really, if I'm looking at who can move not only past this match, but past throughout the entire tournament as well, I'm going to go with Team Liquid. I have too much faith in players like Heinz and APG, right? I loved coaching Heinz back in 2009 with Triggers Down. I hate coaching or playing against APG because he's so darn good. He's so fast. He's so aggressive. And the same goes for Ace and Unlegit. But the other four guys on the end of the stage want to do everything they can to make that not the case. This is back to Group A, so Truth CTF is going to be Game 1.
Yep.
Game number 2, Eden Slayer. Empire Strongholds, Game number 3. You guys saw those 3 game types in the first series of the day.
Yes.
If we need to, though, we could end up seeing Coliseum Capture the Flag and the Rig Slayer. And Benson, if there's a series that could go to 5, this is it.
I definitely agree. I think this is the one which has Game 5 potentially written all over it. As I said, when we looked at today's schedule, this was the one game that everyone kind of looked at and said, hey, this is going to be a good game. This could go either way. We don't really know who's going to win this. And it could open Group A wide open because a lot of us have Team Liquid progressing through.
Right.
But a loss here could be catastrophic for Team Liquid. And we could potentially, at the end of tomorrow, be sat here saying, all right, what happens if we have a tie in this group?
Right. It could throw off all of our predictions as well as the predictions of everyone at home quite a bit if Renegades was able to take this. But I don't want anyone to discount this Renegades roster. I mean,
they are very, very good.
Right, they are. And Spartan the dog, what a player he is, how aggressive he can be. We all know what Ninja can do. Is this the team that's going to help him shine? We're not sure just yet. Stellar, of course, a new name who's been doing a lot of damage as well. But I can't wait to see this match unfold here. Truth CTF is going to be our game number 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Truth CTF because we saw it in the first series as well. But in a game like this, I could see maybe 3-2. I'm just going to do what I know everyone at home wants. Overtime. Give me an overtime game 1. You couldn't ask for a better start.
That's true. We absolutely could see it. But you just saw on your screen there, Spartan the dog and Ninja, of course, on a team together. I love seeing those two play together because I think their personalities and their play styles complement each other so well, right? They're loud, they're aggressive, they get excited, they're ridiculous, they're often absurd in both the things that they do and the things that they say. So seeing those two next to each other just feels right. I feel like they can really kind of build off of each other's energy.
Yeah, and that's something which is really important because when you get a team in a booth, it's all about that energy. It's all about those kind of good vibes that the teams can potentially try and create. And then going up against a team, like Liquid, Game 1, you start at X Games, maybe you might be a little bit nervous. So those good vibes are going to be equally and arguably even more important.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Team Liquid and take a look specifically at their keys to victory, what they need to do here. First and foremost, they need to help Heinz with the objective. Richie Heinz, a player who's very disciplined. He always knows what the best priority is on the map, right? He needs to be able to move the flag or get in the strongholds. His team needs to support him in that. And the next one is going to be focused on a single area.
Yeah, you want to see the team focus heavily on just one specific area as opposed to just splitting up. And then the final key to victory is ace up the sleeve. Love it. Shout out to Walshy for the puns on puns on puns. But you have a Halo World Champion on this team. I mean, you know he's going to do wonders. And as you kind of asked that question to Elamite, his brother, earlier on, is this his best Halo? I mean, it's hard to kind of argue when he is a Halo World Champion, but at the same time, his shot in this game is just absolutely phenomenal.
Certainly, and we've seen him do some really great stuff online. We've also seen him on the receiving end of some crazy work by Naded as well in the last qualifier. But they need Ace to perform. They need him to step up and be that X factor, right? I think they have the Ace up the sleeve. However, he needs to be a true Ace.
And he has so much experience as well. That's something when he's sat in this booth now, he isn't going to be as nervous as maybe some of the other guys here at X Games because, as we said, he's competed on the biggest stage in Halo before. He knows exactly what it's like. So he can look to the left and his right at his teammates and say, hey guys, don't worry. Just take a deep breath. Let's just make sure we win map 1. Once we win map 1, build on that confidence and progress from there.
And I really hope we see that from Ace. I really hope we see him stepping up and being a leader. Some of the teams that he's been on, for example, Optic Gaming throughout Halo 2 Anniversary, we didn't see overwhelming success from them, right? It seemed like they were always middle of the pack and struggling to break into top 3. And I mean, we've seen Ace do much greater in terms of his individual play or his team play. So I need to see Ace step up, be vocal, be positive, keep his teammates' heads in the game.
It's so important. It really is, and that's exactly why we highlighted as a key to victory for that squad. But let's take a look now at Renegade's keys to victory. What are they going to need to do if they're going to be able to shut down Team Liquid? Starting off, prove them wrong as a team. Now, this is a key one, and Washi kind of broke this down very, very well earlier on. All these players have a point to prove, but they're not going to be able to prove it individually. Right. Playing by yourself in Halo 5 is not going to work. They need to do it as a team. Teamwork is key.
That's it. You can't run around and think, right, Ninja cannot have these personal battles against his former teammates.
Right, it's just not going to work.
He can't try to win the 1v1 battles. Those statements are not the ones he needs to make. Instead, the statement needs to be coming out of the booth, shaking his opponent's hand as the victor. So all 4 players on this team, lots to prove. They need to do it together. Second one, let the dog off the chain. That is Spartan the dog. Let him do what he does best, right? Let him get the power weapons. Let him run wild and control the map as a Slayer.
And then once you let him do that, I really think they're going to have a fantastic chance of potentially taking this series. I think that really is very, very important. And of course, the last key to victory for Renegades is going to be the X Factor. Of course, that's referring to Victory X.
That's right. Victory X needs to step up and perform. A very consistent player, like we said, pro player since Halo 2. He's been doing this thing for 10 years, well over 10 years now with Halo 4's, with Halo 2's debut in 2004. He knows exactly what to do. He knows the game he needs to play, and we need to see not just consistent Victory X here, which we generally get. I want to see, better than normal Victory X. I want to see Victory X stepping up as a player and putting kills on the board, leading his team. Like we said, he's the most veteran player by far on this squad. So if Ace is the player that we need to be vocal on the other side of the booth, for me, it's Victory X here on the Renegades.
So really, that's the clash we're expecting to see, or potentially hear when you kind of look at those booths. Definitely, I think Ace has to step up to that plate, because when you talk about experience and you talk about pressure, this is a guy who he just knows how to handle it. He really does. And same as you were saying about Victory on.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of parallels between Victory X and Hines on these rosters specifically. I think there are players who they perform so well over the years, but they've never been known as flashy, standout players, right? They've, however, just been really known as skilled players, but having coached actually both of these players, Victory X on Final Boss and Hines on Triggers Down, I know that they need to be stepping up in a communication role. And I don't necessarily mean a leader, but what I want to see from them is filling the communication gaps that exist in the team, calling out the exact plays, strategizing with the team. They can't just sit there, call out, and play well. That's not going to get these players through the bracket, right?
Of course.
Richie Hines here on your screen, known for so long as a top player, as we'll learn a little bit more about him, known as a support player, playing now, of course, on Team Liquid, formerly a member of CLG, had some top placings and tournament victories in Halo 3, but his highest Halo World Championship placing has been 3rd, 4th in the 3rd online qualifier.
Yeah, we certainly do some phenomenal things in that 3rd online qualifier, that's for sure. Pro player since Halo 3 as well, so when you talk about experience, this is a guy who has absolutely tons of it. You said yourself, you know this guy very, very well. What are you expecting to see from him in terms of nerves here at the X Games? Because we keep on harping on about it, but it's the first time many of these guys have been in an environment like this, where there's so much online. X Games Gold, this is a huge, huge deal.
This is, especially is worth noting that this specific tournament does not impact the Halo World Championship Tour, right? So whatever happens here, this is just a battle for X Games Gold. Of course, there's a ton of bragging rights. There's a lot of
huge bragging rights.
There's a lot of I think seeding is going to go into if a team does well here, people are going to expect them to do well at the regionals and even finals, right? They're going to become the favorites. But right here this weekend, it's all about being the champion of Aspen and leaving with some gold hardware. We're kicking things off here with Spartan of Team Renegades.
Yeah, I'm excited. Spartan has been so good in all the online qualifiers, and I'm expecting to see wonderful things from here with Team Renegades. Off the break, you see both teams just trying to get that map control and then try and push forward. Nice win from Spartan as he tries to find the double. Not going to be able to do so.
That's right. Now we'll go ahead and switch over to APG when he comes back off the respawn. But if you've been watching or playing Halo for a long time, you might recognize the geometry of this map. This is Truth, and it is the spiritual successor to Halo 2's midship. So we're looking at very linear, symmetrical 2-base gameplay. So the objective here, of course, is to take the enemy flag and bring it back to your base. The first team to do it 3 times will win.
Stellar, of course, bear in mind, has that energy sword, and he's managed to put it to good use so far, has picked up 2 kills, but Ace for Team Liquid being pretty aggressive, pushing towards that Renegade flag now. We'll see if maybe he can try and go for a pull, but has to back off that nade, hit him clean in the face, taking away half of his shield, just playing this one wise, as you would expect from a player like Ace.
Right, you see here as he's teaming up with Hines, and we talked about this in the last series, actually. You need to know when to slow this game type down, and that's exactly what they just did. They have control of their street, they have control of Pink, and they know that they just need to play their game and wait a little bit. You see they're losing teammates, though, so they can't rush in just yet. They're going to slow it down. Once they pick up this kill, there's going to be a trade there. So once again, to talk about the full landscape, Ace just had 2 players on his team die. He has to stay here in the second level of the pink tower. This is one of the biggest power positions on the map. He needs to stay here, and what he's doing right now is just waiting for his teammates to respawn. Then, once they have numbers and control options and sightlines, he can once again try another push.
Yeah, it's just all about buying time, and he's done that perfectly. His teammates coming off spawn, trying to pick up a couple of kills, but unfortunately, Victory X there in the kill feed doing a fantastic job. And Ace is kind of stuck right now, brother. He can't really do anything, but again, he tracks back, picks up the kill. He's just anchoring down this team perfectly.
Yep, look at this, he's laying down the shots. And I tell you what, if you see a player in pink 2 for a while, whether they're getting kills or not, it's generally an indicator that they are doing the right thing. They're controlling the power position, and their sheer presence alone on that part of the map is going to be a really big deal and difference maker here as he lights up that flag carrier. You see, in capture the flag, if you are shot by the opponent, you will get lit up with a little icon that will let the enemy team know where you are, which means the pressure is on.
That was beautiful work right there from Renegade. Stella pulled that flag, dropped the flag, completely baited out Ace bottom blue.
That's right, and looks like that flag now is going to go in there for Ninja, who is going to be able to cap that for Renegade. So now we'll go over to Ninja, who has camo in hand as well. Now Team Renegades up 1-0.
Oh, and this is such a lethal combination. When you have camo and you pick up that energy sword as well, you can do some real work with it. And you see, just like that on legit, not expecting it all. The BR at hand, that's a double kill. Looking for potentially the triple kill. Going to have to throw the grenade, but I don't think he's going to clean it up. In fact, he does get the triple kill just in time. And you can see that combination, bravo, so lethal.
Big stuff there from Ninja, and even more important than the triple kill there was actually the movement that he did to get that, right? He pushes up top, he cleans out players on the enemy team that are all in power positions here, and continues to go on a rage here.
Ninja is just picking them apart by himself, gets a kill with the flag, has managed to get the flag outside of the base, now has to rely on his teammates to try and pull that further.
That's right. Now it looks like now on board with Hines of Team Liquid is going to try to get this flag back, and I think they might be able to get this back if they have numbers.
Oh, I don't think they're going to have time.
Nope. And
that flag's going to be run in. That's going to be 2-0 Renegades.
The speed at which Renegades is playing this. We talked about how Spartan and Ninja love to play fast. Now we're on board with Spartan there. He brings in that second flag cap. It feels like they've had the sword and the camo throughout the entire game. Now they also have control here. They're pushing out of their street onto pink 3. So Renegades could make this a very quick CTF match.
Spartan just going to play this one wise. Just backstrike. Wants to make sure his complete base is free of Team Liquid players. You see, he's pretty weak. Just waiting for his teammates to clean out that base. Finally gets caught by that grenade, but immediately you can see there on that player cam pointing out, this is exactly what he was pointing out. Stella picks up the perfect kill on Unlegit, knows there's one more bottom blue. Ninja tries to go for the slam, not going to connect with it, but Stella being so cautious here, doesn't want to push out. Ace does clean up that kill, and that's what you want to see. Ace now finally being a little aggressive.
Yes, indeed. Now we haven't seen too much from Unlegit. We'll go over to him on the Team Liquid side. They are down 0-2. We need to figure out how they're going to bounce back in this game. This is quite a deficit, and let me tell you why, Ben. Normally when you're playing a match, you have an opportunity to take some risks. So it looks like there might... Oh my gosh!
He just stole that.
Goes flying by. Ninja the turns though, so making sure he does not get bit on that mistake. He's going to pick up that kill on Unlegit. Camo will be burned, but I was going to say, you know, if we look at the rosters here, it looks like, I mean, Team Liquid does not have many room for errors at all, right? They cannot afford to make a mistake here. We're back on board now with the Renegades and Spartan the dog.
Exactly as you said, brother. If they make one mistake, you know Renegade's going to capitalize on it. And the kills now going in Renegade's favor. That's going to be 3 down. The flood to that enemy flag. 3 players pushing straight in towards that base, and Spartan is doing a good job of just locking this down.
That's right. And if you take a look at it right now, his expression, how vocal is, he's yelling at his team exactly where to force those spawns. And take a look at his position. He can rain bullets down here from top mid. And that's exactly what he's going to do as they run this last flag in. And yes, that is going to be it. A 3-0 victory from Renegades over Team Liquid.
What a statement that is going into game 1. And look at the height. This is exactly what we were talking about. This is what you needed to see from Renegades. They needed to have that energy inside the booth. And brother, you predicted it perfectly. It's exactly what's happening.
That's right. That's the first team that we've seen such a successful victory from. And then they erupt right there, right? High fives across the board. When we were watching the earlier matches, that wasn't the case. CLG expected to win. Allegiance expected to win. But Renegades has something to prove here, and they're doing just that with a 3-0 win right there on CTF Truth.
And you look at the kills as well. 11 there for Ninja, 5 assists, 8 deaths. Spartan, 9 kills, 4 assists, 7 deaths. Stella, 12 kills, 6 assists, 8 deaths. Victory X, 11 kills, 9 assists there as well. And just in terms of the kills that they were picking up as a team, it was even slaying pretty much for the entire squad, which just tells you the story of just fantastic positioning and knowing where to position themselves on the map.
That's right, and I mean, Team Liquid cannot be thrilled with that. I think it's safe to say that they were caught off guard, right? Renegades making some very key movements there. I think the camo control, the sword control,
And it came at a very interesting time because we were just talking about how that pink control that Ace had was working so well for them. And as soon as they lost that, they both died. That flag went in right away. And Renegades did not let up. I love what we saw from Ninja with the camo. He takes the sword to top mid. I believe it was through pink 2 that he gets up there, pushes across, gets that triple kill, and is able to clear out the base. When you see players using a power up and a power weapon in a power position, getting multi-kills, you know they're doing something right. Ninja picking up a key triple. They're going to continue to run flags. Team Liquid shut it down for a split second, but then Renegades runs that third flag in. And I got to say, we'll take a look at right here as you're tweeting your answer to us. Looks like 76% are saying Team Liquid, but that vote may change a bit after folks have now seen game number 1 from Renegades.
I imagine the hashtag Renegades on Twitter are definitely going to be coming in. Remember, you guys can vote on Twitter as well. Just use hashtag of the team you want to win and hashtag HaloWC for your vote to be registered. But just to touch on that point about Ace that you were making there at the end of that game, had some fantastic position. They seem to lose control essentially, but this is where what we were talking about in the pregame is going to be so important for Ace. He has to now use that experience. This is the key time. You're 1-0 down, first game of X Games in the group. You need to utilize that experience. Look to your team and say, guys, deep breath, doesn't matter. Start from 0 again. This next game, we'll win, slay it, and we'll go from there.
And you know what I love there? We were watching Spartan the Dog at the end. If you happen to be watching his player cam, it looks like this Renegades
the Renegades
slowly climbing back.
We
might see a 50-50 vote, or that might just even go all the way in favor of Renegades now as you all are voting.
Glory Hunters.
That's right.
Look at all the Glory Hunters
voting
out
with
there.
us on Twitter. And right now,
Renegades
dancing around 50 and Renegades take the lead. But, I mean, I love what we saw from Spartan the Dog. If you were watching his player cam when he was on the opponent's street, he saw that flag being run. He's yelling to his teammates, run the flag this way. We need to block this spawn and run it through. The second that flag run starts, he knows the pink 1 spawn is blocked, charges to top middle and starts raining down gunfire on his opponent. Brilliant stuff from Spartan the Dog. That is textbook true CTF gameplay.
Yeah, and he actually picked up one of those kills and managed to pick up the assist on the second.
Right.
So
I mean,
really
they had
showed
no
you the damage
prayer,
he put
right?
down.
I mean, Spartan the Dog, that's when you also know that a team has so much control, because Spartan the Dog's positioning was perfect, correct, and he was getting kills. However, his team had run that flag so quickly that those two players probably wouldn't even have made a difference as well. Exactly. So that was just really icing on the cake.
And it was completely uncontested as well.
That's right.
They just couldn't do anything about it. But now, heading into game number 2, we go to a Slayer Eden. And after we saw everything in game 1 there, I'm a little worried now for Liquid. I think the key for Liquid is the break. They need to try and get control of these power weapons. Of course, you're going to have rockets, you're going to have sniper rifle, and they need it. They really do to get that confidence back up.
Let's go ahead, and we're going to start things off now with Spartan the Dog. He had such a solid performance in that game 1. Blows the barrels. Let's see if he goes for the early sniper grab. No, he's going to go for the delay and try to get out of here, thrust through. Only half shield, so good job there to grab the sniper rifle. We'll stay on board with him as Renegades takes an early 2-0 lead.
They have rocket control as well, so they've managed to completely win the power weapon lottery right there. Both power weapons in their hand. You can expect to see Renegades pull away to maybe an early lead here. It's already sitting at 4-1, and instantly Team Liquid slow this game down.
I need to point out where Ninja is right now. Take a look at this with the shotgun. He's over here in outside, right near Turbine. So if anyone tries to break that outside corner, they will pay the price dearly. But it looks like they might be aware that he might be over there, but he comes around the corner and is going to take out that kill on Hines. Trade, so I'm not sure how I feel about that trade specifically. But back over to Spartan with the sniper rifle in hand. It's 6-3 now. I'm not sure if that was the push that they needed at that moment. Look at that kill there from Spartan.
May have arguably overcommitted just a little bit, but it was a trade nevertheless. You have Spartan controlling that blue base with that sniper rifle. This is exactly what you want, but you need to support him, and you see just that coming in the form of Stellar with rockets. This is going to be so difficult now for Team Liquid to break.
I love what I saw from Stellar, just firing rockets, cleaning out his own base, knowing exactly what he needs to do. But it's worth noting, Renegades is a little bit trapped right now. As we take a look at Team Liquid, they're collapsing on blue outside right now, so they need to be very careful with how they get out of this base, but they are able to pick up one of the kills there. Now 3 players alive for each team.
Oh, what a shot that was from Spawn. Just snaps onto APG and connects with that kill. As you said, Liquid were collapsing on Renegade's position, but it doesn't matter because Renegade just sat there and said, all right, you want to run at us? That's absolutely fine. We'll slay you out.
That's right. Look at that slide there coming across the map.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He stuck himself. Spawn, a massive, massive mistake. Bear in mind, of course, he did have the sniper rifle in hand to stick himself at this level. He's going to be kicking himself after that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, especially if Team Liquid was able to start to bounce back now, which would be absurd. A tragic mistake there, letting a plasma grenade actually hit off the wall back to himself now, as it's now a 4-kill game, 12-8 in favor of Renegades.
And this is going to be key because Liquid have complete control of rockets. You can expect to see them pick that up.
Yep.
And that could reduce that deficit pretty heavily. It's now just at 4. Of course, Team Slayer first to 50 kills will win. Renegades, as it stands, 12 to 8 kills up. But as we said, we do have a position where Liquid have rocket control. It's going to be this man right here, APG, going to pick up, in fact, didn't. His teammate already killed him. So, bit of a waste for a Rocket Dead. Needs to be careful because he's straight into that Promethean grenade.
Absolutely has to be careful right here. Like you said, I believe they do end up picking up that kill on Victory X, so they're going to be able to push out. But it looks like now 10 to 13 is the score.
2 rockets remaining, so that deficit is being reduced. And APG just sticking with his teammate Heinz there, just peeking out. Got that call out. Of course, new sniper rifle is up. Now, if your APG hit, do you use that rocket on snipe when it spawns, or do you try and use it early?
I think it's really going to be situational for him. If he needs to use it to keep control of security of this tower right here, he's going to do it. So he picks up the double kill.
Triple.
And yes, indeed, that's a triple kill from APG. Look at that, only down by 1 kill. So what a turn of events there, Benson. Unfortunately, Spartan the Dog getting caught with his own sticky grenade, and now we have a 14 to 16 game, and Team Liquid is right back in it.
You can definitely look at that as a mistake, but this is going to be key here for APG. If he can pick up a couple of kills, they may be able to get control of Sniper. He does get one. It was immediately traded, so you still have 1 player from Renegades ready and waiting for that sniper rifle, and I believe it has actually just been picked up.
That's indeed. Let's go ahead and now back over to Stellar. We saw a little bit from him in game 1. He does have the sniper rifle in hand for Renegades. Their score is now 20 to 15, so they've bounced back a bit here, and they have power weapon control.
And it's very interesting to me watching Renegades play Slayer. Very different than what we saw with Allegiance, the #1 North American seed earlier on in the game, or earlier on in the day, I should say. Allegiance, when they got power weapon control, they rotated all the way around the map, whereas it seems Renegades seem more than happy to wait for Liquid to push them.
Oh, and looks like, Stellar getting pretty aggressive here. Several times he's poked out with low shields, but has not been picked off as of yet. His teammate will fall, but not to worry too much. But 22 to 18, so Liquid is bouncing back yet again, and that's because Stellar has not been in a position to get those kills, but as I'm quickly corrected there as he picks up that headshot.
Oh, he went for the snapshot, not going to connect. And this is where you want to see Stellar potentially push towards that outside. With new rockets coming in, if Renegades can get control of them as well, they're really going to start to build.
I'll go ahead and switch over now to APG, who once again has rockets in hand for Team Liquid. So it's a 6-kill game, 18 to 24, now 18 to 25. It looks like Renegade's going to put even more points on the board, but APG doing what he needs to do to get these kills.
He's very, very efficient with rockets so far this game. Of course, he saw him pick up the triple kill earlier on, able to pick up 1 now as he slowly starts to creep in towards that Renegade's blue base where they've been locking down for the majority of this game. If he can get that pick on the sniper rifle, it would have been huge, but he's not going to be able to do it. Spartan able to clean him up. Now as we head over towards Stellar, who does still have that sniper rifle in hand. He has about, I believe that was 6 bullets left. He actually trades out that piece of the assault rifle. Immediately goes for a challenge on Unlegit. Is he going to win it? Yes, he is. Nice play.
I tell you, that's exactly why he went to tower, right? There's only one reason why Stellar would be pushing into tower at a time like that, and that's because his opponent must have just dropped the shotgun, which respawns 10 seconds after it's dropped with no ammo left in it. So he comes over there, he picks up the kill, I have to say, with a perfect use of the thruster pack, right, to get that kill with the AR, and then comes away with the shotgun. So now taking a look at the score, Ace gets taken down, but right away, this game has run away. We'll go to Victory X, but it's 33 to 23.
You can see how quickly this game has started to spiral out of control here for Team Liquid. They were so close. They were in touching distance, but now they find themselves trailing 10 kills. And honestly, it seems like Renegades have all the control of the map, all of the momentum as well. Ninja doing work with that shotgun, gets traded there to Heinz, and Victory X playing this one so smart. Just peeking out slightly, throwing their grenades. Of course, new rockets up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Victory X doing what he needs to do. He said we need him to deliver, and he is playing well. A 10-kill lead, Benson, in a game like Slayer is massive, right? And keep in mind,
especially at this point in the game,
right, there's a lot that players are playing for here. Specifically, we got to talk about Ninja, right? Dropped from Team Liquid before this event, and now we're seeing what he can do here with his team. Like we said, he wants to get revenge. He's being pushed from outside. Victory X, being pushed from outside, as we will see a little bit of a push here coming in, as we'll now go back over to Unlegit.
Let's see, Unlegit does have rockets, and of course this could be key to trying to reduce that deficit, but they are trailing so much. It's 11 kills, so despite power up control from Team Liquid, Renegade's still able to extend that lead, and it seems for now as if Unlegit just waiting for his teammates to come up with Swarm, potentially give him a little bit extra support. He doesn't want to waste these rockets. He only has 3 left, and this could be key to starting that comeback.
That's right, and keep in mind these rockets are spawning every few minutes for those of you who might be joining us here on ESPN 3. First of all, welcome to the Halo World Championship Tour Aspen X Games Invitational. We got some of the best Halo Halo players in the world fighting here, and we're bringing you this action live from the X Games Festival grounds. But these rockets, as I was saying, they spawn every few minutes, so the teams are constantly setting up around them, so they need to master that art and get the power weapon control. Right now, we're seeing this game totally slowed down, and that's what I love from Renegades. They have sniper rifle in hand. I'll go ahead and give you a peek at that. It's Spartan the dog, and they don't need to push at all, right? They have an 11-kill lead. Even though the fact that Team Liquid might have rockets, we're just going to see Renegades play this one out. I mean, this is a substantial margin that they are up by, and they're not going to risk anything here because they're playing for X Games gold.
Exactly. You can just wait at this point for Team Liquid to push you, and it has been, to be honest, the playstyle that we've seen from Renegades all throughout this map. They've been more than happy to give Spartan the sniper rifle and say, hey, we're going to play around you. If you get picks, fantastic. We're just going to stay towards this blue base, get perfect control of power weapons, and that's going to be the problem right now because Unlegit still does have rockets.
And I got to say, Unlegit, we got to take a look at his situation. He was actually surrounded by Splinter Grenade there for just a second, but finally he gets out of that situation. Just poking out with the thrust to go ahead and give a little bit of a head check to see what might be out there without putting his face out too much. But this game has slowed down significantly, and reason being, Benson, neither team wants to make the mistake, right?
Of course.
There's so much they're playing for, and they know that the wrong move in this situation could really cost them. We'll go back over to Spartan with the sniper.
It's as you said, if Team Liquid push out and they make a mistake, they lose the game.
Yep.
And if Renegades make a mistake now, they arguably allow Liquid back into this. And
which they don't want to do, right? They don't even want this game to be within 5 kills. That's not what they're looking for. They want to keep this very, very comfortable 12-kill lead here, as it looks like a little bit of action starting up. And I have to say,
new rockets are actually up as well.
And yes, they're going to be setting up for those now as well. So kills finally coming across the board now, as it looks like Renegades is able to get one, but so is Team Liquid.
Unfortunately, Spartan not able to pick that up, so the lead still in their favor, but it is now down to just 10. Ace needs to be careful. Does have the support here of APG with rockets, and Ace may actually be trying to bait out. I believe that was Stella there.
Actually, I wonder. Ace actually came back, and Spartan just put a bullet right in the back of his head. He tried to sprint back and tell him about the intel he had just got about that base, but now they'll never know.
10-kill lead, 42-32. Renegades just 8 kills away from going 2-0 up in this best-of-5 series. APG starting to potentially peek out, try and get some information. I mean, if they continue to play this pace though, Bravo, with only 3 minutes 10 left in the game, they're going to be forced to do something.
I got to show you this here. We're looking at Ninja. Once again, he's always in the sneaky spot.
He loves it. His name is Ninja. He's playing like one.
Yes, right now he's just hanging out around Blue Yard, just waiting to see if anyone might try to push outside, but they're going to play this very comfortably. Renegades is looking very good now. They're up 43-32 in this game 2 Slayer, and he's going to get the SMG and creep around this corner. Of course, he would be able to lay waste to anyone as soon as he gets the first shot.
And the problem Liquid are going to have right now is the perfect power weapon control. They have a new sniper rifle up. They're going to get control of it. They're not going to allow Liquid any moment to breathe. This Ninja cleans up APG. He will fall, but again, damage done. That just sheer control of the map they have now. Victory X, you see, with that sniper rifle, they just need 5 more kills. Liquid, they have a mountain to climb, quite literally.
Yes, they do. It looks like Team Liquid is desperately trying to get outside, but Victory X knows that, so he's going to be watching these exact sight lines. His teammates are very hesitant to push out the doorway because of the incoming grenades, but 45-35, still a 10-kill lead for Renegades, as those rockets, I believe, have dropped, if I'm not mistaken. They will be in the hands.
This is still possible. It is worth mentioning. If you're new to Halo, comebacks like this have been known to happen. It is pretty rare, but unfortunately, Victory X with sniper rifle misses 2 shots. Ace manages to pick up the kill with the BR. That is huge, because now APG gets rockets. If they're quick, they may actually be able to get sniper rifle control as well, and that will bring them back into this game.
We were talking about.
Exactly
this is what Team Liquid wants to do. This is what Renegades does not want to happen. It's now a 7-kill game, 38-45. They have a few more kills to get back on the board, but a sniper is in the hands of Unlegit on the Liquid side as well, so they have power weapons in hand.
Now this is exactly where you want to see Renegades look at the clock and say, hey, minute 30 left, 45-38 game.
That's right.
Force Liquid to come to us. Force them, because they know they have a sniper rifle.
And here's APG now going to try to go into tower. He knows that someone might be around here. He's being very careful, creeping around, of course, to make sure he doesn't appear on that motion tracker, but he doesn't see anyone just yet. Now 39-46, kills still being exchanged. 40-46, it's a 6-kill game.
Unlegit just got a double there with the sniper rifle, and that gives APG license now to maybe push and be a little bit more aggressive, but time is running out. They are playing against the clock here.
He could have pushed there, but instead they're making sure no one pushed outside, and it looks like actually one player has pushed across.
Oh, he's not going to pick up the kill with the rockets, and he's so weak. He does manage to get that distraction, though. 41-46, 57 seconds left in this game. Can Team Liquid fall back into APG with the rocket? No! A suicide! That is going to put them back 1 kill. It's a 7-kill game with less than 50 seconds to go. Liquid need to push. They cannot continue playing at a slow pace.
And now going up over Stellar, he just picked up 1 kill, so 48-41. Let's take a look, and it looks like there's going to be a push there from Victory X. He grabbed the rocket launcher, now 49-41. This could be it. Yes! Renegades is able to close it out, and my goodness, Benson, once again, Renegades on their feet in the booth. They lead the series 2-0.
But that's another time that we saw right there. I mean, APG jumps up with the Rockets. Unfortunately, too high right there. Gets actually a suicide from that moment. His team will lose a kill. They do not get the kill. And I tell you what, that would have been a free kill. That player had no shields. All he needed to do was place that rocket in the general vicinity, and they could have brought that. I believe it would have been 42-46.
Yeah, it would have been extremely close. A 4-kill game. Then you have to look about
still had the sniper rifle in hand. I have to say,
I have to ask you. Okay, I have to ask you. If you were coaching right there, if you were coaching Liquid,
yes,
what would you have been saying there? Because we saw they were playing against the clock. They had the deficit. But I feel like, obviously, you can't just run out and say, all right, we need to challenge, we need to get kills, because this is not going to work, because they're just going to slay you out. So how do you play those moments in Halo 5?
Yeah, I think that is a very specific, you picked up on it. There was a moment there where they had the chance, as we take a look at Team Liquid now down 0-2 in the series, there was a moment where APG had to make a decision in Tower. Did he want to push across to the enemy base and try to pinch a spawn? But it sounded like, based on what I would imagine was his team's communication, instead they were worried about people spawning outside pushing blue, or even getting front base, which is what happened. They went front base.
Yeah.
So APG made the wise decision to push back. You have to wonder what might have happened if he tried to move across the map and circle outside. I mean, there's a lot of what-ifs there, but I think they were playing that right. I think they made sure that no one's behind them, because you want to be... The one thing you don't want to do is make a risky play on trying to guess a spawn and then have less information. In the play that they decided to do, they knew exactly where their opponents were. And APG was actually in position to get that rocket kill, but that's when things start to fall apart. They lost a kill, they lost rockets, they lost tower presence, and they already had a player who was being dangerous from base who had just been cleaned up. So, I mean,
such a pivotal point in that game.
At that point, Renegades is going to push in. And it's tough to say, right? I mean, if APG had even got that rocket kill, that does not mean that they would have been back in the game.
Of course.
Right? Renegades, if I had to bet, Renegades probably still had positioning enough to get them the win. And I don't think...
And they had the clock in their favor as well.
Sure. I think we only had about maybe 30 seconds left at that point. So Renegades is able to close out that match, which was just expedited there by that APG suicide. But taking a look at Ace there on Team Liquid, they know what they need to do to bounce back in this series, but it won't be easy. They will need to win Stronghold's Empire. They'll need to win CTF Coliseum, and lastly, a Game 5 Slayer on the rig. So game number 3 is going to be Stronghold's Empire. Will Renegades upset with a 3-0 sweep? And I think we may have changed our minds here.
It was pretty heavy in Liquid favor. Now all of a sudden you can see everyone getting on social media giving Renegades some love. 75% to just 25%. And one thing I want to point out right now is look at the difference in the booth. Obviously, Ace, just some small talk. I mean, obviously you're not going to be happy when you're 2-0 down, but this is the key moment. This is where you have to rally the troops. You have to sit down and you have to say, guys, come on, we have this. Let's just start. It's baby steps at this point.
It is.
You have to win one map at a time, and you have to go very, very slowly and very, very gradually. But silence in a booth is never a good thing.
No, and that's that's really the story of this series, right? I mean, it's told by it's told by the Twitter poll. I think a lot of us thought Team Liquid is an all-star roster. They're going to do what it takes to win this series, and instead we all slowly started to change our minds. Actually, Renegades
seem pretty good in this game. We should probably vote for them.
So those votes have changed. Many of you, whether you're voting with us on Twitter or not, may also be thinking along those lines. We're jumping into Empire here. This is going to be Strongholds on Empire. You saw it in the first series. This is a chaotic map. Teams need to control the outside bases, and they need to also control that bottom pit. So it looks like they're going to go ahead and jump out with time. So Victory X is going to get this first blue base. Now it's going to be, of course, they're going to try to get that bottom hill as well. So Benson, Strongholds is all about controlling 2 of the 3 points that exist on the map, and of course rotating your control around the battleground as well.
The pit right now is going to be the highly contested area on the map. You're going to see floods and floods of players just jumping in, trying to get control of it. For now, I believe it has just gone in favor of Team Liquid.
Heinz rocking the pizza and fries combo, right? He's got the last slice pepperoni pizza AR along with the Lord of the Fries. I tell you what, Heinz, those are actually 2 of Heinz's favorite foods, and anyone who's been with Heinz watching him for a while knows that is his stuff. He feels like those new Halo 5 weapon skins were made for him, so it's awesome to see him rocking those fancy skins here. But that's not going to be enough. He also needs to put some fancy numbers on the board for his team to advance through this series. So taking a look at the early scoreboard, let's go ahead and stay on board for just a moment through the respawn with Ace and Team Liquid, as it looks like Renegades once again off to an early lead here, 9-3. They do have 2 points, but it looks like it's going to be converted. Yes, so now as you see on your screen, Ace and Team Liquid will begin scoring.
But the problem is 3 players fall there for Team Liquid, so immediately Renegades jump. You had Ninja putting some pressure on Red Base. If he won that would have been a trip cap in favor of Renegades.
A crouch strafe there from Unlegit. I feel like he's earned the right to be on our screen right now, his point of view, because that was quite some AR crouch work there. And okay, we didn't see this in the first series enough. you need to control Turbine on this game type because this allows you to fully rotate. Imagine if you just needed to have an anchor point around the map. That is Turbine. Ironically, it is not what you might expect Tower on Strongholds. You want Turbine for one reason. You want to control that, and if you want to control the pit, obviously, you can drop down into the pit and then quickly run right back up, right? That's what you want to be able to do.
And you have
that
easy
luxury.
rotations to both blue and red.
Exactly. It's also all about the rotations. If you ever lose red, you can go ahead and swing right around to blue while still keeping eyes on the pit. So you're going to see teams vying for control of that Turbine area right next to this bottom middle.
This is a big, big win if Heinz is able to get it, but he's not. Unfortunately, Pit will stay in favor of Renegades. Ninja looks as if he may have to drop down, but OS is up, and Unlegit was able to get that. And luckily, Overshield helping Unlegit capture that Pit. That was very, very smart play timing that OS.
That's right. Now, taking a look at the score here, we do have the Renegades right now losing control. Finally, Team Liquid is going to start putting points on the board, but it's worth noting they've put some points here. Now, 28-12 is the score. As a reminder, these teams are playing the first to 100 points.
Yes, and you need, as you said earlier on, 2 of those strongholds control to earn points. Of course, if you do get 3, you'll be earning double the amount of points, which is always nice. As Victor X has a gunfight, it looks as if he may decide to back down from that, but 3 players once again fall here for Renegades. Team Liquid going to get some good control, and they may actually push in towards that blue base, put a little bit of time on. That's exactly what they're going to do. APG pushing down for a trip cap. This is going to help massively reduce that deficit. In actual fact, blue base is gone as well, though, so it will just stay as a 2-to-1 stronghold.
That's right,
advantage.
but it will let Team Liquid, of course, control right here and get back on the board. This is a very, very close game. It's 21-30. Just for a few minutes of control, they can very quickly gain the lead. So we'll go over here now to Stellar on the other side. He falls. We'll stay on board with him through the respawn. As you see, his team is now trying to control bottom middle. They need to get this back, but Team Liquid, Ben, has climbed back now. It's a 30-27 game.
And that's a big win from Stellar as he picks up one. Ninja helps him with the second. Pit goes back to Renegade's control. The SMG helps him out there as he cleans up Unlegit. So now Renegade's back to a 2-to-1 stronghold advantage. Start to increase that lead, and more importantly, Stellar has Scattershot as well. So anyone that jumps into Pit from Team Liquid is in massive, massive danger. You can see the damage Stellar can do with that, and that's exactly why Ace threw that grenade expecting Stellar to be up there.
We actually had 2 dead there for Team Liquid for a moment, so that is dangerous. As you see, Unlegit is desperately trying to stay alive. That's going to be 3 dead for a moment as well. So we'll see if Liquid can still maintain control. It looks like Renegades, of course, will now start to rack up points once again. Now 41-28, so about 10 unanswered points there from Renegades.
Now at this point, is it? Oh, in fact, it's a trip cap right now for Renegades. So that goes the question I was originally going to ask you.
Such a terrible situation to be in. You know why? Because you don't know exactly where to push and how. As we look at this map,
that's so unfortunate. Heinz so nearly got overshield right there. And in actual fact, you're going to see Spartan take it away from them. And Team Liquid are in some massive trouble right now because Renegades still have that 2-to-1 stronghold advantage. They have OS. They have Scattershot with OS. More importantly, this is a just lethal combination to play against.
And they're going to go for red again. And the worst thing about getting triple capped on, Ben, is the fact that you don't know exactly where to push. When you're looking at this map linearly, if you're thinking about red, bottom, middle, blue, generally you're going to be trapped in a base and you can prioritize where to go. When you're spawning on the map and the enemy team has all 3 bases, you're not exactly sure where they are, right? It looks like Spartan laying down some shots on Ace there of Team Liquid.
Let him know, Spartan. Let him know. And he's going to push once again towards that blue base. They are losing red base, but again, they will maintain that 2-to-1 stronghold advantage. A trip cap for now. That's going to be taken away from them as the opposite base does get captured by Team Liquid. But at this point, okay, this is the question I wanted to ask you earlier. If you're Team Liquid, you're down 1-2. Is it actually worth pushing Pit, or should you overextend, go back towards blue base, try and take that away from Renegades, and then when they rotate back out to red base, do you then take Pit then?
Almost a triple kill there from Victor X, but to answer your question, as long as you have turbine control, the choice is yours. You can go ahead and push straight across the map, or you can push around the outside and get control of that. So really the answer to that is just grabbing turbine. Look at that, and that's the exact play. Look at Stellar, what we're seeing there. You want to just drop it and picks up that kill as well. Brilliant plays out of Stellar is what we're seeing. He's able to pull that off as well. You can drop down into the pit, right? You can push across, get right back into turbine that has all the cover. That's the place you want to be, but let's go ahead and spend some time with Ace. His team is down in this match, but they need to bring it back. He does fall, though, with the SMG.
Again, just looking at those player cams, it tells you a massive, massive story. Renegades, whenever we're watching them, you can practically just make out what they're saying. You can lip read it. They're being very, very loud, and they're being very, very energetic with those callouts, whereas Liquid, on the other hand, I mean, it looks as if they're silent, and there's nothing worse than silence inside that booth.
Right now, back on board with Ace here, who's going to be able to pick up a kill there on Spartan, and his team does grab control.
This is the trip cap
now. Here's the trip cap from Ace. Let's see if he can push it out bottom middle.
Oh, that
yes,
is huge.
Indeed. Oh my gosh, on Victory X.
No! Oh, that would have been so, so nice, but unfortunately he's not going to get it. They do still, however, keep that 2-to-1 stronghold advantage. This is big for Team Liquid if they're going to have any chance of producing the deficit, and they did exactly that question I asked you. Now they can try and jump onto Pit, and that is a huge, huge win for Ace. Stops it being taken, but he has more more work to do here. Can he find the second? Ace with a huge double kill. Grabs Scatter Shot, turns around, a triple kill for Ace. Looks for the overkill, doesn't matter. Not going to find it. Instead, wisely jumps on the pit. Unfortunately, not going to cap it though. And more importantly, Renegades lose that 2-1 stronghold advantage.
Oh, yeah, but big. I'm speechless there. Plays from Ace. What a move there as he's able to get control of Turbine. Ace knew exactly what he needed to do, and he picked up those kills to get his team back in this match. But it could be too little, too late. Right now, Renegades gets 2-1 control once again.
APG trying to sneakily put some time down on Pit, but he needs to be careful. The Renegades don't just jump down and reset it. In fact, it doesn't matter. He does fall. That's 2 players down for Liquid. They probably have time for one more push. And when they make that push, they're not going to be able to make any more mistakes for the remainder of this game. Heinz immediately off spawn has to push Blue Base. It's a trip cap now for Renegades in the closing part of this game. Heinz is going to lose that gunfight, and that is going to be GG. Renegades surprising so many with a 3-0 sweep over Team Liquid.
Fast. What a game there. They're going to win that game 100-50. So despite the fact that Team Liquid put up a fight at the end, Renegades is able to win 3-0, and they will advance to their next match of group play.
And that makes Group A so very interesting. We all had Team Liquid coming out, and now down 0-1 in the group with Renegades up 1-0. That makes it so very interesting. Looking at that scoreboard there, 24 kills for Stellar. What a job he did. Victory X there with 19 as well. And the assist column really does tell you a lot. 16 kills for Spartan, 13 assists for Victory X, and 15 coming in for Ninja as well.
And I have to say on Team Liquid, not a single player going positive. Ace, the only player to go even. Big numbers though, 17 and 17 with 12 assists, but not a single player on Team Liquid going positive in terms of kills and deaths. If you want to win that game type, you need to have Slay and Control,
Absolutely.
right? There are rare exceptions where a team could get away with simply really having good rotations. However, that wasn't the case. Renegades came out to play. That was some of the best turbine control I've seen. It was very, very disciplined. Ace and Liquid had some moments of greatness in that series as he was able to pick up that triple kill around the pit and start to get his team with some points on the board, but it was too late for that.
I think the perfect example of that was what we saw from Stellar when he was just in that turbine area, threw that grenade in towards Pit, picked up the kill, backed up, got the double kill. That's exactly how you control turbine and how you control Pit, and it was just textbook play from Renegades that whole game.
The other reason that's very useful is the ability, right, to drop down when Ovi comes up. You drop down, you time it so you avoid the grenades, and you fly right back up. Looking at the series overview once again, Renegades all over the scoreboard. They win CGF Truth 3-0. They win Eden Slayer narrowly 50-41.
That was much closer than the scoreline says.
Yeah, exactly. 50-41 is that final score. 9 kills does not do that justice, but 100-50 on Empire Strongholds. They just had really complete map control. It felt like Liquid was always desperately trying to figure out where can we go, where can we push, and once you have control of those bases, especially with the scatter shot control that Renegades had, they made it so difficult for Team Liquid to be able to do anything in that match.
I think after losing that Slayer game there, I think Liquid's confidence may have taken a big knock, and you kind of saw that at the early parts of that Empire Strongholds, and from there, they were never really able to recover. So you have to give massive props there to Renegades for not making any mistakes, really.
Right.
Every time they kind of lost control, they were very quick at grouping as a team, winning those individual gunfights, and then pushing a stronghold.
I think one of the best things we saw from Renegades is that, yes, this is the Victory X that they needed to show up, right? Yes, Stellar is really a fantastic player, and the rest of the roster as well. I mean, good stuff from them, Spartan and Ninja. On the other side, we did not see the best from APG and Heinz, right? We did not see the best from Ace and Unlegit on the other side of the screen. So I have to say, Renegades, they came out to play, right? We're here at day 1 at X Games. There's only so many group stage matches that you play. Renegades made all 3 of those count. They made quick work of Team Liquid, who will have to do some serious work tomorrow to get into the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We could potentially see that tie that I talked about at the very beginning of the day. Hopefully, lift some storylines and some drama X Games. Why not? But that's going to do it from myself and Bravo from the casting desk. For now, we can send down to Walshy with an interview with Ninja.
Thank you, Benson. I am here with Ninja. How does it feel beating the team that just dropped you 3 weeks ago?
It feels about as good as it can, man. You know, I'd like to say it was like taking candy from a baby. Whoa. I'm just kidding.
So, what do you think is the key to your success? Because obviously, Team Liquid before, you guys had some success, but after you parted ways, it seems like Renegades have taken off. No matter the lamp you've had, you had Comley before, and now you have Stellar. Why is Renegades so good?
Honestly, it's a combination of all players. The 3 people who haven't really changed are myself, Spartan the Dog, and Victory X, and Cam, dude. He's got a great understanding of the game. I really was worried, like, way before, like, 2 months into a month, like, into the game. I was like, I didn't think Victory X was going to be that top player. Completely blew me away. Was the only great player on Cloud9 left, really, that is now on a top team. He's just been playing lights out. But Spartan the dog, man, this guy, and Stellar, both those kids, they're just these young gods, and they're just incredible, man.
So does Renegades have what it take to walk away with a gold medal here at X Games?
Definitely. We just got to play our best, man. Hopefully we can come out on top with the first seed coming out of the pool, beating Allegiance and Epsilon, and then we just bring it in on Saturday.
What's going to be the key to beating Allegiance?
The key to beating Allegiance is going to be playing at their pace, which is going to be just as fast as us. We're really excited to play against them. We had a best of 5, game 5 against them in an online cup, and really it was just anyone's game. We're really excited to get a rematch against them.
When I was talking to Snakebite earlier, he said that Renegades were the most fast-paced team here at this event. Do you think that's true, or do you think Allegiance are faster paced? Because you credited them and said, well, we got to play at their pace.
Kind of like it's a two-way thing. Their pace is also playing pretty quickly, but also really nerdy. Like they're really good with nerd nades. They know how to nade weapons to themselves very well. They know really good jumps. So it's basically just up to us to keep at that pace, right? Make those same nerd jumps, make those great plays and great flag runs, and we should be able to take the series.
Well, congratulations on the win. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we get back, we have Evil Geniuses taking on Dream Teams. Catch you later.
By the end of the 5th North American Online Qualifier, 15 teams would clinch their spot at the regional finals. Multiple rosters would undergo team changes, sparked by Lethal leaving EG and replacing Ogre 2 on Counter Logic Gaming. Without asking for a better storyline, EG and CLG would clash in the semi-finals. CLG would jump out to a quick 2-0 lead in the series after convincing wins on Plaza Strongholds and Eden Slayer. Refusing to go down quietly to the man who betrayed them, EG would take Coliseum CTF and Altitude Breakout to force a Game 5 between the two rivals. With the possibility of being reverse swept, CLG would knuckle down on the Rig Slayer, proving for now that Lethal made the right choice. One kill away from victory in the semi-final and confirming that second seed, and Royal 2 turns the corner with the PR. He is going to connect with the kill, and the win goes to CLG. Congratulations to them. On the other half of the bracket, reigning champions Allegiance met up with Team Liquid. After finally making it back to the semi-finals for the first time since qualifier number 3, Allegiance would crush any hope of them making it any further, and took the series 3-0, marking it 4 straight grand final appearances for the number 1 seed. Allegiance flag, he is doing such a good job aggressively. Meanwhile, that flag is being pulled, and that will be the win. Fantastic plays from Allegiance to turn that around in the closing minutes. In a rematch of the finals from qualifier number 3, CLG tried to replicate their performance against a much stronger, much more composed Team Allegiance. The two juggernauts would trade the first 2 maps, leaving the series knotted up at 1-1 going into Eden Strongholds. CLG seemed to have things all wrapped up after a 100-79 win in Game 3, however, Naded and company would take Game 4 Gamble Breakout 5-2, setting up a Coliseum Slayer to decide it all. CLG would ultimately take out Allegiance 50-39, winning their second qualifier out of 5 and their first with New Edition Lethal. This new squad looks extremely deadly, showing dominance and resilience. With 15 spots decided, teams on the outside looking in have 1 shot left at making it to the North American Regional Finals. Be sure to catch the Last Chance qualifier on February 6th, as 1 team will cash in on their last chance.
And let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever.
We are here at the Halo World Championships X Games stop out here in Aspen. Walshy here with Elamite, and we got some good matches for you today. Well, we've already seen some great matches so far, but this last match is Evil Geniuses versus Dream Team. What are you thinking?
You know, it's kind of you got to go with the EG on this one here. Although I am excited for the match though, because Aries, you know, I've known him for a long time. I've had the opportunity of coaching him in the past before as well, and I understand he's put together a pretty good team here. You know, obviously to make it to X Games, you've got to be pretty good. But I think there's going to be actually a pretty interesting series coming up.
Yeah, a lot of players out there and fans will know of combinations that have been around forever. Like Roy and Lunchbox have been a dominant force on the scene since 2007. However, a lot of people don't know about this Aries/Jesse combo. I remember landing against them back in 2008 or so. So they obviously have quite a bit of teamwork after playing together on and off for 6 or 7 years.
Absolutely. You know, we definitely expect big things to come out of them for them to make it here, and they have a lot of chemistry, a lot of history together. Been on multiple teams, multiple thirds and fourths as far as their overall team goes, but this pretty solid lineup. They have the Tire Iron as well as Prototype, and we've seen what Prototype's been able to do over his kind of career. He's an extremely talented player.
Yes, some absolute talent over on the Dream Team squad. However, you can't overlook a squad like EG. Now tell me about Commonly. What does he bring to this EG squad?
Commonly is, you know, that new talent, extremely skilled, very high sensitivity, creates a lot of opportunities and options for him in game. A lot more flexibility in his routes and things he can do. His sniper is, you know, off the wall, extremely good. And obviously, in order to be picked up on a team like EG or replace a player like Lethal, you've got to be pretty good.
Absolutely. I would not question EG's decision making when it comes to picking up a member. They probably had their pick of almost anybody on the circuit, and they went with Commonly for probably good reason.
Absolutely. I know they were evaluating a couple different players there, and you know, there's going to be a lot of input both from all 4 members, but as well as from Towie, the coach, as well. You know, they're going to be going back, looking over gameplays, trying to figure out what's going to fit best with their squad in general, and you know, also what kind of player can they develop here, what kind of new talent can they steal.
Yep, so our team matchup, as you see right here, is Dream Team taking on Evil Geniuses. On the Dream Team squad that consists, as you said, Prototype, Aries, Jesse, and Tire Iron. EG, the squad that needs no introduction, is Roy, Lunchbox, Snipe Down, and the new member, Commonly.
Absolutely.
So tell me about these game types we have coming up, because we are going to start off with a Strongholds on the rig. What goes on in that game type? Like, what is the ideal setup when you're playing that map?
Ideal setup on Stronghold's rig is you want to control the catwalk if possible, and then have the blue bend spawn as well. Blue base just gives you a lot more flexibility, as the route to top center is from blue base, while as red base, you know, it's that lower catwalk where you're definitely a lot more exposed and open to die.
Yeah, on rig, it's definitely more so like the outside, like getting some of those catwalks, like you said, and kind of blocking the carbine spawns, and like you said, sometimes going that secondary catwalk and taking over nest. So I agree completely. Like, sometimes you gotta watch that bend/elbow and make sure you watch all the areas. But our series layout is on your screen right now. We have Strongholds Rig, Plaza Slayer, Truth Capture the Flag, and if necessary, games 4 and 5 will be Eden Strongholds and Regret Slayer.
Absolutely. So with the Rig Stronghold coming up here, you know, who do you think is going to take this first one?
I mean, it's always the squad that has the outside control, and one thing I've always noticed about Evil Geniuses, no matter the game type, but especially here on Stronghold's Rig, is they slow it down when they have to. It's so easy to get into panic mode when you start spawning inside and the opposing team has nest, when they have basement, and it's really tough to know when or where to push, but EG does such a great job of slowing it down and making a push together. What Roy has said on multiple occasions is just make a push as a team. You'll be surprised at how successful it'll be. And that is so true. When you look at some of these top squads, even a squad like Allegiance, sometimes you'll see them push out individually. And Allegiance is the #1 seed here. So even seeing that common mistake from them from time to time, it's not surprising. Every team makes those mistakes because you would more so rather push up and try to help your teams earlier rather than sit back and leave your team out to dry.
Absolutely. You know, there is no perfect setup on any game type. It depends on what the other team is doing. It depends on weapon respawn times, power-ups. There's constantly changing. There's never a perfect moment to do anything really in the game. It's all capitalizing on what opportunities your teammates provide to you as well as what opportunities the other team hands to you as well. So definitely want to be able to set up. You see with EG, they're not going to be a team that gets easily flustered, a team that's going to know what to do in every situation, whether or not they're winning or even if they're losing. So definitely some great things going to come from them.
Yeah, and we talked about the the keys to winning a game type like Stronghold's the rig, but now we're going to look at the keys to victory for Evil Geniuses. First off, they're going to control the pace of the game. They're a squad that can play it really slow. At the same time, once they get on a roll and they have numbers, they can crank up the pace of the game and just get spawn kill after spawn kill. Secondly, give Snipe Down some breathing room. If you slow down the pace of the game when he has a sniper rifle and just create some buffer space, let him just be relaxed and have no pressure on him or no flanks, he will rip off faces. Lastly, but not least, is the fifth man, aka Towie. I relate it to the Seahawks, kind of like 12th man sort of thing. Towie is that extra factor that helps bring EG the victories. It's going to be that extra power up that he helps them get. It's going to be telling them the flag route to run before they pull the flag. It's just everything that Towie does to help the squad be the best they can be.
And there's so much more than that, actually, with Towie as well. This is somebody that is currently staying with the players as well. So on top of everything he brings in the tournament environment, he's working with these players on a daily basis.
By far, I would say one of the most dedicated coaches in the game over the last 5-6 years. Towie's been a staple in the Halo scene.
Right.
Up next, we got the Dream Team, and tell me a little bit about their keys to victory.
For the Dream Team here, they want to make sure they can thrive in the chaos here. What we see, they're probably not going to be able to set the tone of the pace against a team like EG, so they definitely want to be able to at least perform well and still use their teamwork and map movements to thrive in that chaos environment that EG can create.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's one of those things where the majority of the game is never one team has full sep and the other team all 4 down, or the reverse of that. The majority of the game is these chaotic times where it's a 2-on-2 situation, and Dream Team has to win those. Secondly, they need to regroup when all down. I was complimenting Roy and the EG squad for slowing it down when they're down in members. Dream Team has to have that discipline if they want to have a shot at beating EG. And tell me about the last one here.
Absolutely, and as we were touching base on earlier, we have Jesse and Aries. Jerry's almost says a wombo combo going on here. So definitely excited to see what they have to bring to the table here, as I haven't had a chance to watch too much of their Jesse's gameplay recently.
I've gamed with Aries countless hours, probably like the 2008, 2009 era. Countless lands at my place, just online gaming. He's put in so many hours, and he has the talent. He's had a lot of shots on top squads as well, and in some cases they haven't worked out, like we've seen him previously on Optic roster. But if you look at it now, he's on a team that's ranked higher than Optic. So Aries has always had those different facets of gameplay that's made him a desirable player at the top of the scene.
Right, he's a consistent player. He's not doing the flashy plays all the time. He's not going to, be worked around like a Snipe Down would or like a Stellar here, but definitely a consistent player.
All right, first map, as you see on your screen, we have Strongholds on the rig. Outside is the desired location. However, up in that nest, you can control a railgun. We're going to kick it off with Snipe Down from Evil Geniuses.
Right, I'm really excited to see EG starting strat here. You have the really experienced team going up against the newer and up-and-coming team, so you definitely expect the EG squad to have that better opening strat.
Now, Snipe Down's doing a great job, not only capturing basement, but also denying camo from the Dream Team squad. I can't see if any member actually got away with it. It looks like camo was most likely burnt, so we'll try to pay attention to that as it spawns 2 minutes after it was last picked up, which was about the 11:45 mark.
Absolutely, and then just take a look at Snipe Down's rotations on the map here. He was controlling hill, watching camo, nading on the sniper spawn, as well as running and grabbing these splinter nades before ultimately rotating over to carbine side. Just a mark of a very talented player, somebody that is using every spot on the map, helping his teammates constantly, and making sure you use weapons and nades.
Just doing it all, and as you see, it's almost like he hasn't moved too far away from basement. He realized how crucial this location is. And I also like this part too. Like, you notice how Snipe Down was back down towards basement when Dream Team had control of elbow. Now that they don't have control of elbow, oh, he was going for that ground pound, just a slight miss execution, but at the same time, doing enough damage to make it worthwhile. We're going to jump on with Aries from the Dream Team.
Right, and you see what EG's doing here. They're just putting pressure on. They're trying to get Dream Team weak just to prevent them the opportunity to push across and capture any of these strongholds. Having those 2 strongholds already captured, EG is in the defensive mode here. All they need to do is prevent a capture.
Yeah, and you just said it perfectly. I like what EG does. They They get that advantage, like they have that full step, and they press the advantage much they get. If you give them elbow, EG will take elbow. If you push up an elbow, they'll back down just that little bit towards catwalk. They will not give you an inch of breathing room when they have their full step. Just as I say that, Aries and the Dream Team squad are going for a triple cap.
Right, and there was some great shots out of Aries there as well on Lunchbox. This is the first time we've seen Dream Team have any kind of real control here, but as quickly as they got it, they've lost it as well as far as BR Tower is concerned. They do have basement, though. They need to get control of this nest, and EG main goal right now is to prevent them from grabbing it.
Okay, so when this team, like for example, in a situation like this where Aries and the Dream Team squad have basement and nest, which side do you prioritize, or is it just whichever side you can break through on?
It's going to be whatever side you can break through on. With the rig, there's not a whole lot of options and routes that you can take there. You need to be making sure whatever route you do take, you're doing it with your team.
And it looks like Snipe Down and this EG squad broke through, got control of Nest, and are also capturing basement. One thing I've noticed from Snipe Down many times when he has camo over towards Nest is he'll jump up on that little stronghold spot, jump up on the side ledge, and here's the EG pressing their advantage. Look at this. They have outside, they have Nest, and they are not letting Aries and the Dream Team squad capture the BR base.
Right, and you saw Dream Team, they almost had that BR base captured. It was over 3/4 of the way done, and EG, rather than letting them have it, actually pushed in, got a couple kills, reset that hill, and they're making them start all over again.
And they also just did that rotational move that we've seen over and over from Snipe Down's POV. He pushes in, gets killed towards BR base, then pushes back, blocks the carbine spawns where he currently is standing, and rotates back to basement and lays more damage. It's just kind of like this cycle. Pushes forward, does some damage, pushes back, blocks spawns, and then pushes it forward and does damage again.
Right. When your team is this good, you get to start focusing and improving on little things like the blocking spawns, the rotations together there, and that's what EG gets to do as opposed to a lot of these other teams that are still needing to focus on a lot of the basics.
So we are on board right now with Lunchbox, a player that you and I have both had the privilege of teaming with in the past. Tell me what makes Lunchbox such a good player.
All he wants to do is win, and he's going to do anything that it takes to do that. Whether or not he needs to pick up a bunch of kills, grab a lot of flags, whether or not he needs to be in that booth screaming at the top of his lungs, he's going to do whatever he thinks is going to help the team to win.
Yes, he is an absolutely motivated player. I think you said it best when you were doing an interview yesterday. You said he's literally one of the nicest guys out there. He truly is. Him and his brother Roy are two of the nicest players in the scene, and we can't get enough of those players in the scene.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're so lucky to even have them here competing and whatnot. They've been around their original 5K days where they were teaming with Fear itself and Hokum. So, just two great and incredible players that do whatever it takes to win, and their careers and history show that.
So I thought that Dream Team was all out of this at one point. We saw that EG had 84 seconds, had outside/nest taken over. However, we were on with Jesse, who got double kill, head camo, and helped take it over. But it just seems like this Dream Team squad can't hold a full set the same way that EG can.
Right.
What are they doing wrong?
I mean, we've seen this earlier in the day as well. Like, teams are able to push through finally and grab control and take advantage of their strongholds, but as quickly as they got them, they end up losing them. Their defensive positions and teamwork in order to prevent the aggression from EG just isn't there.
Yeah, I can't pinpoint the exact moment because it just seems like they don't have a very strong full setup. It seems like the members of Dream Team are just getting picked off when they have this full setup. When you are outside/nest, you should be able to be in a strong position where you can deal some damage and back down and stay alive. The most important part is that latter part, is the backing down and staying alive. You don't have to worry about getting killed as much as you have to as backing down. And Lunchbox on your screen almost getting that double kill. And what did I say before when they have control? Backing down and staying alive.
Yeah, and that was some great strategy that we just saw from EG there. They put two guys in the BR base, started capturing the hill quickly, and they let basement go and just focused on keeping them out of nest. They knew as long as they held them out of nest for the next 15 seconds or so, they will end up winning that game.
And that is a statement of a score. 100-14. Closing out the match in 5 minutes and 46 seconds. Trying to take a look at the stat screen here, and almost every member of EG going positive, with commonly only going -2, but at the same time, having 10 assists.
Right, and I actually really like seeing that out of this game because we're seeing that Lunchbox and Roy, They know what has happened, and they're out for blood here. They want gold medal, but they also want revenge, and that's going to be revenge on Lethal for leaving. Commonly, on the other hand, coming in, doesn't have a lot of land, tournament experience here, especially at the highest level. Might have a little bit of nerves, just getting him out of the way early here, and definitely expect to see bigger things from him.
But you and I are both players, too, that realize the stat screen does not show everything. Of course, now with different stats that Halo 5 does show, it is more telling when you see certain stats like damage dealt and perfect kills and all those great stats that they've added into Halo 5 Guardians. However, you can never quantify every single part of the score. I've had plenty of games where I go -5 and I feel like I played the game near perfect.
Right. And I know you have a lot of those days as well. So. But going in and just taking a look at what we have going on there, even though that was kind of a blowout, I did like to see that they were able to at least break the setup several times during that game, where it wasn't able to work out for them on Stronghold. You could definitely see that working better here in like a Slayer game.
Yeah, for the time that Dream Team spent outside, I am completely baffled as to how they only have 14 seconds. It seems like they were outside quite a bit more than the score shows. But up next, we got Plaza Slayer, followed by Truth CTF, and if necessary, Eden Strongholds and Regret Slayer.
Absolutely here in Plaza Slayer. We saw some dominating performances on this map earlier. We saw complete blowouts where they're not even breaking halfway through the kills. So definitely hoping good things here for Prototype and Ares and all of the crew. But as far as experience goes and what we've seen out of this tournament so far, it wouldn't surprise me to see another big blowout here by EG.
Yeah, so Elamite and myself have both said that we heavily favor EG to win this matchup, but we want to hear what you think. We have the hashtags down below where you can do hashtag Halo WC along with the team name. So hashtag EG or hashtag Dream Team. And that poll is surprising to me so far. 57 to 43%, especially after that first game score. I think we could possibly see some sort of reversal or at least a more lopsided percentage here after that first game.
Right. I honestly kind of want to take these stats over to Dream Team and let them look at it and see what their level of confidence is going into this game after what they just went through.
Well, maybe that last game, Dream Team was just polling every single time, just tweeting instead of playing. Who knows? We're going to have to see what Dream Team can bring this back because it is a really tough situation to be in. You're going against EG, one of the best teams that we've seen in the most recent years, and there we see the polls just starting to lopside there. Evil Geniuses 72% favored. But I wanted to ask you, if you're in Dream Team's shoes, you're Ares or Jesse, what do you say to your team right now?
You need to just tell them to forget about that first game here. We're going in, and this is a best-of-5 series as well, so they need to make sure that they come out. It's so much different going into Game 3 with a series tied 1-1 as it is going in down 2-0.
Yeah, and you can always reverse the series, change the momentum at any time, but EG is one of those squads that are not going to give that up easily. So when we jump into this next game, obviously Slayer on Plaza, we have a few focal points. We have the Overshield in top center, we have the Sniper over at Cinema, and we do have the Shotgun. So what are your main focal points when you start off at this game?
Absolutely, it's going to be the first rush for OS and then focusing on grabbing controller at Snipe. We've seen what teams like Allegiance were able to do with the Sniper Rifle, where they can completely change their entire playstyle and focus it around one player, which what we've seen was Naded, and allowing him to just move around and do whatever he wants.
Yep, and we're on Snipe Down right now, and I do have to correct myself. I said Shotgun, I meant Hydra over there. I make mistakes every once in a while, but we see Snipe Down heading towards his favorite weapon, the Sniper Rifle. And do you think Roy drops this right now, or do you think they first focus on getting in a safer position?
You definitely want to see him getting in a safer position. What was really unique is this was an extremely late overshield. You have overshield in the hand of Tire Iron, but that was a good 20 seconds before that, or 15 to 20 seconds.
He still has half his overshield. That's surprising. It seems like EG would be a disciplined team enough to say, guess what, we at least got to get melee. We at least need to get some shots on it so that overshield does not play an effect on this next push. But we see Snipe Down and the squad over here in Yard just trying to get away, trying to get some sort of step because they realize, guess what? We have the Sniper. If we slow this down, we can pull ahead.
Right, and as we just saw, there were 3 members of EG in the Yard right there, and they ended up all going down. We've got a quick early lead here for Dream Team, up 7-4. One interesting thing I wanted to point out as well is, although Overshield is extremely powerful, you can also kill the Overshield guy pretty quickly. You have weapons on the map like Storm Rifle, you have the Plasma Pistol, one Plasma Pistol shot, and that OS is completely negated.
That's absolutely true. It's one of those things that it's I don't know. We used to call it like a get-on-aid free card back when I used to compete because sometimes you'd have overshield and you don't hesitate about going around the corner. You're like, I got overshield. What do I have to be worried about? And every single time you run to a grenade, it's like, well, thankfully I had overshield. That could have been really bad.
Right, and we see Aries here, as we were talking about before. He's up at 4 kills right now. He's already got half of his team's kills.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job staying alive. And this is something that we did not see on that rig game right before. It just seemed like all these members of Dream Team are trying to challenge every fight to the death. They don't seem to have the confidence in their teammates to either stay alive or to finish the kills that they started.
Right, and it definitely looks like we're seeing a completely different Dream Team than we did see last game in that Strongholds. Whether or not it was just EG being so good at that game type that they were able to capitalize on it, or if it's just them coming out, Dream Team coming out and forgetting about that last game and saying, these guys die in 5 shots just like we do.
One thing that's terrifying right now is that EG just got 2 kills. They have control top center, and Overshield has to be coming up any moment right now. They are primed not only to get this Overshield, but to grab the sniper rifle that spawns in 30 seconds from now.
Right, that was a real bad timing here for Dream Team and for those members to go down. Although,
how did Aries slip away with that? I don't know where he jumped from. I think he came from bomb center somewhere, somehow snuck, grabbed the overshield, and is now in a commanding position to help get control of the sniper rifle.
Right, I was looking around at some of EG's screens here to see what they were doing and why that overshield hadn't been grabbed yet. There were players on posters and on the stairs literally 10 to 15 feet away from that overshield.
This is a completely different EG and a completely different Dream Team right now. EG beforehand were on top of every power-up. They were grabbing camo when it was available. They were grabbing scatter shots as soon as it came up. Now, we saw EG having complete control of top center, and no one was near overshield. Aries was able to slip in and grab it. And not only that, is Tire Iron has the sniper rifle.
Right, and there was just a great shot from him, a quick scope headshot out of him, bringing that score closer. You do see, generally, Dream Team, this is the area that you generally want to have as far as control goes, even though they are down. You're going to get a lot more opportunities being on this half of the map as opposed to Yard and the other side.
Yeah, now, when you have sniper rifle on this map, where do you like to be? Do you think that was a bad play by pushing out that far for Tire Iron?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely pushed out too far there. You don't want to lose that sniper rifle. If anything, you would want to see more of his teammates coming over to help him work on a rotation or get out of trouble there. But unfortunately, it did not work out, and he ended up losing that.
Yeah, it just seemed like a situation, like anytime I have sniper rifle, I think the best spot is either Cafe, where you see Snipe Down out currently, or the sniper spawn itself, because you can just shut down so many angles cross map. And it seems like a position like Bomb Center should be a spot that you leave to your teammates. They need to worry about finishing kills down there.
Right, but what we are seeing here is they're closing this gap back down. They're only down by 3 kills right now, and like we discussed, they have the side of the map that you generally want to have in this map.
Now, most importantly, this time, Dream Team has control of top center. We've seen them get control of Overshield without having control of top center, so I most likely expect to see a Dream Team Overshield coming up here in a second.
And you saw some players just jumping for that. Now, I can't tell if that was actually burned here.
Yeah, and sometimes it's really tough. I believe, seeing how no members of EG are focused on top center anymore, it was burned. And by burn, we mean a player grabs the overshield and is killed instantly before it actually takes effect. So in essence, you're taking the overshield and just saying, nope, if I can't have it, no one can.
Right, and sometimes that's the best play that you can do with your team. That was probably what Aries was trying to do when he got that last overshield, but he just didn't die with it and was able to use it. What we saw out of EG here is Roy, I think it was Roy, jumped over, went directly for that overshield, and was taken out.
And look at Evil Geniuses executing 2 of their strategies. I was going to say give Snipe Down that breathing room, but great flank by Tire Iron right there, taking out Snipe Down. Because when we saw them slow down the pace of the game there, where Snipe Down had Snipe, you saw him just ripping off faces. And I just saw an incredible, perfect kill right there from Jesse Peace himself. Let's jump on board with him.
Right, and I was actually just watching that as well. That was a great thrust. That was great evading and great shooting to get that perfect. You'll see, like, lots of players, not every player has the same kind of thrusting ability. Whether or not you want to thrust forward, backwards, or to the side, that's a decision you need to make in the fight. And a lot of players, they just don't choose the right one.
One thing I noticed about Jesse Peace when I used to land against him back in 2008, 2009 is he had great vertical movement. By that, I mean he would take advantage of players who are going up lifts or on the downfall and know exactly how to manipulate that by, jumping as the person's falling or the reverse of that. We saw Jesse being taken down. We're going to jump on with commonly the newest member of EG and see what he can do with this sniper rifle.
Right now, he does only have one headshot or one shot left in the sniper. Dave, what do you think it's going to be?
Well,
Headshot or
I
no?
think you already said it what it's going to be. It's going to be a headshot. We're just going to have to see who it's going to be on.
All right. And as we do see a quick no-scope. I do like the attempt. It looked pretty good, but we actually have another sniper here in the hands of Roy as well.
Yeah, just EG controlling the pace of the game when they have members of Dream Team weak. They push in, get those finishes, as we saw 3 members in the kill feed go down just a second ago. And not only that, we have Snipe down with Overshield pushing on up. We're going to see what he's going to do in this situation to see if he can draw players out for Roy to pick off.
Right, and just to highlight one more time on the areas of the map you want to control, we saw EG when they had Yard and generally considered the side you don't want to have, they were able to still maintain a lead. Now that they've gotten control of Sniper, they've actually been able to build a huge lead coming up here.
Yeah, the most surprising part to me, like you said, is they were kind of down. It just seemed like Dream Team definitely were getting the better of EG early on, but somehow that wasn't reflected on the scoreboard. It just seems like if I had to pinpoint one major mistake that Dream Team are doing is they aren't staying alive. Now, that sounds pretty obvious. However, when Elamite and myself say something like stay alive, it means make the opponent have to work as hard as possible for the kill. There's going to be plenty of times where death is inevitable and you can't avoid it. However, you can make that player have to waste a grenade, have to run around the corner and spend 2 or 3 other seconds trying to kill you, and that's valuable time that you buy for your team to help you out.
Right, there is a damage dealt stat in this game, but what there is not is a damage received stat. So if you're constantly behind your teammates or considered baiting them, you're generally not going to be getting shot as much. You'll have a lot of kills and you'll have great looking stats.
One of my favorite medals in Halo 5 is the distraction medal. That's one of the situations where you're taking damage from an opponent and you end up not dying, and that person who was shooting you ends up being killed. And it's one of those things that's like, wow, you were distracting that person completely, and Halo 5 now rewards you for that. I'm very happy. I wish we had some of those back in the day, because I know in Halo 2 it was like, come on, Oak 2, finish him off, kill him, Tom or Dan, and I would get no credit for that. No assist, nothing, just to death.
Right, and as we just saw from Tire Iron here, just want to point out real quick, he just had a great play, a great heads-up play. He was in a one-on-one fight with Roy at Light Rifle, ends up shooting the explosive barrel there and getting the kill that way.
Yeah, and I believe we just saw another burned OS from, it was Prototype or Jesse, and it just seems like this Dream Team squad is on top of these overshields this game. Even when EG has control of the center of the map, somehow Dream Team's able to sneak in, get a burn on the OS, or sometimes even run away with it, like we saw Ares earlier in the match.
Right, and Ares is top center right now, but is unfortunately taken out as well. We do have EG sitting at 49 kills. A map like Plaza, although it's always possible for a comeback, generally not one you see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are technically possible, but I cannot see EG not closing this out, and we see commonly finishing off that last kill with SMG.
Right,
so 50-41 in the favor of Evil Geniuses.
And, after watching that, I'm still confused right now on, like, the game was close, was it not close? Where did they slow it down a little bit? It's almost hard to tell with that pace, because I did see a lot of things I liked out of Dream Team.
It was a very unorthodox game of Plaza Slayer, because let's actually take a look at the stats before we go too far into it. Commonly, the player in EG who had the least amount of kills last game, now leading the squad with 15 kills and 10 deaths.
Right, and that's great play out of him. You have Commonly and the Lunchbox both +5, and you see Snipe Down and Roy, being just about even there, but they do carry a little bit more assists than their teammates here.
But yeah, I just want to recap that last game. It was incredibly surprising to me just to see where the sniper was at the majority of the game. For the first time, I think, in a month, I've seen the sniper actually over in Yard when Evil Geniuses were running away to Cafe and eventually ran over towards Yard. It's one of those things like, wait, sniper doesn't belong there. Like, no one ever really takes over that location unless you completely lost your grip on the top middle area. And on your screen right there, we have Ares, who is obviously a little flustered. I mean, they had that game in their hands. They could have won it, but they have to claw their way back into the series and take it game by game.
Right, they were really in that game the entire time. They did have the largest lead was right towards the little past midway through the game, but they ended up closing it down a little bit more towards the end as well. So great start, great ending for them. Just weren't able to capitalize in between.
Yep. So let's do a quick recap of the series. We saw EG taking the first and second games 100 to 14 seconds and 50 to 41 respectively. Third game coming up is Truth Capture the Flag.
Right, and these games are getting closer now, Dave. The first one, obviously, 114. Nobody wants to see that.
No one likes to see that. Sometimes, actually, that is a better situation than having a close game like 199, because that is just a heartbreaker. It's a roller coaster of emotions when you're so close to that victory and it's just snatched away.
Right, and that's that kind of falls into momentum. Like a lot of people don't realize here is this is a hugely momentum-focused game where if you start off well, you may very well continue throughout the entire game and just put on a dominating performance like 100-14. If you're losing 100-99, that's the worst way to go out. It's an extremely long game. These players in the game are constantly thinking and trying their hardest. It's extremely mentally exhausting. When you have a long series like this, sometimes it's best, if it's 99-15 and you just don't think you're going to be the team to bring that back and win it, just let the game go and start focusing on the next one.
Well, when we last looked at our Twitter poll, it was 72% in favor of Evil Geniuses. That has gone even further to now 81% of you out there that are tweeting hashtag HaloWC and hashtag ESG.
Right, and this is kind of, more like what we'd expect to see out of an Evil Genius is at that, minimum of 80% for confidence level on winning. It's going to be really interesting to see, or what I can't wait to see after these third games is some of these polls going forward when you've got like the allegiances and the CLGs all matching up.
Especially the people that flip-flop. It's going to be like, all right, after the first game, we saw, EG had, now EG lost 2 games. All right, I'm doing hashtag Dream Team now. So it'll be interesting to see what these squads, or what the Twitter viewers at home will be posting all weekend long.
I don't know what you mean, Dave. That does not happen in the Halo community.
Now tell us a little bit about Truth right here. One of the staples of Halo.
Right, and I think Bravo put it really well earlier. He said it is a spiritual remake of Midship.
Spiritual remake. The best adjective possible to describe it. We're going to jump on right now with commonly the newest member of Evil Geniuses. He was brought over from Renegades, who had a great showing. They actually took out EG, and that could have had an effect on EG picking commonly up.
And can we just make a quick comment on what Prototype was just able to do there? He went the car one route, picked up the plasma pistol, lifted up, actually hit that plasma pistol shot with the switching weapons to shoot with the pistol, picking up that quick kill. That's actually a pretty hard shot to hit when you're lifting up that car ledge. I would definitely want to be the guy car 2 as opposed to the guy lifting in that scenario.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that showcases Prototype's skill and how great of a shot he has when he's able to win situations like that at arguable disadvantage.
Right, and you see commonly was just looking at another plasma pistol shot there. Prototype still had that from the start of the game, almost a full minute hanging onto that plasma pistol.
Yeah, so let's take a look over at Prototype and see what he can do to help his Dream Team squad get back in the series, because if it's going at the pace it's at right now, we could see an EG 3-0.
Right, we definitely could, although you definitely see a lot in the Halo scene as well. 3-0 comebacks after being down 2-0. So that's
the reverse sweeps.
The reverse sweeps, and being on the receiving end of that, it's definitely
you don't like to see it happen, do you? But amazing shots by Prototype. Another one of my favorite medals in Halo, the perfect kill, meaning Prototype hit 4 perfect shots, did not miss a single bullet, and took out Roy.
Right, and that is, I'll agree with you on that. That is my favorite medal as well. It's the times you realize whether or not you're playing online or in a live event scenario like this, you're doing everything you possibly can, and you shot that gun the best of your ability, or anybody's ability anyway.
Absolutely. Now, I see both these squads, they seem to have different strategies. It seems like Dream Team has members over at Pink side and seem to be focusing on that heavily, whereas it seems like EG's kind of split. It seems like they're going for Pink and Carbine. On this map / game type, do you feel like you have to focus on just one side?
You know what? I feel like both sides actually work, and you'll see, like we're seeing right now, teams just have their own individual preferences there. I like the Pink side control opposed to Car, but
and you're seeing it right now. One of the advantages to holding Pink side as Tire Iron grabs the camo at 9:45, which means the camo's going to spawn 2 minutes later at 7:45.
Right, and that's exactly why you definitely want to be hanging on to Peak there for a good amount of the game, and then it's grabbing these camos. We saw how short some of these games can be. There are times we'll see only 1 or 2 camos in the entire game.
Do you feel like he's making great use of this camo so far? I guess when I think of camo, I think of it as a much more offensive power-up, that he should be in the opposing base rather than clearing out his own base, right?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you'll definitely want to get behind the opposing team as fast as possible. I mean, that's what camo gives you the ability to do, is just run by people. Hopefully they don't catch a glimpse of you there. Tire Iron, I definitely am going to give him the benefit of the doubt here, see what he has in mind and in store with his team and what they've kind of set up here. But that camo is, he really didn't get much done with it.
Yeah, the most surprising part to me is I don't think I saw him cross the 50-yard line, like maybe for that split second when he killed Roy over towards Bubble, but by no means was he a threat at all to the Evil Geniuses flag.
Right, and now we were talking about the plasma pistol earlier in this game and what Prototype was able to do with it. Now we have it in the hands of Snipedown, and he's going to try to lock down their bubble right now and prevent the spawns, but he rotates just a second late, actually gets spawned on and taken out.
And here's the surprising part to me. Once again, EG collapsing from both sides. They tried to have two members over at Carbine side, which was Commonly and Snipedown, and the twin brothers, Roy and Lunchbox, pushing from Pink side. Lunchbox getting double kill with Storm Rifle, run the flag towards Pink 1.
Yeah, and some great things out of Lunchbox there on that rotation, but what we expect out of EG is we expect perfection. The amount of tournaments they've won, and taking a look at them right now, you know, this they definitely have a lot of things that they're going to need to work on and improve upon before they go up against the likes of a CLG.
And that was scary for a second, and very unorthodox by Evil Geniuses, not only barely getting the flag cap, but allowing a possible counter cap. EGs use a very disciplined squad that when they bring the flag back, they make sure to get the slays. But because of their carelessness, it looks like Prototype and the Dream Team squad might be able to cap in. No! Flag pulled by Lunchbox from Evil Geniuses.
Right, and that was a great play by Lunchbox. Did you see how fast he just ran in, slid, grabbed that flag, and dropped below the base? A fantastic play by him.
Absolutely doing everything he needs. Snipedown, trying to keep that flag alive. Looks like Commonly is the only player that has a chance at stopping this, but I think this flag is definitely gone.
Right, and especially from in this scenario, in this kind of matchup, when you have a Dream Team versus an EG, or you know, you have the Titan House of an EG going up against a newer team, counter caps are not what you want to see.
I want to point out again, looks like EG is trying their double prong attack. They have Commonly blocking the Carbine spawns. They had two members pushing from Pink side, and they are wisely running the flag towards Carbine because Commonly is blocking those bubble spawns.
And some amazing plays out of Commonly here. He stuck someone that lifted up the lift, had a bunch of damage, and another plasma nade down on the Pink 1 guy who I believe cleaned up himself as well, and then picked up a triple kill with some great pistol shots on the guy on fire.
And that's Roy putting in the second flag for Evil Geniuses. Commonly on your screen, going on with a killing spree. But I have to think, if Commonly didn't get that triple kill and get so clutch with the shots, would EG have even gotten that capture?
I don't think they would have. We see Commonly knows this game extremely well, where he was able to be below the base. Of course, he does have radar. He's taking a look at a few things there, but he had perfect nades, knew exactly what he needed to do in order to capitalize. Now we're watching Snipedown start pushing in the side of the base. This is a 2-1 lead, but we still got 6 minutes left.
All right, the thing we talked about earlier was Dream Team not staying alive enough. And you notice how Aries jumped out and challenged that position where he was trying to kill Roy and Snipedown had the backup there. Those are the situations that Elamite and myself are highlighting and talking about where Dream Team needs to be staying alive.
Right, absolutely here. Now they really need to get EG out of their base. They have no control right now. The last thing you want to see when you're playing True Flag is knowing a guy's hiding below your base.
Now we have Camo in the hands of Snipedown. Let's see how differently he uses this compared to Tyran. I expect Snipedown to be extremely aggressive, and what a great jump by Snipedown. Abusing the mechanics of the thruster pack, jumping off Pink 1, using that angle and getting all the way towards top center.
Right, and you can see, you know, how this game is starting to evolve from when it first launched and how this tournament's going to play out as opposed to some of the earlier online qualifiers.
And look at the difference in Snipedown and the EG strategy when they have a power weapon. There's a member of Dream Team over at Snipedown's base, but he's more concerned about getting this flagpole. Does some great damage, cleaned up by Roy, and looks like Roy's going to take the flag wisely. That is a great, I guess you want to say like rotation or fill-in kind of position, because Roy realized Snipedown has camo, and guess what? He's going to do work with it, getting a almost triple kill and going to help escort Roy for the third and final flag cap.
Right, if Roy had not rotated and helped him out there's a good chance Snipedown would not have picked up those 3 kills right at the end, and if this game might still be going on, we could be looking at an overtime later, but what we do see is great plays, great instincts out of the twins, and you see Roy picking up, knowing what Snipedown is capable of, and knowing, hey, you've got this, I'll take the flag, you do your thing, and we'll win this game.
And no surprise when we look at the scores, the stat screen here, Snipedown for Evil Geniuses, the most amount of kills, 17 kills, 12 deaths. However, Jesse likewise needs to be highlighted. 19 kills that game. It was very tough to tell. We obviously did not give him enough screen time for how many kills he was getting.
Right, absolutely here. And you see kind of like that Jesse-Aries combo going on right now. You've got Aries with 12 assists and Jesse with the 19 kills there. And that was the most kills in the game. He outslayed EG there, although you did have 11 assists as well out of the 16 kills coming out from EG.
Yeah, just EG playing very well, making few mistakes. However, some of the few mistakes that we did see were greatly capitalized by Dream Team, such as their counter cap. The series you see right here is over. EG winning 3-0. You can see the scores on your screen: 100-14, 50-41, and that last game, Truth CTF 3-1 victory for Evil Geniuses.
Right. We do need to point out right now, though, that Dream Team isn't a team you can overlook. Like, these are talented players. We saw some great things out of Tire Iron, out of Aries, as well as out of Jesse, especially out of that last game. When they're getting kind of trapped in their base and almost dominated like that, to have someone performing that well is nice to see. Good confidence booster going forward here.
I felt like the reason Dream Team had stayed in a lot of these matches is because they were playing well and doing some clutch plays. However, I feel like what kind of actually got them out of this match was they weren't staying alive. They never really allowed EG to make any mistakes. The one mistake we did see EG make, when they brought the flag back a little too carelessly, they capitalized on. I got the counter cap. However, multiple times we'd seen members of Dream Team just jumping out and challenging. They'd get, one shot each, like you saw Aries get Roy to one shot. Aries jumps out. Guess what? Roy's not there. There's a full shield snipe down there to finish him off.
Right, and just great plays like that. Basically, we saw commonly with a really, really nice triple kill with almost like a random stick as well. Always nice when you throw one of those in. Great plays out of snipe down to secure that cap at the end, and Roy grabbing it. 4 great individual players that EG lineup. This really wasn't anything that we didn't expect coming out of this series. You have just the likes of some of those powerhouse teams, and really interested to see who's going to be matching up well now.
Yeah, and I think one last piece to highlight before we throw it over is the fact that EG, it wasn't pure flashy plays. Yes, we did see some sweet triple kills, like we saw the commonly triple kill. However, it wasn't like EG was winning because they were hitting amazing no-scopes. They were playing as a well-oiled machine, making so few mistakes, making so few errors, and just working as a team. Now, I want to hear from one of the members themselves, so we're going to toss it over to Benson, who has an interview. Take it away, Benson.
Thanks, guys. Down here on the floor with Commonly. First of all, congratulations on that win. But I have to ask you, how does it feel playing Halo 5 here at the X Games in Aspen?
It's honestly pretty crazy. I never expected Halo to even come back from what it was, but it's pretty exciting playing here.
Of course, at the X Games as well. Are you going to be checking out any of the stuff, any of the other sports here?
Yeah, 100%. Depending on what happens, but I'll definitely be checking it out.
Depending on what happens. Assuming you're going to do pretty well, of course. I've got to ask you as well, one of the big things that myself and Bravo were touching on, and myself and Walshy were touching on is, now playing for Evil Geniuses, you got some big boots to fill, of course, the new 4th in the squad. How are you finding things? How's adapting?
At first, I was really nervous. I've looked up to these guys forever, and playing with them was pretty nerve-wracking, but the more we play, the more comfortable I get, and I think it's going to be good.
Of course, you're replacing Lethal's spot, and Lethal just so happens to be in your group as well. So knowing that you and CLG have already played, especially in the 5th online qualifier, how do you see that game going on now on a LAN environment?
I think we're going to just 3-0 sweep them. Frosty, we're both 18. We're both on top teams, but I think I'm just better than them. So,
wow, you're just better than him. Some nice trash talk, but congratulations on your win once again, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. That's going to do it for myself and Commonly. Back over to Elamite and Walsh to close out the day.
Commonly is confident.
I love that. That was a great line. I love to see the confidence out of him. I know that this is a grudge match on every sense, every level of the term. You've got Commonly going up against Frosty. You've got the lethal bad blood with CLG. You've got so much going on here right now, and just arguably 8 of the best players in the game.
And I truly do like that confidence. Like, sometimes it's one thing whether you say it or not, but every team here should have the mindset that we are going to win this event. Guess what? We go against this team, we have the ability to 3-0 them. Of course, you always adapt as things go. If team wins a game on you, it's like, all right, well, whatever. That happens. We're playing against top squads. But you take it game by game. You have to have pure confidence in your team's ability.
Absolutely, and that is very well said. You have to consider yourself the best player in the game. You have to consider your team the best team in the game. You have to know that it's still any given Sunday. One, you need to be wary of other teams and never ever look anybody. But if you're on a team that's maybe not ranked the highest, you can absolutely come over and have a huge upset.
So we saw 4 great matches today, Elamite. Let's do a quick recap of the pools and see where everyone stands. So in Pool A, we are looking at Allegiance, Renegades, Team Liquid, and Epsilon. We, of course, saw Allegiance 3-0 Epsilon and Renegades 3-0 Team Liquid. Have we seen a Game 4 yet today? I don't think we have. Every match has been 3-0s.
Wow, I think, yeah, that is a really good point. We have not seen a Game 4. I definitely expected to see a little bit more Game 4s or even some Game 5s here
Especially
today.
that Renegades Team Liquid match. That was what I was going to consider a Game 5 nail-biter. I did not expect Renegades to win in that convincing of a fashion.
Right, yeah, definitely some things that Liquid's going to have to work on here. Definitely some gameplay to review, something I'll be taking a look at with the guys as well, I'm sure, going forward. But definitely expect to see a different kind of Team Liquid here coming the rest of this weekend.
Absolutely. It's still pool play, still a chance to bounce back, but not that much room for error anymore. They can't lose another series. They're very unlikely to make out pool play. Let's take a look at Pool B and see what the standings are and see the players in each squad. So we're looking at CLG, Evil Geniuses, Dream Team, and Penta Sports. CLG 3-0 Penta Sports and EG 3-0 Dream Team.
Right, and although the CLG Penta Sports was, a little bit more, of a convincing victory than the Evil Geniuses versus Dream Team, I think a lot of that falls onto Penta Sports, and they're kind of, flustered, not as confident, not used to this kind of environment, and it might have definitely affected them in the game.
And every squad matches up differently. Those scores aren't always telling. Yes, of course, it is a great indicator when you see a squad win in a convincing fashion, like 100-14. But that it does not mean that they're going to just destroy CLG when they play them on a Strongholds rig or anything like that.
Right, and the other thing to bring up is you can play the same game type 5 times in a row, and you're not going to win it all 5 times. Like, those teams can split those game types, so sometimes it's whoever woke up on the better side of the bed in the morning, and other times it's who put the most practice in between events. So there can be a lot of variation when you come to these things.
So we've looked at Pool A and Pool B. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow and see what kind of great matches we have coming up, because we got to see 4 matches today. Friday, we can see all the remaining group matches. I have not done the math on that yet, but I would assume that's 8 matches. Does that sound about right? So yeah, we have 8 matches, twice as many tomorrow, and by the end of tomorrow, we're going to have the 8 teams that are going to be going towards the single elimination bracket for Saturday.
Right.
So let's take a look at the actual matches we have coming up for tomorrow on Friday, when we get a chance to pull it up. And here we are. Great matches right off the bat with Renegades versus Epsilon at 12:30. I believe it's Mountain Time out here. I don't know my exact time zone. Followed by Dream Team and Penta Sports, Allegiance versus Team Liquid, and Evil Geniuses versus CLG, just to wrap up the first half of the day. Tell me about the second half.
Right, and that's a pretty exciting lineup there to take a look at. The second half, we have the Team Liquid then going up against Epsilon, Evil Geniuses up against Penta Sports, Team Allegiance versus Renegades, which is one I'm personally looking forward to as well. And then wrapping it up, we have CLG versus Dream Team.
So great matches all around. At the end of tomorrow, as we said before, we are going to end up with just 8 teams in a single elimination bracket that will start playing on Saturday. So it is going to be crazy matches all tomorrow. Tournament life's at stake.
Right, and one thing I can assure you as well is we're probably going to see a Game 4 tomorrow, as well as some Game 5s.
I hope so. I truly hope so.
The CLG-EG matchup, the Allegiance versus Team Renegades. There's just so many big matches coming up. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Just 2 days away from crowning somebody with Halo gold medal, like at the X Games. It's crazy to think that you can get a gold medal at the X Games for playing Halo now. I never envisioned that 12, 14 years ago. And it still blows my mind, and I'm incredibly envious of a lot of the players here today.
Oh, absolutely. Just so much fun to see these players coming out to these events, getting to participate and interact with everyone else here at the X Games as well. The esports community's been growing so much with all the different titles that they have, and it's great to see Halo, really revamped with Halo 5 and just being fantastic to watch, to play, and for the players to compete.
Well, we want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in today. We have 8 great matches for you tomorrow. Make sure you tune in immediately. Tweet out to your friends. We're here at Aspen for the Halo X Games. And we start at noon Mountain Time, so we'll see you all there. Thank you all, and have a great night.
falling on the ground. Long day, but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds. Long wait, but we won't give up now. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do